Jimbo Bar, I'm so freaking tired of this stupid shit doing this. So this will be the fourth video. A hellacious fire going on next to us. This video here was being made. I stopped and restarted my phone somehow. Do nothing. Won't play it or do shit. Beautiful day. We had the bear come up on us last night. Like, literally come up on us. It was a big ass bear. Male bear.
This morning went by again at 7 something.
Well, it's a pretty good sized bear. Tell you what. Tell you what, pretty good size. Jimbo Bark, everybody. Happy Friday. See what Yousteal done to the channel. Now look at that. Got over 200 views, and they knocked me down below 180 views. Huh? Just any of them.
se ve que pasó a las 5:30 de la mañana y lo agarramos en las cámaras que vos viste, pero a la noche estábamos mirando una película. Como
How's it feel, baby? You getting closer to the 40 club, honey?
Ezequiel dice que cómo se siente estar cerca del club de los 40.
We're getting to be a nice bottle of wine, my love.
Igual de joven que hace un día.
Same as young as a day ago. Porque Ezequiel está en el club de los 40 también.
I don't know, my rapper got some more dust on it and shit, so.
She still have 5 years left for joining the club of 40.
Yeah.
Así que pasó y estábamos mirando una película y nos llega una notificación, nos llegan como mensajes y decía, se activó la cámara casa. Y miro y era el oso que estaba volviendo del canal y le digo a Ezequiel, seguro que se viene por el driveway. Y cuando levanto la cabeza ya estaba acá y el oso estaba ahí donde hacemos el asado. Y se quedó quieto y Ezequiel va a abrir la puerta y el oso salta, se va. No sé lo rápido que es, no hay forma de darle al oso. Yo ni cuchillo ni nada.
We've met Mama Bear.
Sí, ni
Baby
cuchillo
bear
ni nada te ayuda con
and
el
Papa
oso. Te
bear.
digo, si ve el oso, escondete.
And Papa Bear.
Cuando papá me dijo que Ezequiel lo mandaba con el machete a hacer chile, digo, ¿qué mierda va a hacer?
No hace nada, estos cuchillos no te hacen nada. Mira el cuchillo que tengo yo para defenderme. Viene el oso. No sé lo rápido que es, encima el oso, si tardó nada, tardó creo que 3 minutos en caminar lo que nosotros tardamos 10.
Dimered itself.
Los osos son de la familia de los gatos, ¿sabías? Entonces, es divino, le ves la cola y tiene una cola como un pompón, tiene el culo bien grande como un pompón y cuando camina hace como... Pero se lo ve muy gentil, como que lo ves, por ejemplo, nosotros tenemos las cámaras de video, tienen luces infrarrojas para la noche. Y se ve que al de la mañana te das cuenta que se da cuenta que la infrarrojo lo está mirando. Porque el oso está caminando y sigue dando, y se da vuelta como si hubiera una persona mirándolo, porque perciben las cámaras infrarrojas como un ojo de una persona. Entonces el oso está caminando y se da vuelta, va caminando y se da vuelta, como súper consciente de que hay algo mirándolo, ¿entendés? Me da miedo.
No te va a pasar.
Me da miedo. Así que estamos acá en el territorio del oso. No, me parece que el otro día habíamos visto a la mujer, a la osa, porque estábamos abriendo la puerta de las rejas, estábamos abriendo la puerta y le digo a Ezequiel, estábamos por ir a lo de mi amiga, y entonces le digo a Ezequiel, chequea que funcionen las cámaras para que la batería todo funcione, porque si nos vamos de casa para tener notificaciones. Y justo Ezequiel se subió al auto, estábamos mirando el video, que no era nada, pero estábamos mirando las cámaras, yo arranqué. Y cuando levantamos la cabeza estaba literalmente la osa enfrente del auto corriendo, se estaba yendo porque se ve que venía para el canal y se escondió y la vimos, pero tenía como todo el pelo, como que estaba cambiando el pelo, ¿viste? Como que estaba así como desarreglada, como que tenía todo el pelo así, todo hecho un desastre, cambiando el pelo. Y no era tan grande el oso, no era tan grande la osa. Y se ve diferente en relación al RV, a la casa rodante. Parece que este es el macho y la otra es la hembra. Se estarán persiguiendo, se estarán por juntar. No sé.
Ay, después
Ositos. Y después cuando hagamos el pond, que vamos a hacer así como un agujero tipo pond, como un laguito, vamos a ver en las cámaras, seguro que vamos a ver al oso que viene y se baña en el pond y todo eso. ¿Qué?
Romeo no hace nada.
No hace nada, Romeo. Le digo, Romeo, ¿viste el oso?
He's sitting on the porch.
No hace nada. Ayer agarró a un ratón. Era más lindo. Ayer estaba hirviendo el agua yo a la mañana y veo que Romeo salta. Iba caminando, salta. Y después se vuelve para atrás donde estaba. Y vuelve caminando y salta. Y vuelve para atrás. Y veo y digo, ¿qué está haciendo Romeo? Agarraba la ratita, la dejaba ir. La agarraba de nuevo, la dejaba ir. Agarraba la ratita, la dejaba ir. Digo, ¿cómo puede ser que Romeo la deja ir y la agarra de nuevo, la deja ir y la agarra de nuevo. Tuvo como 10 minutos lo que tardó en hervir el agua, Romeo jugando con la ratita y después al final la mató.
¿Se la comió?
Sí.
That's it, mama.
Se come todo menos la cara y las tripas.
Ya.
Un asco, un asco. Y después vienen las que son las abejas de carne. Y se pelean por las tripas y después ves que Romeo está queriendo terminar y lo pinchan. Y entonces Romeo se sale corriendo porque lo pincha una abeja. Y entonces así empieza todo. Es muy gracioso.
Es muy boludo, entonces.
Y el otro día el ciervo se pasó al jardín y se comió todas las plantas de marihuana.
¡No!
Yep.
Las plantitas.
Sí, porque Ezequiel había puesto el alambrado, pero no le puso alambrado
Engage
individual.
lazy.
A cada una de las plantas le había puesto como un perímetro.
Quedó re loco el ciervo.
Y volvió a la mañana. Y volvió a la mañana.
¡Hola, bebé!
Hola, Pa, ¿cómo estás? Bien, ¿y vos?
Bien, bien.
¿La estás disfrutando?
Bien, bien. Besos. Bebé, te avisamos que a lo mejor cuando vayamos en octubre, yo solo me quede ya. Me lo mando en mi paquete. Y pida el cambio de estatus allá. Estás en el celular. Anda a hablar afuera, pues yo estoy hablando con bebé.
Ezequiel dijo, ¿qué? ¿What?
Te lo mando, no sabes la que te toca. Me está contando que el ciervo se le comió las plantitas. No se volvió re loco.
Y al otro día volvió. Al otro día volvió el ciervo, muy gracioso.
We'll come back.
Abstinencia tuvo el pobrecito.
Quedó como mamá el ciervo.
Claro.
I'm saying that the deer ended up like mama. Mamá, menos mal que no le pusiste la oferta a la casa. No podés llegar a la casa. En la calle que te lleva a la casa, todo bajo incendio.
Sí, lo que dije, pobre gente. Justo y esa casa se había quemado.
En el 76. La habían reconstruido, porque te fijás en el otro listado de la otra casa que te había mandado, que decía lo mismo, que la habían reconstruido.
Es la que tiene la terraza, que me gusta a mí, que
No,
la que no.
no, la última que querías poner la oferta, la última que casi voy a ver el domingo. La que tiene el elevador, el generador.
Sí.
Esa casa en la 70. Mamá, fuimos a Beldentown, ¿te acordás que comimos las papas fritas donde nos sentamos? El chocolate caliente. Lu, vos también fuiste a Beldentown, ¿te acordás donde fuimos al Hot Spring? Todo eso.
Sí, el otro día estuvimos hablando de la ciudad esa.
Todo eso está bajo evacuación. Está todo cerrado, está todo bajo evacuación. Porque lo que pasa es que hubieron vientos súper fuertes y como es un cañón, viste que es un cañón que viste que es difícil llegar y te vas metiendo en la montaña y vas abajo y está todo el río que lo acompaña, pero si viene el fuego es como que te hace un paraguas, ¿entendés? Y entonces la gente no puede trabajar, ni siquiera se pueden meter a pelear el fuego.
Papá,
No está ahí.
Papa, it's back to what you were saying. I said out of my mouth. The fire's back on the line. It's like the
Están haciendo
Patagonians.
la técnica que estaban haciendo en Argentina de quemar en donde están las minas para ver de nuevo qué recursos hay, así como la quemadura que a cielo abierto que decía papá que hacían para estimar cuántos minerales quedan. Estamos todos en la línea del oro, todo esto es la línea del oro, todo esto es la línea de las minas de oro, y entonces como hicieron en Patagonia el año pasado que quemaban los bosques para ver qué tipo de minerales había abajo.
Same with Beckworth.
Lo mismo están haciendo ahora y lo mismo están haciendo en el otro, que es donde está el otro
Sí,
manantial, donde a mí me gusta ir también a los campos a los minerales, donde están las aguas termales.
Same with
Lo
Beckworth.
mismo, hay otro incendio acá atrás nuestro, pero
Drove
literalmente,
platinum,
mamá,
silver, and gold.
toda la ruta del 70, que es desde Walmart, yendo para la casa esa que querías ver la última, está todo cerrado. Todo cerrado. Todo ese camino que hicimos hermoso con papá, que le dije que vimos, ¿te acordás? Que fuimos a ver el cañón, que papá decía, me da impresión. Que después fuimos y nos sentábamos y nos sacamos una foto, estábamos en el río, comimos las papas fritas, todo eso está evacuado.
Sí, y esa otra
tiene como una terraza también muy linda, que yo te puse ayer o anteayer. Esta también me gusta, qué sé yo, que dice árboles frutales.
We have to be really
Esa
mindful
también
when we
está
pick
ahí
your
en esa
house.
zona. Qué desastre. También después de vivir en un lugar que se quemó, horrible.
And fucking clear cut whatever the shit's on the outside perimeter of your land that you pick.
Horrible. Pobre gente. Sí. Meme que no se te acerque. Ah, acá lo peleamos.
We gotta be real thing on that, because if mom and dad would have bought their house, God
Pobre
forbid,
ciervo.
it burns down before they can get here.
El que no está chocho
Or
se
burns
pierde,
down when they
como
get
todas
here.
las plantas. Así que sí, acá estamos. Lolita, ¿qué planes de cumpleaños? Ninguno, acá. Acá está de ida.
What did you have for breakfast?
A comer. ¿Qué comiste de desayuno? ¿Qué comí de desayuno?
What was your breakfast?
Con queso y un yogur. Lo mismo que siempre.
Mama wake you up with some cheese eggs?
Mamá no te levantó con algún desayuno. No breakfast for me. No breakfast. No. Ahora
Le
que
decías a
papá
toast.
le había dado de tejido.
And yogurt, like she
Porque
always
acá
does.
en el hotel había restaurante, hasta aparte del buffet hay restaurante italiano, restaurante mexicano y
They're
restaurante
gonna have tea.
Huh? Wait a minute.
mediterráneo.
Hold on a minute, hold on a minute.
Entonces le dijo,
You say you're gonna have a Mexican restaurant in Spain?
Mexicano, obvio.
I'm
Paparon
tripping.
un mail.
Para Ezequiel dice, ¿hay restaurante mexicano en España?
I said, what?
Un montón, si está lleno de mexicanos.
There's plenty of Mexicans.
Yo siempre voy a
Oh, hold on a minute, hold on a minute.
porque tengo
Let
mis
me see
amigos
Louis'
mexicanos.
face. Let me see Louis' face.
Bueno, pues
Louis,
siempre llegamos hoy.
how is there a Mexican restaurant in Spain? I'm kind of stupid right now.
Escucha.
I just woke up. Sorry. But that baffles me. How is there a Mexican restaurant in Spain?
Because there's plenty of Mexicans, she says.
There's Mexicans in Spain?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm really like, huh? There's Mexicans in Spain? Do they speak Mexican or Spanish?
I have a lot of Mexican friends.
Hablan mexicano, o no? No hablan español, hablan
I'm
mexicano.
not trying to be racist, but understand what I'm trying to ask, honey.
Mexicano. They're
Yeah.
Mexicans that flee. They're first generation.
But they speak your language.
Still Mexican, no.
Oh.
Still speak Mexican.
But,
They haven't really blended yet.
oh, okay.
Son tipo primera generación de mexicanos, ¿o no? Como que se fueron recién ahora, todavía no están hablando como todo españolazo.
So,
Acá que no, aparte se juntan entre
No, she's like
mexicanos.
straight Mexican, they just mix with Mexican, and he's like Mexican.
so on the food,
Yes, they cook for me. They
No, no.
cook really good.
no. What I'm saying is on the food, we had these questions. Oh shit. We had these questions with Meme's friend Neri. The part of Mexico where she was from, back when the gold rush happened, a lot of Japanese and other people went. So your eastern coast Mexicans and so forth that eat a lot of lemon and fish and
Viste que depende de dónde están ubicados. I was just translating.
Tipo, no, nada.
Depende de dónde están ubicados la gente que emigró, es como que va a traer consigo mismo sus culturas. Por ejemplo, si la gente estaba cerca del océano, van a traer de que se come el ceviche, que se come
Hay todo, hay de Puebla, hay del norte, hay de ciudad, hay de DF.
She's saying that
I don't know.
there's from North and Puebla and everywhere, so they all have taken like you're saying, inland food and then fish and whatnot, but everybody has stuff. Y ves eso, por ejemplo, de que hay gente que sirve particularmente como algo que es del norte y gente que sirve particularmente que es como...
But that's not what I was talking about, though. But part of what I was talking about, because Neri's Spanish was different than her husband's Spanish because she was mixed with Japanese.
No, está más adaptado a...
And her food dialect was different because she was mixed with Japanese. So that intermixed with the indigenous people, which are called Mexicans. Henceforth me. We've had several friends that came up from Mexico that ate at the places that we eat here. The only ones that I will eat at. From living in Visalia and Tulare with a lot of Yaqui Indian and indigenous northern Mexico City, which isn't Mexico in a sense. It's more Yaqui and Yani Indians. Northern California, because this was Mexico. Well, I was asking what the food is like. Her friend, you can see the dialect and different in the fold. You understand? The Mongoloid fold. You know, the Asiatic, how my eyes are almond, different than your eyes. If we have kids they'll have the Mongoloid fold showing that they are not
Había
Caucasian.
japoneses y había asiáticos que habían estado en México, entonces hay mucha gente mexicana que tiene como la cultura de comer de rasgo así asiático y la cultura de comer mucho pescado, por ejemplo como en Perú también, que hubieron japoneses y entonces como que...
Es que acá Argentina es muy cosmopolita. Entonces, ponele, hay mucha comunidad japonesa, yo voy a comer ramen, comida vietnamita, el otro día fui a comer un indio que cocinaban ellos,
Barcelona
es como que hay de
is
todo,
super
porque es
cosmopolitan.
una ciudad con mucha
Like
gente de
New
todo el
York,
mundo.
kind of, because she's saying that there's people that do ramen, like top ramen, like handmade ramen or Indian food, like very, very niched, and people that had migrated and had translated all of that culture.
¡Qué bueno! Parece como Nueva York, tipo como Nueva York, así de cosmopolita.
Do you talk to the Basque?
Sí, es como Londres, dice
She
mamá.
said like London, like how
Pero
mixed
es
and
muy buena.
raw.
Yo el otro día fui a comer un indio que me atendió el dueño, que era indio,
The owner was
y no
Indian.
sabes lo que era la comida. Increíble.
A mí me encanta la comida india. Mamá no te la come.
Oh, they sat in the floor and like Indian.
Hay comida nepalí, después el ramen lo hacen la noche
Nepalese from
anterior.
Nepal.
¿Chai? ¿Tomaste chai?
No, a mí no me gusta el chai, pero sí hay.
¡Qué bueno!
Y lo que pasa es que acá lo que son muchos, en los restaurantes los cocineros son filipinos. Muchos filipinos trabajando en las cocinas de los restaurantes.
She's saying that independently of what the restaurant is and the owner would be guiding it, there's a lot of Filipino cooks. Like in it.
Inclusive como en el restaurante mexicano va a encontrar un filipino.
A Filipino is, you guys are part
No,
of.
pero mucha de la mano de obra de los
Filipinos, of course.
restaurantes.
Saying like a lot of like maybe just like in a super niche Mexican restaurant you won't see a Philippine cook, but in like that's most of their workers. It's Filipinos.
Sí, because of the language.
Porque hablan español también los filipinos. Yo no sabía que los filipinos hablaban español porque fueron colonia de...
That's why I keep asking how come the
No,
Philippines.
hablan tagalog. Pero
Tagalog.
muchas cosas,
Sí.
cuchillo, tenedor,
So,
números, muchas cosas tienen en español porque fueron colonia española.
De
O sea,
Philip.
so
Del
they're,
Philip.
pero te llaman tagalog.
so what you're describing is they're bringing people in not from everyone that your sisters met, the Philippines here, because when I went to prison, I understood 60% of the car because of me running other. There was Argentinians, so on and so forth, in my group that did not go Caucasian as you guys do. Here in America in prison, Argentinians are white power. They're racist. They're like my Uncle David was, where he ran white because of our Azorian background, or Caucasian. You understand? Those that ran other with me, they didn't speak your dialect. In a sense, I could understand them, but they did speak your dialect. Like your tattoo. That's why when me and Nime would ask, I would ask her, you know, what is your language to come from? Is it your language or is it the colonizers? As I tried helping her understand your guys' language, like what Mexican here, why Mexican and she can't understand, but yet, as you know, Castellano, or how, not to say it improperly, but how you say your language properly,
Castellano
was the first language of the colonizers here in California. But yet the Mexica tribe was conquered, which speaks completely different. So when people say Mexica or Mexico or Mexican, it is not the language of the people that were here. You understand? So when you go to the Philippines, and I say to your sister for almost 9 years now, deprogram yourself because Castellano is not your native tongue. Just like English is not mine. It's not our mother tongue, right? But yet, Azores, Portuguese, your language is my native mother tongue. Therefore, I'm not a colonizer. My people are from the unincorporated part of Portugal, the Azores, or non-conquered.
La India de los la isla de los Azores.
You understand? So when I poke at your sister and I go, I have my language, what's yours? If we hadn't have been Americanized, where I'm a third generation American, I lost my native tongue. But yet my native tongue is my native tongue, and I push at your sister, and I've asked Mom, learn your native tongue so you can see yourself clearly and open up. You understand? So when we had a Filipino walk in the shop, and I said, hey, talk to my wife in your language, and they're talking. And she knows what he's saying, but I'm going, I never graduated from high school. But King Philip conquered what? The Philippines. King Philip also's treaty is held in America with the Pueblo Indians. So if the United States upholds the Pueblo Indians treaty, why they've never been moved from the reservation, you understand, from King Philip, how is it that if one looks at what makes Latin America, there's nothing that makes Latin America, because it's all colonial possessions, you understand? The etiology of the language is not theirs, it's the colonizers. Therefore, there's no such thing as brown pride, no such thing as South America, because it's actually North America. If you educate yourself, we live in South America, but yet there's no such thing as Latin America, because all of that is colonial possession, is it not? And not the original etiology of tongue. So if one frees oneself from such, the patriarchal society, the machismo, all that shit that was put in my head to not be the husband that your sister should have, you understand? Of this is my house, this is my land, blah 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 blah. Not that way. I had to help her understand with the talk with Samina that my mother was raised by a woman, rest in peace my grandmother, who was the youngest of 7 kids, but yet the only female, raised by Azores. Therefore she was raised to respect and only do for the man. So when she had a boy and 3 girls, oh shit, she didn't do nothing for the girls, supposedly the girls stayed. Raised my uncle up.
Porque los colonizadores trajeron toda esta ideología de que del machismo y del patriarquismo, de que el hombre es como el encargado.
My mom and her brother supposedly were put in front of each other where they socked each other. My mom just opened up to me just a bit ago that why she left the home at 13, had my brother at 15, then had me. She just opened up at my Aunt Heidi, who was her best friend since 5, had a child with my uncle at 13. Had an abortion. This just opened up whole really beautiful things where it was like, okay, I asked my aunt something. But it helped me with understanding with Maria and your family. Where the hell was I going at with that? With the Azores being raised in such a way, again, patriarchal, what I kept trying to get and tell your sister, hey, I'm so this way with you because my mom raised me in the Azores. It's matriarch. No, it's not. It's fucking patriarch, dude. It's patriarchal society. It's like what you're raised in. And I was like, honey, do you not see? When I get weirded out, I'm going against my programming, like I told you when I was drunk, that I was raised to beat you, do all this stuff. I'm doing the opposite. It's the same with the Filipinos because of, again, being conquered. Their machismo, it's not ours. So when you start going back and understanding what is our language for when I observe myself and speak on myself, the throat chakra, my mind chatter inside my mind, do I see myself as the colonizer or do I see myself as me? By acknowledging this is what's helped me become sober and helped me help your sister and our families heal. Do you understand? Where I was going with such. So again, with that Filipino kid coming in to sell us something, I go, hey, you guys are talking. Well, if you understand that man's language and he understands yours, how are you part of Latin America and his country was conquered, what, 100 or 2 years before yours? They were speaking your language longer than you guys have, but yet they're not part of Latin America. How is that? You understand?
Porque ¿cómo puede ser que no están considerados parte de Latinoamérica si se supone que su idioma igual está arraigado en el latín, basado en el latín como producto de la colonización? Si ellos fueron colonizados antes que Argentina fue colonizado, ¿entendés?
Bueno, mamá, no sé, porque una pelea política.
Igual nosotros le preguntábamos a Ximena, por ejemplo, en Argentina, cómo se ha criado ella y cómo ve en la sociedad de que la gente levante a la otra gente, ¿entendés? Como empower, como darle poder a la mujer, darle soberanía a la mujer. Y ella dijo, si el papá de uno no lo levanta, nadie te va a levantar en la sociedad argentina, como que nadie te va a fomentar como que te mejores o si tu papá no lo hace, ¿entendés? Porque el marido está programado como para también seguir con el programa del patriarquismo, ¿entendés? Como que el hombre es el dueño de la casa, el hombre hace esto, el dueño, todo ego, ¿entendés?
Sister, that's why.
El patriarcado. A los hombres decirle que cargan la bolsa de las mujeres qué cosa.
Oh my god, my mom saying that men carry women's purses and they're really gentlemen and open the doors and shit like that. No, mamá, eso es conformismo. That's conformism. I'm like,
No, it's not.
No.
Lule. I am sorry, but not. Just hear me, please. I am sorry but not in our interactions before to this point for us to actually be able to sit and talk. Do you understand? Or do you? Because of the way of seeing things, the way I was born, when I see stuff, I react on it so that it doesn't become abusive to me. Because I emulate it so much because of my auticity. Me and sister just had if you wish to say a rough patch, but actually like ice, something that slid us in to be able to have this conversation with you in a sense of, hey, because of the patriarchal manner, and you, I see it's something that might be your issue also, not in a bad way, is the more I am like this with your sister, not touching but sensitive, the more aggressive she gets and cannot hear or see what I'm talking about. Because of being raised like my mom, where if you are not my equal or I see you as below, and I've been trying to say this to her for a couple of years. This last thing with Papa, where she didn't realize your dad was, affectionate and so forth to your parents, I said, please. I brought this up to mom and dad. I said, please, thank you for however you raised your daughter, but as a son-in-law, I'm bringing this up to you because why she codependently got with me, a person that does not touch, because the way I was raised, and I'm trying to break myself with such, is she didn't perceive that dad does that to mom. So, mama and dad, acknowledge this, please, because if this one, the baby, if she sees this, then maybe you and maybe brother. Which conversation with Samina, send you the link where you can hear us talk with her, because I asked her some very specific questions that I started acknowledging because of my color and the issue of what you guys talk about, but not understanding that it is colonial words and by doing such can seriously hurt the person that's coming into the family or the kids that arise from it. You understand? That it can make us feel not part of the family, or it can turn us off in the sense that this is my family and nothing else is right. Because of the way that I feel from them, even if it might be happy or sad. You understand? So I asked her, because your sister has this thing, you notice you've been in our home. Nothing that I have out is mine. It's all your sister's. So I would ask, I don't think Dad allows Mom to do this, but if such, do you, your brother and sister, understand the philosophy and way of how Mom and Dad interact? If you do not, honey, you see whenever I put something out, you've sold it, thrown it the fuck away, or you just do what you want with it, and it causes an issue where I say, please, this is my area right here, just this, don't touch it, right? So I asked your sister-in-law, our sister-in-law, sister in your household, are you equal with brother? Like I've made your sister above me in this house. I'm trying to make her realize we are equal, but you're above me, woman. Raise up. You're the woman. You're about to have our kids. Raise yourself up.
¿Entendés lo que está diciendo? Le estábamos, en una conversación con Ximena le estábamos preguntando cómo eran las dinámicas en la casa con Juani, como si sentían que se seguían propagando como la ideología de la colonización, del patriarquismo, de que el hombre dicta en la casa, o si ella sentía que tenía voz o una forma de expresarse.
Sí.
¿De qué te reís?
No, que me voy afuera si papá no escucha porque papá está con una aplicación del hotel.
Ah. Y Ximena nos decía que sentía que en su casa se seguía propagando como lo que es todo lo que es como el patriarquismo y demás, como que no tenían la misma, el mismo decir o demás, que a ella ni siquiera le gusta que le digan, por ejemplo, la negra, porque le parece súper, le parece, no sé, es como que le parece como una cosa diferencial.
Pero eso es problema de...
The negro joke.
La problema de ella que no sabe
Just the negro joke.
ponerlo a punto.
And she's saying
Just
on
an-
Ximena, why don't she speak up?
Just the negro joke. As I tried to say it and was bringing up the whole month. How do you guys say negro when negro? If your sister told me she's never seen no black people, all this shit. How the hell do you use the word negro for someone that's lighter than me?
A mí me dice negra, pero it depends.
But just here, just understand,
I
please.
have friends that they like how they
They
say.
like because they do not know the connotation of what the meaning is. Why people here stop being called themselves negros and move to say African Americans. Yet black means like a diamond, luster, negro.
La palabra negro significa es un tono de color negro con brillo. En vez de un negro
Brilliant.
mate, es un negro con brillo. Está puesto como en la etimología es un color. Y en realidad no es un insulto, es un halago, es un negro con brillo, con lustre. Pero la gente lo ha tomado como si fuera un nombre...
So as a lawyer, sister,
María, pero las cosas dependen cómo uno se las tome.
as a lawyer,
Bueno, sí, pero todo tiene una historia también, todo
You
tiene un
know
contexto,
language
una
better.
connotación.
Bueno, está bien, pero es como que te digan, no sé, es como que digan cosas que a algunos ofenden, a otros no.
You're rolling a joint.
Ellos
You're rolling a joint,
se
nigga.
llaman de una manera que el de afuera no se la puede decir, pero entre ellos aceptaron a decírselo y es una manera
Lule, are you rolling a
de
joint?
autodenominarse y te dejan hasta llamarlos de esa
I
manera.
thought so, cuz. That's what's up, my nigga.
¿Qué estás
I give you
fumando?
fist bump. Fist bump.
Cigarrillo.
Fist bump.
Es just tobacco.
Ah.
Ezequiel creía que era marihuana, dice dame 5, like, chócalo 5.
Wait a minute. When you start smoking, homie?
She always smoked. And then she stopped. I mean, my sister smoked since I'm like 10 years old.
Hey, mix some rose hips and lavender in
Dice
there.
Ezequiel que le mezcles rosas, pétalos de rosa y lavanda para hacerlo más como de
A little
congestivo.
bit of lavender.
She said no,
She said they call her black too, negra.
Mm-hmm.
¿Sabías que Armonía, a nuestra abuela, le decían negra?
Ask yourself why. Is it your
Bueno, pero
persona?
pero no una manera despectiva de decirlo, como en Argentina se usa como apodo, no de manera despectiva.
Sí, pero igual la gente que lo recibe lo siente como manera diferencial.
Bueno, depende de quién. A mí,
Just depends on who.
hay amigos que me dicen negra,
Because
pero
when they
y a
call
mí
me
me da igual, es como
black,
que me digan
like
luz.
negra,
Es como uno se toma
Wait,
las
they're
cosas
not
que cada
calling you
uno
black.
le dicen.
They're not calling you black. They're calling you. Here, I'll show you. And you've world traveled, so I know what the fuck you. I know you're gonna understand when I show you this motherfucking little thing. They're calling you this kind of black, homie.
I understand.
Un negro con lustre, como un
They're
negro
calling you
con...
this kind of black.
Sí, entiendo.
Yes,
Yo
okay.
entendí
How the fuck do
con
you
la
mean?
piel.
How do you look like this?
¿Y por qué?
I got cousins that look like this black.
Ezequiel dice, él tiene primos que son tan negros que tienen lustre, que brillan así como en la oscuridad.
And they don't
¿Por
like
qué?
being called that.
Es lo que y dice, y a ellos no les gusta que los llamen negro. ¿Por
Because
qué?
they do not know the word means that.
Pero él te pregunta por qué, como cómo está la asociación de vos, tu imagen, tu tono de piel con la palabra negro, como qué te diferencia a vos del resto de la gente si todos se ven iguales, ninguno se ve negro, ¿entendés?
So, sister.
Un poco de tono, un poco de color.
So,
A mí me dice negra la familia de Facundo que son todos rubios.
Yeah,
¿Cómo una
like
negra?
families that are straight, all white and blonde and blue eyes are
Yeah.
the ones that are calling her negra.
that's why I'm asking. Because, again, your observations.
Están diciendo lo mismo igual.
Your observations are
Sí, ya sé.
your observations are
Pero a mí no me va.
your observations are different than your sister's. Because you have studied, like I keep trying to get sister to talk to mom. Why do I say this? Your sister speaks Ebonical Castellano and makes up her own language. You were lawyer taught like mom and dad. You speak proper. Your understanding of it isn't proper unless you lower yourself down and not raise the person you're speaking with to get their aptitude to comprehend what you're stating. You understand what I just said right there?
Yes.
So how does a DA be called negro? Your dad's friend.
Como el fiscal de Argentina, el amigo de papá, lo llaman negro, por ejemplo, dice Ezequiel.
You understand?
¿Y qué sé yo? ¿Se lo deben decir el chico? ¿Qué sé yo?
From childhood.
And me ask,
No, es que es cultural, es diferente.
and me ask, because it's not. When I asked your mom and dad, what is a thief called? And it's a fucking nigger. That's where it comes from. It's the same here in this part of the United States. In this part of the world, first thing when you say nigger is a thief.
En cierto contexto, cuando no es descriptivo, igual es lo mismo porque acá, cuando por ejemplo decimos negro de mierda.
A ver, niga es degradante, nigger no.
Negro is the same. As we see it.
Sí, acá sí lo usan de manera diferente, como vos estás diciendo, como que uno es nomás, pero
Yo
todos...
sé porque yo analizo
It's back to the.
la-
It's
Just
Y
say
cuando es
nigga
niga,
and
es
nigger
para
is
insultar.
different. When they, well, at least when people say it.
it's only different to us because it's a
You
drug.
use nigger a lot of when you in the internet you use a lot
No, she's
nigger
saying she had come
as
across in the
friendly
context.
way.
They don't.
Eso
use-
lo aprendiste en Facebook de estar analizando, decís.
No. You got it wrong. ER is not in a friendly way when we talk to each other. How you doing, nigga? My nigga.
Yeah.
No. No,
Niga.
Well, nigga. Yeah, it's different the way you write that you
Right? Say,
Right.
context,
That you
meaning, everything.
Niga and nigger.
Is completely different. It's derogatory.
Nigger. ER es el derogatorio, el que sea, es
Your
como...
sister, until she educated herself and learned that bitch means something good.
Bitch significa como con sas,
sí, ya
con
sé.
pelea. Se le decía a las mujeres negras, se las llamaba bitch, diciendo que eran feisty, como peleaban, como que tenían carácter.
Comes from slave term.
Está bien.
Pero ahora, en el siglo XX, se cree que cuando uno se le dice bitch, como que es diferente, pero en realidad a los negros, a la mujer del negro se le decía bitch, como diciendo que tenía carácter.
Bueno, Memey, pero eso es una cuestión de cultura y de comunidades, entonces. Si ellos se aceptan entre ellos, si ciertas slang y no aceptan al otro, a ver, no sé, es lo mismo que nosotros, no lo van a entender, porque nosotros tenemos ciertas maneras de hablar entre nosotros, por así decir, por así diferenciarlo, que para mí somos todos iguales y me da igual. Pero es una manera de comunicación diferente, que no la ven rara, ¿entendés? Es como, yo te estaba hablando de la comunidad gay, entre ellos te pueden decir trolo o puto, pero viene uno de afuera y lo toman ofensivo. ¿Entendés? Yo te digo porque todos mis amigos son gays, entonces entre ellos se dicen trolo, marica,
She's saying like it a lot has to do in the context of the community too, because they're like the understanding and the consensual like understanding that the community has, like she said they all call themselves gay and puto, like puta and puto, gay.
Sí.
But then when somebody comes from outside and they calling somebody puto is like disrespectful because they. Pero eso tiene que ver también porque la gente de esa comunidad sabe lo que gay significa feliz, de un espíritu elevado. Pero cuando alguien viene y lo dice de una manera derogatoria, lo está diciendo con una intención diferente.
Bueno, por eso te digo.
Lule, on that point.
No, depende de cómo uno haga el approach a la otra persona. Si yo le digo negro de una forma amistosa, es una cosa, y otra cosa es decirle negro, negro, y le poner el adjetivo descalificativo. Nosotros no usamos negro como despectivo, ¿no?
Cuando decimos, sí, negro de mierda para decir cuando alguien te roba.
Bueno, pero le pones un adjetivo atrás.
So on that point.
Le pones un descalificativo atrás.
So on that point, sister.
Algo que diga, este negro, este es un negro, ahí sí lo decís mal, pero si vos le decís negro, refiriéndose a la persona, no.
Lule,
Okay.
you don't mind being called that, but your brother-in-law does, and the person raising Vicente does not like it either, and it's happening in her house. That's why I keep bringing this up. She's trying to teach.
No, you bring it up.
She's trying to raise her boys.
Dice Ezequiel que a vos no te molesta que te digan negra.
Because her husband's calling her negra, or does not see like what brother-in-law is trying to point out. We don't like that shit. And it's not cool. You don't believe me? Ask her and listen to the video that's uploaded to YouTube, the 7-hour talk with Samina, where both of us that are colored, you guys don't comprehend what we're saying, and I talk with her as she translates and still argues with me with the shit, and I say, why don't you listen to what your sister was saying, because I comprehend what she was saying. But she says it hurts when your brother, somehow, as you guys don't see that shit is not right to do, and I pointed out to this one, your brother went from one indigenous person like you went from an indigenous person or someone that's not looked at as whole as y'all in your country to come in here and doing the shit sense to me. Samina realizes that Kadi, to her, to the way your brother projects out that she's negra, she does not want that in fucking Vicente's mind or in Martino's. Period. Why I'm saying this to you is maybe you can help with that. Since you're not comprehending people calling you negro and shit, it's not a cool thing, dude. I don't comprehend what the fuck you thinking into your head, but it's racial. Period. It needs to stop. I brought this up to Grandma. Grandma wouldn't figure it out. That's why I had a talk with sister-in-law who said, yes, this is an issue. With the family, with the school, and guess what? From Vicente being bought stuff and coming where he comes from and looking like me, darker than everybody else, he's being picked on with your guys' mentality against him. Why I asked the grandparents if you've never seen anything you wish to vote on or change, because your progenitor from you is going after people like I would, only white girls, to put color in them, to save them, right? Your sister-in-law that came from her mouth. And what is being...
But I don't call her negra.
It don't matter. You don't stop nobody from not. In the house, it's being done to her, and she's saying, I don't like it. That's why I was asking, do you have any fucking support? She flipped out on me. Well, me asking. And I went after Mom and asked questions. So I'm asking you. If you don't call her negra and so forth, but you also need to talk with her about this shit, because again, it's on YouTube. The world can fucking listen to it. I'm out there recording, asking these questions that y'all don't want to fucking talk about.
Sí, Ximena nos decía que a ella es como que igual está súper embebido y arraigado en Argentina, pero es como que ella nos decía que...
And our whole talk was about the 8 years of you and I being married, and you not figuring out why I get antsy, the cops always fucking with me, us always going out to these ritzy ass places, and I don't get out of the car, or I keep going because the people treat me like shit. And I go, dude, if you understood what's going to be like when you get pregnant and we have a child, stop doing this. Please stop and wake up. If you're not going to wake up...
Es como que a mí me costó muchísimo darme cuenta que no sé, será que yo vivo en una nube de pedo, pero a mí me costó muchísimo darme cuenta que el tratado era muy diferencial, muy diferencial. My sister is like, yeah, she's looking at me like my parents were.
What?
Like,
¿Entre qué? No sé, ¿de qué me está hablando?
entre el tratado que me dan a mí en la calle y el tratado que le dan a Ezequiel y cuando vamos juntos a un lugar es completamente diferente, completamente diferente. De la manera en que nos tratan, de la manera en que nos miran y todo.
Bueno, pero es cultural.
Lu, ¿cómo? A ver, explícame cómo es cultural.
fucking culture, what are you tripping?
¿Cómo es cultural que Ezequiel es nacido y criado acá en esta tierra?
This is what you choose to
Bueno, pero
propagate.
esta tierra serán racistas. ¿Qué quiere que haga yo?
Bueno, nada, te estábamos diciendo que no es casualidad de que Juan Ignacio, por ejemplo, se tuvo hijos con dos mujeres que tienen raíces aborígenes, ¿entendés? Que son Coti y Ximena. Y que de Coti no llegamos a escucharlo, pero igual Coti es como que Coti no es ¿cómo se dice? Average, como no es la mujer promedio en Argentina de todo lo que ha como conseguido y de su educación y como todo lo que tiene que ver como el mejoramiento personal y los logros y demás y de ser una doctora.
Your father is the only person in your country that makes you feel good about yourself as a woman. Quote unquote for my sister-in-law. And I went, what?
Dice que queremos cambiar lo que tiene que ver con el concepto de que en el país de uno solamente uno recibe como
You ever see a woman in your country
empowering del
run
padre.
heavy equipment? Hell no, I ain't never seen that. Here, you want to see a video of your sister-in-law?
Le preguntamos a Ximena, ¿viste alguna vez en tu vida alguna mujer trabajando con equipment, equipo
Backhoe.
como de construcción? Y Ximena dice, no, nunca vi una mujer trabajando con un tractor ni un equipo de construcción. Y entonces le decimos, te mandamos un video mío que estoy trabajando con el tractor. Pero cosas así, como que como de
I'm
programa.
being this way with your family, but yeah, hold on.
I'm saying
The
something.
other day, your sister tricked
Pero Meme, y en el pasado las mujeres trabajaban en el campo. Era una cuestión después, fue porque se dedicaron a la familia.
The other day, your sister tricked me. I got to see our grandson and hug our daughter for the first time pregnant. We're going to be grandparents again.
Nos fuimos a visitar a Micaela. Yeah, she was on the Skype with me.
Do you understand? That call when she let you go. What I'm doing on your side, I've been bashing her and going, do what I've been doing for your family as I've been doing. Please. It's reciprocal. I have 2 daughters. They don't listen to me because here, again, as a nice person, your sister and I will rip each other's hair out if I'm nice to her. And I'm like this. She fucking conforms. And I'm like, what the fuck were you raised by? Because this is not me. If I'm have to go,
Lo que dice Ezequiel es que como que las mujeres estamos programadas a buscar cierta respuesta, ¿entendés? Y si uno no consigue como esa respuesta es como que no sabe cómo reaccionar. Entonces, por ejemplo, que yo vengo de una sociedad patriarca es
now,
como
even
cuando
though it
Ezequiel
seemed like I was attacking
es
Wani, your brother is doing for Samina what our son-in-law is doing for us, what I stated. He would bring us our daughter back into our life because he's getting Samina and her father back together. What I've been talking with her about.
Cuando Ezequiel es sensible y así como que entiende y habla despacito y demás, es como que, no sé, es como que uno no va, por lo menos a mí, es como que yo no estoy esperando esa respuesta, es como que estoy esperando otra reacción, entonces es como que medio como que te desconfigura. Pero
Tiene decodificación, Meme.
claro, y entonces como que tratar de hacer nuestro propio lenguaje y tratar de hacer nuestras propias dinámicas. Y bueno, y eso estamos diciendo de que qué bueno en el aspecto de que Ximena te dice, por ejemplo, de que Juani ayudó a que ella tenga más relación con su papá, porque se ve que Ximena, el papá de Ximena no estuvo cuando ella estaba creciendo, y a Juani le parece importante de cultivar un poco más como esa relación y demás, que es lo mismo que está haciendo el novio de Micaela, como que trata de que Ezequiel esté en la vida de su hija y demás. Nada, trabajar con las relaciones, dice Ezequiel, como tratar de ayudar a los nuestros y...
Please, I am not attacking. I am not
Dice,
attacking
no estoy
at all.
atacando, dice Ezequiel, estoy tratando de ayudar, de ver cómo podemos ayudar a nuestras familias para que todos se sientan como empowered, como con más poder, para que no sientan que uno se ve mejores que los otros y demás. Como que Ezequiel dice que no es coincidencia de que Ezequiel también tiene aborigen en sí. Y entonces dice que para él no es coincidencia de que yo me agarré con él que es aborigen y que Juan Ignacio tiene 2 mujeres aborígenes. Y entonces es como sanar un poco la ideología del conquistador adentro nuestro. Y vernos todos más iguales, porque lo que nosotros le decimos a mamá es que lo que se dice acá es que uno no conoce racismo hasta que entra en tu casa. Y entonces como que uno no entiende hasta que empieza a ir a lugares y lo empiezan a mirar de manera interesante. Y entonces uno dice, ah, esa es de la manera en que yo miro el resto de la gente. O, ¿entendés? Como que, no sé, es como que uno no tiene la experiencia hasta que tiene la experiencia. Es como que un poco eso. Entonces tratar de abrir un poco el corazón y ser un poco más receptivo y tratar de hacer, nada, del entendimiento de que en algún momento uno le puede tocar de tener como esa diferencia en su casa y tratar de no hacerle una diferencia, sino como hacerlo como un fuerte.
Yo no hago diferencia, yo trato a todos iguales, mujeres, hombres, niños y blanco, negro, gris.
Bueno, uno cree, pero hay un montón de cosas que están igual programadas en nosotros que es como difícil, no sé, es difícil. Pero bueno, eso, tratar de no propagar eso para que en definitiva nos va a ayudar a nosotros, ¿entendés? A sentirnos todos mejor y más aceptados.
Estás como yo cuando le enseño cosas grises.
Y bueno, y nada, y por ejemplo, yo creo que también por eso también en Vicente viene como un montón de obsesión como con su mamá, viste que Vicente es como, para él Coti es todo, ¿entendés? Como para él Coti es como, él está súper orgulloso de su mamá, como es doctora, él quiere ser doctor, o por lo menos antes quería ser doctor, como que él te habla de su mamá así como si fuera el que lo es.
Bueno, también el complejo de Edipo.
Y bueno, y entonces como que es como tratar de sanar eso, de traer mejor, de hablar mejor de las mujeres de nuestra familia, tratar de cambiar un poco la óptica y de darle más poder a las mujeres para que nadie se sienta así de una manera oprimida o suprimido o nada, eso, recodificarnos.
Pero vos alguna vez te sentiste menos, yo no.
No que te sentís menos, pero es como que hay ciertas expectativas y no hay expectativas en ciertos otros aspectos porque no se concibe siquiera de que una mujer pueda explorar esas cosas. Como que, no sé, se llama como genderificación. Lu, ¿con cuántos tractores jugaste cuando eras chico? ¿Cuántas herramientas de construcción te habían dado cuando eras chico? ¿O cuántas Barbies se te han dado cuando eras chica?
Eso ahora son, bueno, él le volvió la cultura, era la manera de crianza de esa época. Ahora no se usa eso, no hay color rosa, no hay color azul, todo es lo mismo. El nene quiere cocinar, que cocine, la nena quiere construir, que construya. Pero es porque en esa época se diferenciaba por género mucho y de la mujer a la cocina, el hombre a trabajar. Pero ahora ya esto en el siglo, por lo menos en Argentina, se rompió un poco. Y en Europa también. No es que la nena va a la cocina.
No, ya sé, pero eso igual también es como una espada de doble filo porque también es como que a la mujer se le ha sacado mucho como la femenidad y al hombre también se le ha sacado mucho, viste que nosotros tenemos la dualidad de femenino y masculino adentro nuestro y los hombres también tienen femenino y masculino adentro de ellos, pero el hecho de que la mujer también no está criando a sus hijos y está tratando como de generar plata y demás y haciendo como tratando de cambiar.
Bueno, eso es una cosa, hay dos cosas. Una que económicamente no le resulta si no trabajan como padres porque se mueren de hambre.
Lule,
Eso es una cosa.
question, Lule, what did mom bring you? Sister got a note that says, Dad, why don't you love me? Brother got some other shit. What did mom and dad bring you?
Te está preguntando de la caja de Pandora que te trajo mamá. ¿Qué te trajo?
I haven't opened it because
She left it at her house
didn't
and
go to my
we're
house,
in a
so I
different
left
island.
it there and I will open when I return.
Have some good...
better that way.
Have some good conversations with your sister on the lines that we're trying to talk about, please. Because, you know the work that she does, and you know dowsing and all that kind of stuff. When you touch that, what mom and dad brought to you from when you were a little kid,
Como son objetos físicos que tienen memoria
when mom
de
dropped
cuando vos eras chica.
when mom dropped her bomb off at Wani and Semina's house, it caused an issue. I'll just say that. When Maria touched the damn note, I told her not to touch the note in the conversation at the dinner table with your parents to keep it from turning into an argument. Which it didn't turn into an argument, it turned into an argument between me and your sister. You understand? Where her cognitive did not surpass or go past. I wasn't married to a fucking 32-year-old at the moment where she was arguing with me. I was married to the person that wrote the goddamn note that had an issue with that. You understand? Sabe? Your sister's mental capacity went to the age of who wrote the damn note. And literally fucking put her hands on me and some more shit. Where we put our hands on each other. Not physically, but yelling at each other and so forth. Where we acted like little kids. After, like a month, when the talks that we had, she said that I agree with the stuff and so on and so forth, and this is an adult. But then when I bring the stuff back up to her, she literally freaks out.
It's not gonna stay, you gotta lay it down. Thank you.
No se escucha nada.
She freaks out because she's handed a note back that says, Dad, how come you don't love me? Right? So, with my first question to your sister when she moved to fucking America and tried to lie to me and say I was her first American boy was, what issues you got at home? What the fuck happened to you as a kid? Oh, my life is all hunky-dory. Well, here we are at this age, and your mom just handed you a note that you wrote to your dad. I'm not saying in any way attacking, but this is your observation as a child. As a child from this point to this point right here, your dad and your mom don't fucking listen to you when you try talking to them and giving your observation on how you feel. So why not on this trip, I'm going to step aside, seem like an asshole, and just give you all the time in the world that you can with your parents, and hopefully you ask them these fucking questions that your husband does. That was a beautiful moon. And open up and have a, as you would say, an organic conversation with each other.
En la nota decía, mamá me trajo una carta que decía, papá no sé qué, que yo sé que no me quieres. Y entonces uno lee eso y es como que Ezequiel dijo, ¿cómo puede ser que vos escribiste esa carta? Que no sé qué. Y entonces como empezar a entender cuál era la percepción de uno. Yo sentía que papá estaba siempre muy ocupado y que no, como que no le daba importancia a mis temas, ¿entendés? Como que no me daba bola, como que papá no me daba bola, como que yo tenía temas que me pasaban y papá no le interesaba, no me daba bola. Y es como que se traduce un poco como al tema de querer tener una conversación con papá hoy en día y que papá lo tomaba como si fuera su cliente, ¿entendés? Como que papá me está queriendo resolver el problema cuando yo en realidad estoy queriendo tener una conversación con papá. Entonces es como...
Bueno, María, pero bueno, esto lo tenés que entender que viene de él de antes.
Bueno, claro.
Que no tuvo una paterna.
Yes, it says like you can understand that the way
Y está
you're
vos
related to
como
your
lo
dad, it
entendés
has
o
to do
no.
with
Y si
him
no
not
hace
having
como
a
yo
relationship with
hablas,
his
al
dad.
periódico
And
That's what I've been telling her.
Dice Ezequiel que eso es lo que me estaba diciendo.
That's
Bueno,
why
pero
me and
todo
Dad...
eso, como tratar de sanar un poco y que, por ejemplo, parece que yo nunca percibí de que papá era muy cariñoso con mamá. Entonces estábamos en el departamento que habían alquilado mamá y papá le hace así en la espalda a mamá, como que le acaricia la espalda. Y con Ezequiel los dos nos quedamos como... ¡Qué divino! Y cuando nos subimos al auto le digo a Ezequiel, ¿viste que mi papá le tocó la espalda a mi mamá y mamá no se movió? Como que no se movió. Y Ezequiel dice, sí, tu papá siempre es re cariñoso con tu mamá. Y entonces yo digo, no, yo nunca lo percibí a mi papá cariñoso con mamá. Y entonces como que Ezequiel, al otro día cuando fuimos, Ezequiel le dice, mamá, ¿vos sabías que María nunca percibió? Y Ezequiel empieza así estas conversaciones que son así como...
turbulenta. Y entonces empieza así como la decodificación en persona. De por qué María nunca percibió a papá ser cariñoso y por qué María después se juntó con Ezequiel, que Ezequiel no es cariñoso. Y por qué Ezequiel, la mamá de Ezequiel nunca fue cariñosa con Ezequiel. Y entonces todo de por qué uno se junta con... ¿Eh? La estamos haciendo. La estamos haciendo ahora.
What are you saying, Lule? Please?
She said you gotta do the
Estoy haciendo un árbol
biodecodification.
genealógico, empiezo ahora, pero no saben la mitad de la información. Entonces.
She's doing the tree of life tree of genealogic tree.
See, your blood test or what? What are you talking about?
No.
Just talking with mom and dad about it?
¿Con quién lo tenés que hablar al árbol a tu árbol genealógico? ¿Cómo lo haces? ¿Cómo lo presentás? ¿Qué tenés en cuenta? Nada, como las familias.
You mean in an Ayurvedic way?
Una chica, ¿ya se bañaron?
She's starting to work with somebody doing biodecodification.
So past life regression and all that?
Una chica que hace biodecodificación. Entonces te manda tipo un montón de preguntas que vos en base a eso, ponele, a mí me decía cómo se conocieron tus padres, si están vivos, qué enfermedad tuvieron, tus abuelos cómo se conocieron, tuvieron hijos, tuvieron abortos, tuvieron enfermedades, de qué trabajaba cada uno, así hasta donde más pueda.
Lule, I can do that for you. That's what I do.
Eso es lo mismo que hacemos nosotros, Lu, cuando le preguntamos a la gente muchísimas
pay
preguntas
attention-
y empezamos a entender como...
If you're paying
La
attention to
secuencia de las
lines that I'm
cosas.
going, I go way past that, kid. Your sister,
Pero bueno, me biodecodificaste y ahí
He's like, well, but you...
Lule,
vos no te estás destrabando
Lule,
tu propio problema,
Lule.
entonces
we're 7 months together. Your sister dumbassly tells me, you know who I am? We're watching an X-Men cartoon. I say to her, Solve coagula. She looks at me like this, like, huh, what does that mean? I said, you're a fucking Pugnalin, man. Your uncle, your Tio, I forget how to say his name because of my head damage. Your Tio changed the fucking world. Miasmic flows. Your issue is you haven't figured out your miasmic flow that you have that you carry like fingernail biting. Here, let's look on the computer.
Yo te voy a decir lo que te va a decir esta chica. En nuestra familia hay un maísma que se llama, que es como un desbalance, que tiene que ver con el flow, con las dinámicas, como tener
So
la
what has been the
capacidad
change in the family?
de adaptarse con
From the
a
baby.
los cambios, ¿entendés? Como que hay resistencia a los
Having
cambios.
someone not do the work like you're doing on yourself, but going all the way back to Adam and cleansing your full lineage.
Y nosotros con estar, vos, yo, Juan Ignacio, al tener este entendimiento y querer ir cambiando como los patrones y decodificar estas cosas que estamos diciendo,
Otherwise, it don't do shit if you just work on yourself.
ojalá que se deje de expresar, pero ese es el maísma que aparece en nuestra familia, es el maísma flow, la incapacidad de ir con el flow, con la energía.
All the
con el flujo
information
de
that this
energía.
lady's using to talk bullshit in your head, dude, comes from yourself, man. Why get on your sister and say, will you get me the diaries of your uncle and read the motherfuckers for
Porque
yourself?
dice que toda esta información viene de vos, la chica nomás la interpreta. Y vos le estás a medida que le estás dando la información, vos tendrías la capacidad también de ir viendo cuáles son los patrones que se van expresando
Lule,
a través de
excuse me.
los familiares.
103 years ago, 1918, right? Spanish flu. Vaccines. Just before that, before it was lied that the animus is killed. You know, they see the cells and so forth from bacteria and viruses called the animus because we're speaking Latin, right? Because Latin is what? Comes from Arabic, but hospitalization, all that comes from the country you're in, from the Moors. Understand and comprehend what I'm talking about. It's just like your legal talk. So, when someone does a miasma, which there's only 4 miasmas in the world, come from your uncle, that make all diseases in the fucking world. Energetic form. Bruce Lipton talks on this, biology of belief. Yet, all these things that come from such come from your family's writing, your family's college that was dictated and Dick turned, and he was the deacon and dean or whatever the fuck you wish to say, but the head of the thing. When they came out with vaccines in 1900 and shot into people and lied and said, oh, the virus is dead, so on and so forth, all this stuff, they got rid of miasmic flows, but if you Google search right now where we're talking with you, you'll see the organization that he started is fucking going on to this moment right now. And is being separated out. Again, the modality that you're going to a woman stemmed from such. The modality that your sister uses to balance you, why I said, please, last year, sister, when I freaked out on you, and said, get to the feather. Get the feather now. I'm still going to say it to you, but in a nice way. The money you're wasting on someone else paying their rent off of your Discord.
Dice que te compres tu propio
Get
equipo
your
como
own
el que tengo yo y que te hagas tu
Get
propio...
your own feather.
Que empieces a hacer este tipo de trabajo porque estás hecho
And
suficiente
actually
trabajo
fucking heal
para
yourself.
tener el entendimiento de
And
sanarte
actually
vos y
heal
sanar a otra
yourself.
gente.
Because I'm not going to heal you if I have to pay my rent, kid. Wake up.
Dice que mucha gente, por ejemplo, es como que milking, como que mucha gente exprime lo que es la sanación porque si no, no pagan su alquiler, ¿entendés? Entonces hay mucha gente que no te da la última clave para la sanación porque quiere que uno siga viniendo.
It may not be the person's mental consciousness doing such.
Puede que uno no lo haga a propósito,
But the
intencionalmente.
modalities are not meant for it to end.
¿Entendés? Como que si vos a un practitioner y te sana, no gana más la plata la persona. Y hay muy poca gente que intencionalmente te da la llave para que te liberes y nunca más verte. ¿Entendés? Hay mucha gente que como vos estás diciendo, María, pero si vos no... No, yo no te tengo atrapada. Si no te cobro nada, no te pido nada, no gano nada de lo tuyo, salvo que vos te sanes.
Look inside. You got the answer, honey.
Dice Ezequiel que mires adentro que vos tenés las respuestas.
Dude.
Que no te...
You're tripping, homie. You're married. Your blood is the same as my wife's.
Dice que nosotros
Stop
tenemos mucha
looking
capacidad.
externally.
Sí, que dejes de mirar afuera porque todo este tipo de decodificación y entendimiento viene de nuestra familia. Y entonces, literalmente... Literalmente, mucho de estos conceptos vienen
Our
de nuestra
granddaughter in the
familia.
womb that's less than 3 months old got 92% psychic visualization.
Escañamos
It's
a
like
la bebé,
grandpa,
escañamos a
grandma.
la bebé de Micaela, que yo creo que va a ser una bebé mujer, y dice que su poder psicológico, visualización psíquica, es casi el 94%.
The same runs in your family.
Re alto. Y lo mismo pasa en nuestra familia. Nuestra familia tiene mucho poder psíquico.
Stop going outside.
Por eso, Lucía, es por eso que te dije que a vos te contrataron. Lucía, es por eso que te digo que a vos te contrataron para Facebook. Nosotros tenemos una capacidad psíquica que es lo mismo que contratan a la gente para el FBI, para la CIA.
Te tiro las cartas, increíble.
Y por eso te están usando en Facebook. Por eso los tenés que dejar. Porque usan tu capacidad psíquica para analizar todo lo que te tienen analizando, ¿entendés? Vos tenés que usarla para... Tenés que usarlo para ayudar a la gente.
Bueno, después veo lo de la maquinita, pero yo no sé usarla.
Yo te
Ahora me
enseño.
quiero que use la maquinita.
That stick. She's like, oh,
Bueno, me voy a ir a
we'll talk
bañar,
about the
guys,
machine later.
porque
I just don't know how to
tengo
use
que
it.
ir a
You can
cenar.
touch it. Bueno, dale.
Para que Aurito quiera hablar con vos.
¡Feliz cumpleaños! ¡Que
¡Feliz
se te
cumpleaños!
cumplan todos los deseos!
Love you. Love you.
Bye.
Enjoy,
Ciao.
enjoy.
Hola.
We're gonna put the dome up for my dad. He's coming and staying. Hola, pa, ¿bien mi voz?
Look at those shiny eyes. He looks like me.
Verá y no verás.
Hold on, there's news.
Sentate.
Estamos sentados.
Sit down.
Sit down. There's news.
Take a seat, please.
Estás embarazado.
I'm on my knees.
You're
Sí,
pregnant.
de besizos.
Twins.
Bueno, bebé. Estamos evaluando seriamente con mamá
We're evaluating with mom.
que yo, cuando me voy el 11 de octubre,
We can visit in October.
en vez de volver el 26 de noviembre, ya me quede.
Ok. Vos solo.
Yo solo.
Ok.
Te explico por qué.
Ujú.
Porque mi visa es del 6 de agosto. Vence. O sea que yo, para entrar, y me hasta el final, tengo que entrar antes del 6 de febrero. Y el tema es que nosotros nos vamos el 12 de mayo a jugar al golf.
Ujú.
¿Entendés?
Ujú.
Entonces, según el asesoramiento del abogado con el cual estuvimos conversando, haciendo Zoom, ya nos tiene que pasar un presupuesto que está atrasado en eso para ver si lo contratamos. Mamá le decía de la posibilidad de entrar y salir de Estados Unidos hasta que tuviéramos la entrevista. Y el hombre dijo que no. El norteamericano no está acostumbrado a viajar al exterior de esa forma. Que nosotros tenemos que mantener el mismo esquema que tuvimos siempre. 2 veces al año, a lo sumo 3, y cada una separada de 4 o 5 meses. Con lo cual el hombre me quiere decir que si yo vuelvo en octubre y yo quiero volver a entrar en fin de enero, vuelvo en noviembre y voy a querer entrar fines de enero, lo más probable, él dijo textualmente, las alarmas se encienden. ¿Me seguís? Bueno, yo estoy dando información, después evalualo, pensalo, pero la pregunta que yo te hago es la siguiente para que vos me lo averigües. Porque esto lo tengo que terminar de ver con este hombre una vez que lo contratemos, si lo contratamos. Si yo entro como turista, ¿ok? En octubre, y dejo pasar los 95 días que él dice que hay que dejar pasar para uno pedir el cambio de estatus. ¿Es requisito que mi visa ya esté en el Centro Nacional de Visas?
No, vos
El
decís...
pedido nuestro, que en este momento está en Texas, en algún momento me avisan que fue al Centro Nacional de Visas. ¿Ok? Yo le entendí a este hombre que era condición para yo pedir el cambio de estatus que estuviera en el Centro Nacional de Visas.
Mi entendimiento no... Mi entendimiento... Sí, eso lo habíamos hablado y mi entendimiento, lo voy a confirmar, pero mi entendimiento es que uno no tiene que esperar a que se haya aprobado el vínculo para hacer el cambio de estatus. Eso se puede meter mientras en el proceso. Eso fue mi entendimiento cuando yo leí todos los papeles y lo habíamos hablado anteriormente. Cuando vos después tuviste el Zoom con el señor, yo me acuerdo que vos dijiste eso. Que yo igual dije, a mí no me parece que esté 100% correcto porque cuando yo leo los papeles no es lo que se indica. Pero sí, uno tiene que, independientemente, va a tener que uno esperar a que se apruebe el vínculo para tener después la entrevista. Pero para hacer el cambio de estatus, en mi entendimiento, uno no tiene que esperar a que se le apruebe el vínculo. Lo puede mandar y que se anexora con el proceso que está en ese momento que se está haciendo.
Está bien, pero no nos confundamos, porque a lo mejor vos estás influenciada por lo tuyo, que vos estabas en una situación distinta.
No, yo no voy por mi situación, yo voy por lo que estuvimos leyendo en el último tiempo, lo que estuvimos leyendo.
Bueno, vos, acá haya que pedir otra entrevista con la persona que te asesoró, vos le podrías preguntar si yo, estando todavía en Texas, mi pedido, o sea que todavía no fue aprobado y mandar al Centro Nacional, yo, pasados 95 días, puedo pedir el cambio de estatus. Pues según este hombre, los 95 días lo fija la ley migratoria. Creo que fija 90. Entonces vos decís, bueno, lo presento a los 95. ¿Entendés el concepto?
Sí. Sí, bueno, ya...
Uno lo hace antes de los 95. Así es como que demuestra que fue con la intención de quedarse.
¿Entendés? Es lo que dice la ley. Si vos entras y al mes pedís el cambio de estatus, está demostrando malicia de origen. Y acá el hombre nos dijo, traten de hacer las cosas que no se sospeche la menor intención de violar las disposiciones de inmigración. Porque eso es lo que los norteamericanos no soportan.
Es lo que yo te decía, la intención. Si uno lo presenta como diciendo... han sucedido las cosas de una manera muy orgánica y esto es como han sucedido las cosas, bueno, como han pasado, pero si uno es como que tiene el cálculo y demás, es como que lo empiezan a tomar de una manera diferente, pero igual vos tu visa, igual vos no perderías el estatus porque tu visa es por 6 meses o no cuando vos entras de turista. vos no perderías el estatus, aunque pasaran 95 días, porque igual tu visa te permitiría quedarte por 6 meses
6 meses.
como turista.
Sí.
Bueno, entonces, claro, eso es diferente también, porque entonces nunca quedás sin estatus, como vos lo que me preguntabas si en algún momento quedás de ilegal. Vos no quedás de ilegal porque en ningún momento no quedás sin estatus, ¿entendés? Porque en el momento en que
Claro.
pasa 95 días, uno empieza, si uno le fueran a permitir, aunque no esté aprobada el vínculo, uno puede meter el papel del cambio de estatus. Yo te expliqué que en el momento en que uno mete el cambio de estatus y te mandan el recibo, que tardan 2 semanas creo, en mandarte el recibo diciendo que lo recibieron, ya se emite el proceso de decirte la justificación de estatus, ¿entendés? Como que vos no sos, en ningún momento sos ilegal.
Yo te entiendo todo, pero la pregunta concreta es, yo, mientras mi papelería esté en Texas y dijeron que la recibimos bien y no tenemos más nada que pedirle, la estamos haciendo. Sin haber terminado ese proceso, con lo cual vaya al Instituto Nacional de Visas, pasan 25 días, yo puedo, si todavía no sucedió eso, pedir el cambio de estatus. Esa es la pregunta del $1.000.000, Memei.
Ok, vos le podés preguntar, yo voy a averiguar eso, que mi respuesta creo que la sé, pero te lo voy a averiguar por un tercero. Igual me parece que estaría bueno que le vuelvas a preguntar eso a este abogado, porque,
No, sí.
porque y yo te mando información, si querés, en español, de por qué sería, de por qué yo creo que es diferente de la advice,
No,
que esta persona te está dando.
Perfecto. Bueno, ahora, el otro tema que surgió con este hombre es que le planteó que mamá, que tiene el ESTA por ser pasaporte de la comunidad, no puede pedir cambio de estatus. Cosa que a vos en ningún momento te lo dijo la persona que te hace. Entonces, que vos le preguntes concretamente. Una persona con... Porque mamá no tiene visa argentina, y la visa argentina la están dando para abril, mayo del año que viene con suerte. Agosto del año que viene. ¿Me entendés? Entonces, si mamá con pasaporte italiano y el ESTA, entrado como turista, puede cambiar, puede hacer un cambio de estatus, y la pregunta va a ser igual, habiendo sido aprobado o no desde Texas. ¿Me entendés?
Uh-huh.
Bueno, tengo esa inquietud. Ahora, yo te digo lo siguiente. Si esto se concreta y yo me quedo, en ese mes y medio que estamos con mamá, va a haber que comprar la casa sí o sí.
Ok.
Ahora la escritura está pasada, postergada para la semana del 16 de agosto. Entonces lo más probable es que vos no recibas ese flujo de 150, sino el 17, 18 y 19 de agosto, para que vos te organices.
Ok, porque yo estoy hablando con el prestador, pero cuando ellos te hacen como si fuera una carta de precalificación, básicamente, que vos sabés cuánto es tu presupuesto y demás, la carta de precalificación, porque ellos hacen la calificación en base a los últimos 2 meses de la economía de uno y al crédito de uno, pero te piden los statements del banco en los últimos 2 meses. La carta que te dan a uno para empezar a hacer las ofertas en las casas y demás solamente dura 45 días. Entonces estoy esperando a que estemos más cerca del periodo de que ustedes llegan para no tener que hacer otra precalificación, ¿entendés? Porque si yo la hago ahora, para el principio de octubre ya no, la carta no va a servir más y voy a tener que hacer otra precalificación.
Estás haciendo perfectamente las cosas. Ahora, la idea, yo le decía a mamá, yo ya me lo voy a venir, que todo lo que está de las 70 para Paradise es zona de incendio, ¿cierto? ¿O no?
Bueno, a usted le va a convenir algo un poco más urbano, porque todo lo que tiene que ver con estar así un poco más afuera es desprotegido, como que el condado no tiene los recursos para ayudar a la gente. Entonces, si uno está en la ciudad, lógicamente tus cosas no se queman, porque no van a dejar que se queme todo el vecindario ni toda la ciudad. Pero cuando uno está así,
Bueno,
en el bosque, en el medio de la nada y tiene pocos vecinos, sí.
Claro. La decisión que tenemos con mamá es la siguiente. La zona que nosotros urbana, como vos decís que nos gustó, fue fue la que vimos el último día con Ezequiel.
Lo del
que
Kelly
fuimos a ver
Rich.
hasta la red.
Kelly Rich.
Esa no me encanta. Pero mamá eventualmente quiere un poco más de tierra. Con lo cual, si la casa fuera desde ahí para un poco para arriba, por Forest Road, esa Forest Town Road y demás, y no subiendo demasiado, podría ser una variante. Bueno, ahora, organizarte desde ya, que el día 12 nosotros vamos a estar llegando por Delta, después te vamos a confirmar, desde Miami, tipo 7 y pico de la tarde. Y va a ser necesario que vos nos busques.
Sí, voy a alquilar una camioneta y los voy a buscar, me dijeron.
Exacto. Bien. Pero vos ya tenés que ver ahí en el concesionario de Toyota, de Euroville, para el día siguiente tener una entrevista para ver si compramos la Cross, esa que yo te digo.
Sí, pero tenés que pensar en eso, pa, porque después lo que tenés que entender es que cuando ellos van a evaluar, bueno, sí, eso está bien, si nosotros ya hicimos la carta de precalificación, porque yo no quiero sacar nada más en crédito antes de sacar la casa, porque ellos evalúan qué otras deudas tenés y qué otras cosas en crédito tenés, ¿entendés? Entonces, sí, eso también para tener en cuenta, porque yo ahora no tengo nada en crédito, yo no deudo nada, mi auto está pago, todo está pago, salvo mi hipoteca. Y ellos evalúan cuando uno hace la nota de precalificación de cuántas cosas en deuda uno tiene, ¿entendés? Para ver si uno llega a hacer el pago mensual. Así que eso sí, una vez que estemos precalificados con el prestador y demás, después vamos a hablar al concesionario para sacar en crédito también, porque todo lo que tiene que ver en crédito ellos se fijan de que uno pueda pagar. Pero igual yo ya le estoy explicando al prestador, de que tenemos que hacer una nota de regalo, se llama, cuando uno recibe un pago. Por ejemplo, yo voy a hacer el pago inicial de los 60.000 o lo que sea con plata que no es mía. Entonces, tenemos que hacer una nota de regalo, se llama, que ustedes me regalan a mí, ¿entendés?
Eso se llama donación de dinero efectivo, que yo te voy a llevar, te la voy a mandar antes, escaneada, y te la voy a llevar legalizada por el colegio cuando yo viaje.
Okay.
Con la que le traje a Lucía por $60.000.
Ok,
¿Entendés?
sí, porque todo eso estaba leyendo yo que tiene que ver, porque cuando ellos miran a mi financia, ellos dicen, bueno, vos no tenés esta plata, pero te está entrando esta plata, y entonces yo también lo que le tengo que explicar al señor es parte de los pagos que vamos a hacer, porque ellos van a tener en cuenta mi ingreso para ver si yo tengo la capacidad de pagar esa casa. Pero yo lo que le tengo que explicar al señor, le estoy explicando al señor también, es que no solamente el pago inicial es con plata que no es mía de mis ingresos, sino como que el pago mensual también es con plata que no es mía de mis ingresos tampoco, por eso se quieren hacer.
Wow.
Yeah, we're gonna need to put the dome up as soon as we can, because my dad, at least if he wants to stay or something, he's gonna need where to stay, and I don't want him to be like spending $24,000 a month on some fucking apartment. Yes, my parents are gonna be for our birthdays here. Do you think we can do that? Yeah, we talked about.
Yeah, honey. We'll take the rest of the grant money and we'll get a heavy equipment done to move it where it's flat so we can have it done. Where do you want it done? Pick it out and have the stuff done. Like I've been asking you. They're just going to ask you the same question. I'm gonna go reacting with emotion instead of fucking thought form. Go on with that shit. I'm gonna try to talk to you about something, but she's stuck in that shit. So, never mind.
Good, huh? I forgot to do that with you, huh? Like she didn't get done or nothing.
I actually do know how to talk to people, as you people try to make me feel that I don't. You understand? Like I said here, I'll ask you again. Put it in a manner where your sister's not involved. Since fucking last time that was the issue. Her involved. And we take you this way. You understand? I noticed your sister got this issue, which means you got the same motherfucking issue. Same as your brother. I'm not attacking you. I'm just gonna put it in this manner now that I got this information so I know how to fucking talk to you. Boom. You understand? Now I'll present the same shit that I did to you last time, but I'll put it in this way. But it's the same fucking way I put it last time.
And she ain't the same person, yeah.
Your family created this. But she is the same person, eh?
Well, yeah, that's all it was there.
That I've seen. Like yourself, where I fucking seem like I'm an asshole fucking freaking out on somebody because I'm going, I'm having a conversation with this person, but this motherfucker over here keeps wanting to talk about the fucking fire hose he's fucking responding. Can we get that motherfucker out of the way? Have an adult talk like we just did? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
An adult talk. It's always been an adult talk, but for some reason people perceive it as, oh, you're chastising, you're doing this, you're doing that.
No, it's like I feel like you were talking and she was like going through her repertoire of concepts.
Yeah.
You know, because we were talking about something, I said something and she's like, but that's Oedipal complex. You know, she's like,
Because she has what my ex-wife has now, what I've been trying to help you with everything that I've shown you comes from Sufism. Otherwise, they're going to put a modality and context to it and abbreviation and their fucking, not full translation, but their transliteration of it. You understand? On the lines of what your sister said she was going to go have done, and having done by a woman, what in the hell have I been talking with her, you, and your family about for the last motherfucking decade? Hello? Why has it been you watching me go through the goddamn stupid ass YouTube shit to find a movie when you want to watch something, and we go to watch it? Why is the last, as you noted out, the last 5 movies had to do with what?
time traveling.
But me asking you, my last decade of asking you, what is time? Because what did she say she wanted to go do? Go back in time and talk with herself. And I said, by doing that, it's selfish. You can't work in that manner. You gotta heal the whole family. As you see, I've been asking and doing such. You understand? Ms. Marine. As your dad asked me, what do I do with this knowledge? Imagine if you didn't share what you're doing with the family. Hello? The same with myself. If I didn't seem like an asshole to the family by attacking, in a sense to them by attacking, and now it doesn't seem like attacking, we're having conversations. And I'm saying the same shit. You understand? Hello? And for someone saying, you're lecturing me, or fucking someone running off after they just the other day before was sitting there going, oh, your sister's a child, but this person has had a conversation with me. You understand? So I said, Allah have mercies and show you if you're fucking up to it. You'll see a change. Like you said last night, I sound like a repeated record, but wait, hold on a minute. I've been saying the same things to them, but they're not telling me I sound like a repeated record. I'm actually getting responses back now. Hello? Only you are the one that's telling me that I'm sounding like a repeated record. Why am I telling you a repeated record, man? Somebody tells me that they acknowledge, and they keep doing that. touch that shit. I'm being serious. If you touched that shit, that conversation would have went star for a law, how it normally does. Conversation with the person of your predecessor where we get in our arguments. Because I want to emulate the person before me that didn't have the tools when someone presents something and I'm seeing it as like a fucking an attack for some dumbass reason. So I'm attacking and I'm going to just throw out water hoses all over the place. And try to put out the fire that I perceive and take me away from this shit. I was like, huh? Where are you going to run to? It's fucking in you. So take you away from where? If you want to be taken away from yourself, let's bring that shit up and it's gone. Huh? I'm like, what the fuck? This is not even the same sister I was talking to.
I know, huh? She's rolling shit. Like, rolling tobacco with my parents there. She's like, you excuse me, I'm stepping outside.
I'm like, wow. I was like, hold on a minute, dude. I'm seeing you look down like you fucking rolling a joint. Sister, you're rolling something, aren't you? You didn't pick up on that, yo.
I did. I saw her.
But you didn't pick up on it in the sense of
I was waiting to see what what was she rolling?
speaking out in a sense because you'll go a whole month without smoking a cigarette around your parents.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Your sister is going and smoking a couple of feet from him. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now, ask yourself, is that a respect thing or a disrespect thing in the sense of, this is my house, like I've been trying to tell you, and I should be able to do what I do when you're not here because this is my house. I'll choose not to do it in my house. I'm not saying she smokes in her house, but I'm just saying, I still fucking not gonna change my rhythm because you're here. You're in my home.
My sister always smoked since we're teenagers.
But
I
I've
remember
never seen
always having the issue where
We've
my
been
parents.
married for how long, and this is the first time I've ever seen your sister do what she just did. So I was like, hold on.
Oh, then she stopped. I think she stopped smoking when she said she stopped smoking and drinking when she moved to Barcelona.
Oh, I know. It's like I just said. I was like, wait a minute.
I remember we would go to hotels,
Mom and Dad are there,
and I
so
would say,
I'm going off of
my
you.
brother and my sister and I, because they smoked when we were teenagers. And I remember bitching because my dad would get us, like, this is how spoiled I was. My dad would have, we would go to a vacation, and my mom and dad share the room, and then me, my brother, and sister would share the room. And I remember me bitching, like, because they would be smoking, and I'd be like, I don't want to sleep with these people. Like, I was most advocate against tobacco ever. Like, you don't understand, I'd be like making it hell for them, So it was, but they had always smoked in front of my parents. But then when I learned that my grandpa had died of bone cancer, I myself took it upon myself thinking that it was disrespectful to do like something like that in front of my dad.
Yeah.
But my brother openly, and my sister openly, since we're teenagers, I remember they smoked in front of my parents. They smoked in my house. They smoked when we would go to hotels, and you would smell in the hotel, and I'd be like, what the, like, I was that justice maker one that'd be like, you can't smoke here.
I'm understanding and seeing such. That's why I was commenting on it and going, wait a minute. We rented the place in Shasta and all those other times and so forth, and it was like, damn. I need to go for a walk, and unfortunately it sucks because where we're renting and the room staying at, man, my black ass walking around in this area looking the way I do. Fuck. Why you see me not smoke as much? This is like, it's more stressful than trying to smoke some herb on a Greyhound fucking route 80 East in the wintertime, hoping not to smell and get kicked off the bus.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I just feel like
But
it's part of.
understand, again, I'm going to poke at you and say this. My words that I said to your sister should have been your words, honey. Towards in the sense of the feather. But yet, not in the sense of the feather, but in the sense of more empowering yourself, sister, because look where I'm at and what I'm doing. And when I scan and so forth, this comes from mom and dad, but also yourself, or say myself. You understand what I'm saying? I've always been saying to you, learn your parents so you understand what you get, your attributes of them, but then also understand your own. Mm-hmm. You understand? So because of that conversation of bringing up your T.O., peace be upon him, which it's rippled in the conversations of your parent to your sister, from you, from us talking on pond, and it coming in and so on and so forth over this almost decade, you understand? Again, her modality that she said she was going to go see was, I don't understand your language, so you would have to say what she said without your interpretation. If you say the best of your ability of what your sister actually said she was having done.
Oh,
Because to me, what I perceived, that biofield thing and so forth,
decodification, they call it,
would be the tapping, past life regression, and other things, especially in the sense of putting the exploded allegorical context of how your parents meet and all that. Well, what have I been doing in front of you?
Just asking the same questions to people, but real time.
Real time, right
having
there.
no time to think about it.
Up to you, if you wish to record. But yet you have an autistic man that can remember shit pretty good. You understand? Right there on recall, when he sees, but you recall the shit from me and get mad at me for saying the stuff that I say.
Which ties back with the anthropologic medicine, because it's all events in one's life and the capability of one had to overcome that.
It's talked about in the Quran.
It's just sequence of events. Lighter. A sequence of events, and it being studied by a woman. Just put together the society, the fundamental concepts of the theosophy, of the theology. Which it all has to do with what we're talking about, the connection of time and consciousness. Like, what is time? What is consciousness? Is consciousness anything without, is time anything without consciousness?
So, but just explaining to her the modalities that they're having, you do.
It's nothing different, yeah.
It's nothing different.
They're just breaking it down a little bit different to you, but really, reality.
It's external to you.
Yeah, you hold the answers. It's coming from self.
The first couple of times that you start feeling good, as you're doing, you're always going to have that external person you're going to and not do it yourself.
What all they're doing is interpreting it for you, but they're never going to give...
Somebody interpret something for you if you haven't done the work to actually find out where the fuck you come from.
Yeah, because you have to provide the information anyways.
Which means you have to open up your throat chakra and ask these questions that I keep asking people to ask themselves and ask their family and rebuttal back up.
What do you ask my parents in Mount Shasta when we were in Black Bear?
This is what the fuck I've been asking fucking our daughter, who finally answered me. You understand? And now she's having a baby, and I'm going to ask her next time I see her in person again that question.
How did your parents met? What do you know of how your parents came together?
What has mom said to you?
What have you been told to you? That how have you come about?
Because this is what I was told about my first grandson. Now I'm going to ask you about this baby.
Because this kid is going to want to know how did he come about, too. Because it's detrimental to the way that they relate to the world.
Are you adult enough in your-ness and him adult enough to say this is what happened as what's going on with me and mom?
as you see that what happened with you, it's a
Why,
product too.
as you would see with my mom arguing with me about my life with our daughter and her mother when I was out of the house, and going, what did mom say about that situation, honey? Is it the same as dad? Or what Grammy's trying to say? Because that was our house. You understand? How does somebody know what's going on in our house if you see how I am? You understand?
Hummingbird.
Who's the male? The female's been going over by the baby. There's 4 families now since I stopped cutting that tree right there where I pointed out the hummingbird nest up there. Since you're asking for a hummingbird, you gotta go through that plant foods.
See.
But you understand? But why I was saying I was poking at you in the sense of why was your words not mine in the sense of, again, sister. All the modalities and work. Again, back to you, dumbass Satan to me stating you don't know me, and me saying you don't even know your own lineage. Here, let me throw this out for you.
Because we're not raising that ideology of everything is connected.
And if
The
one
point
looks
of
into
where you're
one's own
at.
family and looks past just a simple conversation and scratch, with mom and dad going, you know, your sister brought this up and she's asking for what? The diaries. Because again, your family was a deacon. This is worldwide accepted shit, and if you wish to Google search this shit right now on the phone that you have, or tablet, or the fuck, if you have the ability, you can see it up to this date. If
No, not every family has their shit recorded on Wikipedia.
A month or two ago, the society just had a fucking meeting on it. Hello? Why I understand and comprehend it is if you look at my asthma and you scan my Uncle David, you'll see why he got hepatitis and all the venereal diseases he got, and the fucking child that he had with Aunt Heidi, peace be upon it, peace be upon him, why he went the way he did. I understand it fucking completely now. It answers everything with my mom throwing that stupid shit out there the way she did, but it wasn't stupid shit.
She not understanding that that's a key for a lot of things. Yes. But she's holding it, and she it's been eating it up that she's holding it because the way of a malicious way she's been using it. So she needs to put it out there so other people with consciousness understand it and change it.
It's why Uncle David never had any more kids underneath himself. My little Michael, little David, rest in peace. Different mothers.
The maism that runs in your family is syphilis.
Mm-hmm. Which can turn into hepatitis C.
Mm-hmm.
All the things
it's the promiscuity of sharing.
All the different things of venereal diseases his sister got and he got. I know of them. And them being twins, but not zygote twins. But sharing so similar to the fucking issue. And me explaining this to you. And then you scanning. And then again, being able to scan great grandma, grandpa, mom, brother. And then being able to scan dad. And if you wish to, I got all the pictures of his fucking lineage.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing such. Or the conversation of, hey, you see 92 percentile of psychic visualization on a baby that's less than 3 months old. And a grandma, after the son, for the mother, great-grandma, makes things specific to help her mind frontal lobe comes back. And her gift that she has, which as you heard the answer from our oldest daughter, is a trait from her, which was a trait from my grandmother, rest in peace, and that side, but not home. Smacked in the mouth for telling someone how their mom was going to die. And the person dies that way. It's not cultivated.
No, it's been like deviated and distracted.
Not talk to me about it. I have a sibling that's dead. Died before I was born, and I tell my mother about that sibling.
Yeah.
I have a child. Been asking her the same motherfucking question since she was
said,
born.
Yeah, and she knows before.
And last year, finally,
clients were gonna pass.
Being a CNA, was my mom's health nurse, as my mom was a fucking nurse.
That's her mom.
As Cinnamon. Mm-hmm. Okay. Wake up.
Oh no, yeah, it's.
And me arguing with you because not me arguing with you, Your childishness was to argue with me because I'm asking you, as not a practitioner, as a stupid ass fucking doctor that practices on somebody, with someone with real world experience, what would it I have changed, and what have you seen in the difference of the disease that has affected my mom's frontal that disintegrated her shit and disconnected her? To me giving her the stuff. On her birthday, she has the ability, and I ask her, wouldn't you want to speak to your son as I do, my brother, that others see, but somehow you don't see? Think of that. She talked to everybody. Malachi.
Yeah.
So, feathers there, what would you like to do? What am I fucking pissed off about?
She's asking
Because
about
my whole
women.
life, my whole life, like you just heard from Aunt Heidi, my own parents stated the child that I love died. Like my mom threw at me when I was a teenager. I never want to go quiet when they talk about my brother. I didn't realize it was my brother or my dad they were talking about until I set on fire in 2012 and died and had that woo. And things ain't cleared me. She heard from Aunt Heidi. She started crying. She read my police report. Stated that's just what they did to your daddy. I said, what'd you say? I'm riding in the back seat. She driving. Her daughter's reading it. What you say? Because my grandpa, peace be upon him before he died, he said, man, blood wouldn't come off the bridge for 3 weeks. So on and so forth in a remorseful manner. And I'm like, Grandpa, what the fuck are you talking about? After he had a stroke and was going to have pain and had on morphine. Before me and my Uncle Dave almost got in a fight, peace upon him in his hospital room. He said, what are your grandpa talking about? I said, man, you motherfucking business, dude. Grandpa telling me the truth. Finding about you. Finding about everybody.
But why wouldn't they keep talking about the truth?
And as my uncle stated, he's not a Metcalf. So I said, if you disown the family, then guess what? It means I'm the elder. It means I'm the last in line. And for the fight over the Hogan staff, so on and so forth, and my mind being mind fucked by my Aunt Kathy and my mom. And having me break in my grandpa's house. And get his guns. Because me and Uncle were fucking felons. We can't have the guns. Uncle's kids can't have the guns, but my kids can. I don't think about that. It's just, oh, we got Uncle David's fucking flipping out and all this stuff and fucking help us get the stuff in there. And I'm like, dude, I ain't even been in Grandpa's room by myself when he was fucking alive. You tripping? You want me to do what? What? Pull string, pull string, string. Boop, 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 boop. I do it for him.
But you were being torpedoed by the memories of...
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Get your pedo, get him the guns, so forth, the keys to take Grandpa's truck, fucking his weapons, and the two of them fight. House gets sold, and as you see, Aunt Kathy went to Greece and shit, and yeah, that was interesting. Uncle David said, fuck you, them, and my mom and her started fighting, as you seen. And as you seen when he came along, stole some of the guns that my grandfather had, that my mom had a hold of. Didn't go to no family or nothing like that. Got sold to the fucking maintenance man and shit. Rifle that nigga got was my grandpa's fucking prize that he used in battle. And shit. What the fuck?
Yeah, I heard a car. I hear the camera.
Wi-Fi or whatnot. I ain't got cell signal here. I had to move the antenna. Yeah, so that happened. Bullshit as such. It's like, huh?
We're definitely gonna free your mom. It's like watching the movie yesterday and
It's
seeing
fucked up,
how
dude. It's scary as fuck.
she's a product of...
The bullshit. If you see the argument that I'd have with my mom, looking the same with your family, same with yourself. That movie, I think I'd probably call that shit confinement. They said it a couple times in the way it was done. all those little dumbass little miasmal things. That's why I say, like, refracting back on it. And what I was saying to your sister was, back on the modality. Someone doing such, all these people that I've seen in my family that have had supposed help and so forth, and everything, psychology to doctors, blah blah blah, reductionism to fucking so on and so forth. It's just made to keep bringing you back, empower yourself. So, here, this is what I was telling you last year, and the year before, and you keep getting annoyed by it, but it looks like you've done some work to where you might actually hear me, as your sister sometimes actually hears me and doesn't think I'm fucking attacking me. Or want to give the hose fucking bullshit. So, anyway, I think what I've always talked with you about since we've fucking known each other is brother-in-law and sister-in-law. And you're telling me you're going to go see somebody that you're going to pay for? What the fuck have I been doing with your sister and you? And brother, and other brothers, and our nephew, and our nieces? Like, are you serious? And now jumping on your sister's ass going, now you have to do that for my side. Otherwise it's selfish. So, how would your sister do the work that she's been doing, but yet you guys are talking about what now? Easily with each other? Who the fuck should she pay to fucking have this work done? Hello? You understand?
I gotta ask her about it. It's the first time she mentions it. Her friend that I scanned the other day, she just mentioned
But I'm saying,
the.
who did this work for you? Who the fuck have you been paying externally to do such?
Oh no, so she's saying she hasn't started it yet.
I didn't say here.
This work where you're at now.
You!
Oh,
You motherfucker, who have you paid?
nobody, just home training, homeschooling.
Home training of what? It's called you.
No.
Wouldn't it be training of both?
Hands on.
Okay, so again, who have you fucking paid externally to do this? Every time you gone out to a chiropractor or some masseuse shit, I go, what the fuck, dude? You can do this yourself. Your TMJ and so forth is gone. Let's work on this stuff. So,
Just understanding concept in the body.
here now, if you have this
manifestation.
repertoire of stuff underneath you, which your sister did not have, but now she has a recollection, but it's as simple as fucking Google search.
Once you have that
As I
key,
say to people.
once you have that key, you don't need to keep going back to somebody because you can see. Yeah.
So if you understand such, sister, understand, all you're going to be doing is paying somebody's bill. Because who has your sister been fucking paying? People have been paying her bills because of the work she's put in. Wouldn't you want that?
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to her. Let's see, listen.
Because the precepts and concepts and modalities and so forth of things that the person's using and so forth to scan you, if they're not doing it in the way of yours, which is still allows you to go out of balance, why I antagonize you the way that I do, so that you can understand you can make it or it does not. You understand? Otherwise, I'm here for my next fucking visit, or can you scan me? Can you scan me? Can you scan me? Who's gonna tell money no? Hello? Understand what I've helped you come to. Who the fuck tells money no, honey?
People
Who
don't.
the fuck tells money no? Nigga, think about that.
Because one's still hooking it.
Who the fuck tells money no? Sister didn't. That's why she's in the spot that she allowed herself to get into, to where she freaked out when someone said, how do you recycle? She's moved past that point. But yet,
She put herself in that situation because she needed to.
evolved from the confinement chamber. What the fuck is the apartment? What was she doing? She's mining rare resources from the community, called stress hormone release and dopamine and so forth, and getting people to fucking do it. And what do they do for you, like in that movie? We set you up in AC, fucking whatever the fuck you want. While supposedly the rest of the world is toxic and so on and so forth. So if you're a filter for the supposed bad shit, what the fuck do you think your observation is on the fucking outside world? You understand? Same as my mom's. Where someone tries to poke a hole and pop that shit and say, hey, look inside the balloon. Because you blew it up. So what's inside you? Oh.
It's scary as fuck when one is on it, but like it's so needed. And it's like you see it with your mom, she brought it to herself. Like there was nobody asking for no information. She herself is exploding from within. Bringing this information out unconsciously like helped me. But when you try to talk about it, but she is needing it. Like she's the catalyst. She's the one doing it. I feel like, yeah, my sister got to that point too, you know, from within. There's like that implosion that is like, that's it.
We all do.
Yeah, we all do. Minor skills, or like you can call it a breakdown or whatnot, but you put yourself in that situation. Now, what are you going to come out of it? How are you going to come out of it? That's it. Are you going to reinvent yourself? You're going to reinvent yourself. But it's an event. It's an event. But what is event in time? And the consciousness, you know, I feel like that is the connection.
Is it the old cells trying to hold on to what it sees as a changing body, which would emulate different things? Comprehend what I say there? Like now, the consciousness. Let's hurry up so we can get back to fucking the old way.
Because it's all we know.
But hold on, this is our time to do a waypoint and do something different, right? But you guys want to go back to the norm, but the norm was, that was your normal? Everybody's saying, no, that's not normal or good. How'd your parents meet?
It's going to be an interesting dinner. When she comes back, I'm going to ask her, did you ask Mom and Dad how did they met?
And who was the predator?
Where did they marry? Because that was the same thing that it was coming up with Messina too, because I don't think my brother knows how they got married. And I didn't viciously want it to put it out there, but I was like, just have my brother ask.
How did you guys meet? How do you guys see each other? Because one thought the other was prey. What are you talking about? Well, our last dinner we had, these are little conversations, right? You understand? It's the mindset. Well, who did you emulate in the house? It's interesting if both see each other as prey. You understand? It dictates your relationships with a person. So if that was such, Meme, how are you a predator? Your brother's a predator and she's a prey. Why did I say what I said? What do you see in your head when I said that?
Just figuratively what you just said.
Is it in any way right or wrong?
Well, you know, it's like when one is...
If you know the relationship-wise of Kadi, and now Samina, and before her, your brother's relationships, to now, because he's actually having you involved with him. Hello. Okay.
I feel like the role of the predator...
Your sister.
Completely changes when one has it...
And then you.
When one starts understanding that one is a product of. And so it's like, You're not the colonizer, which you are portraying yourself to be by being the predator. You're actually being the victim. Like you are actually are being a victim as a product of this, and you need to deprogram yourself.
Henceforth,
Not
what
the
I-
person that you're seeing as a prey that you're gonna better them. There's fucking shit wrong with them. It's with you because you're seeing yourself as anything different
See.
or that you need to better. Like when somebody sees oneself as you're my project. And it's like, hold on a second. No, you need to see what fucking shit of a project you are by
Henceforth,
thinking
Mom and
that
Dad
somebody
stating,
else can be your project.
Henceforth, Mom and Dad stating. So if both see each other as a product, then how does one or the other grow?
No, yeah.
Henceforth,
The only way of growing is seeing that there's no project by yourself.
Henceforth, my conversation with Mom going, how come you didn't cultivate Dad? And then Dad, how come you didn't cultivate Mom?
Yeah. Which I think they're trying to do. Yeah.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
If each other is a project, then, I understand that.
Yeah, because one is always in control, and egotistically, everything has
Or
to be a
battling
result
for
of
one.
one.
So henceforth, how we got to someone trying to allow someone to get in a feebleness or perceiving someone in their feebleness. Henceforth, this, and oh look, his tail's between his legs. Mom, my tail's not between my legs. If your daughter gives me fucking something to drink, I know she's not gonna give me no bullshit. But we've already been through that before, where
Changing that dynamics, I'm not supposed to tell you what you have to do. You know what you need to do. I'm not going to be telling you what you have to do. I'm not going to put myself in that role because that is diminishing my power to see myself if it's my role to tell you what to do. You understand?
See?
Is that humbling and seen as equal?
but yet also that was why I was saying to you during such, and your own scan said to heal yourself. And me going, heal thyself. You'll heal yourself quicker than the energy you're trying to put out to try to heal me. Because the energetics that you're using to, in the modality of such, with contemplating it and doing zikr, it was more on the bulk than on the other. In the sense of seeing the visual, the pain, for you of not seeing someone injured and such. You understand what I'm saying? It's like in the sense of being the time frame of with a drunk, and the drunk telling you, please don't project on me seeing me drunk, and you'll see me sober. Don't see me hurt, like a child, when I would walk, without a long sleeve shirt on. And the kids, first thing they say, look at that! The parents are embarrassed. But I think back in my head, and my mom stating what? Asking, is that a little person or a dwarf or a midget? So I could say that word as a child, 3, 4 years old, midget, mommy, on the bus in San Francisco, not understanding the political correctness of saying something. You understand? Or does a child know the association of midget? Again, my own accordance of we're at the flea market and I'm burning sage, and people are stating that I'm smoking pot because their kids say that smell weed. I'm being profiled on it, and we're not smoking weed. We're burning sage. Other people are smoking weed, but they're coming to us. And again, on the context of a child that's supposed to be protected and so forth, and all this bullshit they're stating around these yup-yups.
No, how is that this child
How does
knows
this-
what weed is?
How does, exactly what all came out of my mouth. How does a child know what pot is? Better than y'all, because if you smell my hand, I ain't smoking weed, and you smell this, it's sage. So how does a child know what weed is, but you don't fucking keep coming over here? You understand?
Yeah.
So a baby saying what I was saying, again, the parent gets embarrassed because, why? What the hell are you saying where the baby knows the word again? I come inland and now someone's calling me, look at the lady with the monkey. Me asking my mom, because I live next to the San Francisco Zoo and I know what the fuck a monkey is. Why is the man calling me a monkey, Mom? I'm a person. Hello? You fucking porch monkey and all this other bullshit. And negro. And all this other shit. And me stating, huh? No matter what my mom taught me, it wasn't what she showed me was what those people said behind the context. You know,
Yeah.
which dictated how I reacted or felt when I hear the shit. Excuse me, or around me. Or like I'm trying to do with your family, where I go, hey, don't do that. It's not even, I only go into political correctness. It's like the dude that talked with you that said I got color in my family now. What do I do? You understand? Like we always say as a curse. Yeah, you might get me, motherfucker. What you gonna do now when in your lifetime you gonna see your grandbaby? How you gonna treat them? How you gonna make them feel? You understand? If you're a real person. So, in that context, here, sister, how does somebody call you that? And if those people are, this is what it's from, so on and so forth, and it don't mean nothing. You filtered out nigger in your Facebook. We don't communicate in that. You're saying something different. Those are Caucasians. Your birth certificate label using ER. Coming from the language that you're speaking right now, but used in a monitorial thing of saying matte black, something derogatory. You're using it in the same context, even though you're still using the name. That means here's this right here, because again, you're different than my wife. You have the same understanding of your language, even more so than my wife, because she doesn't have it fucking all the time spoken to her, and you're back at the motherland of where your language comes from. Hello? Besides being a lawyer, like mom and dad, I say, little sister, talk to mom and dad before you get lost in this bullshit here and lose this proper context, because we go back to why you have an issue with inch the metric. You understand? And observations and being able to put those things together of association, back to that brother Anthony, who brother lost his eyesight.
Mm-hmm.
He sees the colors, but yet, what's his association with? His affliction happened before he was 7. Therefore, mind and concepts and other things, and again, that why is Huxley and Isla mimicking the parent at the time being spoken to, because his consciousness can't differentiate it from the parent.
Mm-hmm.
What happens in life if we
I don't
don't
think
get away from
I
that?
don't think people understand.
We become fucking adults that do that. Same shit. Can't differentiate ourselves when somebody's talking to us and to our parent. And so we react like our parent did in that situation. You understand? Like I said here, I'll try to give you a better rendition that is not my mom's. Here you go, sister. Please, get that. Because everything you're looking at comes from Madame Kowski, blah, 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 this and this, but it still all hints back to shamanism, intrinsic router, which is Dikr, which is intrinsic knowledge. You already had it. Empower yourself. The shit that they're going to show you, like I've shown your sister, all comes pretty much back from your own family's fucking thoughts, dude. So, get your family's diaries and read the motherfucking from yourself, nigga. Do some meditations. And get the answers yourself. Get the apartment that this person wishes to have off you. Hello?
Yes, because the book that I told you I came across, that is 270 pages and it has listed all these alternative medicine and modalities. It's from Uruguay. And that's the country where my uncle was detained from.
Mm-hmm. I'll send us back to how did you and Mom talk about what? You talking to sister right now?
No. I'm just looking for the book.
I was gonna say, send her a message and say, how did me and Mom connect with the SE5? Bring her up on Messenger. I want to send her a couple voice messages. Not to harass you, Lou. What? Meme.
I'm gonna have to leave 5 to 10 minutes, and I want to put the orders together real quick.
See. Asked Mom and Dad about the Shasta trip when I first was introducing sister to the SE5 and the talk that we were having. And if sister can interact in that trip,
The treatment that Coco and Mom had in the institute in
peace be
Rosario,
upon them, your mother had
Where
divulged that information,
their tongues got ripped and they had to.
which is different than what your sister does, but it opened up an avenue and it goes back to Jorge Borges and so forth. And show we did in Beldentown, where there's a doctor here that's accredited actually, that has the same treatment and so forth. His nurse had come, it was an ambulance driver that came and talked with your sister about it. I had just listened to the conversation on the side, and they were asking on how to cleanse it. Cleanse the equipment. We had a couple of other people come into our store after the show, and your sister had asked them about it. Very older people, and Marcel Fogel, other things like that. First people to bring them to Northern California, or to Marysville and so forth, Mount Shasta, had come into our shop and explained us that and so forth. And then our neighbor, he used that type of equipment and worked for the FBI. And talked with your sister about it. And I reached out and ended up getting in 1986. I have the original model in mind. I used it to stop the flood from happening. But afterwards, your sister procuring one, I had shared with her and showed her that just a simple wiring patent for it can be used to do everything that she does. It's the same as like using a Malcolm Ray car, which she used and so forth several times when she had her mints, and all she did was put her hair in it.
you like the church and get a bunch of people together with a bunch of natural abilities, give them some longitudinal waveguides that increase those abilities, and watch out, baby. You understand? I said you get a bunch of people together like the church does, with natural abilities and say and so forth. You get them together and enhance their abilities with longitudinal waveguides, and watch the magic happen, honey. But true magic with a K. No bullshit with a C. You understand? What I was describing to your sister? For my mom to be accredited in what she is, like you do with your balancing, why I had you write your stuff out the same, is it can be used like with hers. As you accumulate those and you go against the government and state, okay, well, how is this fake? It's the same when my mom took a decade of her life and had to sit in front of the board and prove. And all those people came as witnesses with their signatories stating, this woman's prayer plan, this woman's prayers, this woman's penance that she had me do and so forth, all came true. All happened. My sickness went away. This happened. So on and so forth. The deceased person, peace upon those persons, that only I and that person had the information, she gave it to me. You understand? Hello? Why do you think I would fight with my mom? Why she threw that out there, but I've never attacked her on that. The only thing I've attacked her on, like I've done with you and my ex-wife and fucking Erica, going, what the fuck is you guys' issue? Why ain't you doing that?
No, you are, but you're not doing it in the highest potential for the higher good. Because still her words are spelled, and she don't understand that every conversation she's having is
Like
having
yours.
with the universe.
And your dad, who opened up to
Everybody
you. And I state, but some have
but
the
some
ability
people have a higher attenuation
of being able
in
to control that.
conversation.
And, hey, you're hurting me. Oh, no, dude, you're hurt. Like, you're literally causing me pain. The way you're projecting out. I don't think you're conscious of it, but right now you're making me feel like you're conscious of what you're able to do. And stop it. Or I'm going to flip out. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this person took control over this fucking command center with this ability. Yeah, I'm not going to allow that to happen. You understand what I'm saying? Hey, please don't do that, because that's going to cause me a whole lot more pain than what person can do to you. Please don't do that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm just, I was saying in that note, but also the person is doing the pain to themselves, because they're not understanding the tone of the conversation that they're still having in the co-creativeness.
Why in certain notes stating, please don't make that become what the mirror sees. As in a sense, back to, don't do that because it caused me more pain, because I feel it. As you become more connected with your family, you don't need the SE5 to know what's going on within the family, do you know? Hello? Hey, I know Mickey's pregnant, or this is going on with the baby, or this is going on with the grandbaby, or this is going on with Zeke, or this is going on with Nair, or this is going on with my mom. Hey, when you scan Michaela, it's not going to anywhere look like mom, it's going to look just like her grandmother's. Do you understand? Why is that? Fingernail biting. How I got fingernails. And she don't. And before, the only time that I had nails to do this was when I'd be locked up in jail. Because my mind would be free. You know what I'm saying? comprehend.
Hey, would you please do me a favor? You know where the boys used to be?
Garden, Mama.
Is it right above the refrigerator? That there's like a little gap?
Yeah.
And the stand? Can you please bring me the labels that are right there?
Yes. Garden, Mama.
Can you see if the girl texted that she can flash or something?
Yes.
Thank you.
Would it be on the tablet or the phone?
In the tablet.
What are you doing, weirdo? You gonna run up my back, boy? Ride me like a skateboard? Huh? I'm feeling frisky today. with you, Marie. You just told me that I've been around this shit my whole life, and I'm saying, no, dude, we didn't do shit like that. I'm sorry, I'm not arguing you. You just put something in my mouth. You just put something in my mouth as an observation that you did not live, saying I lived this shit, that I was around it my whole life. I was not around this shit my whole life. I'm sorry. That's why I'm asking something. It's why I'm asking for it to be like what I was around in my life. But you're not comprehending it. As you just stated, I'm not, just fucking do what you're doing, dude. Maria, you're not comprehending what I'm saying at all. Fuck. Issue again. I need like a fucking PowerPoint model or something to hold. Fucking talk with your family, but not you, dude. It's fucking redundant. What's up, Romeo? Almost. What? I hope the wind goes down, buddy. I hope the wind goes down. Only time we got wind when we got fire. Shit, no wind. No fire. We get fire. And it wants to be windy. Fucking stupid. Listen what the fuck I'm saying to you. I'm asking you, keep me in the loop. I'm not frustrated with G. G didn't tell me the shit. She told you, you didn't tell me. And you're saying I'm gonna relay the message to G. What the fuck? I'm not asking the woman, I'm asking you. Why do you have an issue with keeping me in the loop? I'm doing all the work. I'd like to know what my schedule is, so I can schedule for the stuff that I need to do. I would like to have free time on my own, or so forth. How hard is that to comprehend? We need some wind turbines? So we tried doing some wind turbines? I think so. Was it earlier today? I'm starting earlier today. I don't think it's that fire stuff. Fucking whack, damn. People just go brain dead on shit. Ignorance on it. They just keep communicating with people. This shit frustrating as motherfucker. I got them winds cracking, boy. My fire's just gonna keep on. So glad all those mercies were able to put this out here. thinking? He's gonna win? Keep that pressure going. Whoa. You got a healer on the team, man. Anything's possible. Especially one not afraid to take the front and become the front. And switch back. Wow, I should have recorded this one. Them motherfuckers got their ass whooped. That shit. Why? Y'all got stumped out for that shit. Stumped out for that. Stumped out for that. I'm gonna try that shit. Hold this ramp as our forefront. I use that as sniping position. This is cover. Alright, there. Good angle. Back up. So back just a little bit. from that mistake. Learn from that mistake. Mob these motherfuckers, fuck it.
Don't sleep on the medic. And the medic will get you. Every time. You got people doing nothing. That fire is at 8,000 acres now. Damn. That blew up fast. Sounds like a ball is using a new gun. Snake on their stuff. Seeing the weather and so forth. What I was saying to her. In Europe, that shit's gonna hit us. I'm gonna get 3 dogs. So I got one that goes with me and 2 that stay with you, or 2 that stay with the house. There's bullshit going on with the fencing over there. It has me aggravated. And so, I wish to get 3 dogs. We're gonna get 2 working dogs. One I got that goes with me. And you're gonna have 1 Ford that works with the working dog. We're gonna get an Akita and 2 Rottweilers. I'm looking at 2 females right here. That looking at them and dowsing, I like them. We're gonna get all female animals, except for Romo's. And before he passed away, we're gonna let him have a litter of kittens so it keeps going. But I wanna get Queen. KB looked like she'd be a little excited.
What are
But
you looking at?
Queen and Brittany look like she'd be nice temperamental. That's what the people going. Yeah. That's the puppies.
Oh man.
They're not American Rottweilers, so they're gonna get big. They're like my Rottweiler that I had that I showed you the pictures of. So she was 200 pounds.
It's a mission to help you get perfect companion Rottweiler.
That line is what her dad came from. Maybe bonito von Ron.
They look cute. Oh, KB. She looks sassy. Queen, she looks like fucking. I don't know. I don't know. It's like. That's funny. It's vaccinated, microchip, potty trained. AK.
Tails are not docked. Tails aren't docked. I didn't like that. Andy's tail got docked. I didn't like that. They have their tails still.
Oh.
And their ears aren't clocked. Andy didn't have her ears done, but she had her tail docked. The thing is, though, we have to get them used to being on the property, and we'll have to do an electric fence. Not electric fence, but the electric collar to where they get done into a protocol. Because we have females, and I wish not to fix them. Because they're AKC tapered like Maggie was. Once they go into their first heat, the first place they'll be going to is the neighbor's house over here. If we don't have them trained properly.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're aggressive. That's what I learned the hard way with Maggie. Even with them tied to something, you have to have them changing their heat to a hole in the ground. Like in the ground.
Bolt it.
Those twist things in the front gate thing got bent by her wishing to go and do her thing. She took off for several days and then came back with the fucking pug following her. It's just they didn't want to deal with their puppies. She didn't get pregnant by them, but she ended up getting fixed. I didn't ever get to breed her. Didn't get her for that, but I did. Like I was saying with Romos, I didn't want to get her fixed, but we didn't realize that the Rottweilers, the females were the aggressors, and she laid down for our pug. But he wasn't a normal pug, he was a giant pug. He was almost 35 pounds. Shanghai was able to mount her, but nothing came from it. But they're feisty, they're smart and everything, and stuff like that. We had an issue with the neighbor's dogs, and since I don't see any dogs out here, I don't see any issue like we had at Rackaby House, where she was killing the dogs that tried to mate with her until she was ready. They're like that. Or at least this variety is. I don't know about the American ones. They're all slinky and look like tweaker dogs to me. This is something that's going to get 100 pounds or bigger. The Akita should be around 85 pounds to 120. Unless you choose to get a male, you're looking at 100 pounds. 85 to 120. Depending on if you get Japanese or German. Or working. Specifically, I'm looking for a working animal. You know, a little wagon filled and hooked to a trailer like I did with Maggie. And she pulled a quarter till of wood. Where you got an issue. And a bear's right there. I wish to have it to where they're not packed on themselves. But if they need to defend themselves, there's enough of them where you have something that can, well, you don't have to worry. They get big enough to where they can look you in the face. And heavy enough to where you train them like I did Maggie, you won't have to worry about no one getting bit, but getting slammed and inhaled. Those are 100-pound dog plus. That bites harder and so forth, more viciously than the pit bull. And pit bulls lock. So I never got pit bull shakes and bites like you seen Robert. His arm was damaged by that. If one of these gets you because their biting force is harder than a pit bull's, but yet you can give the pit bull a cow bone, you can give one of these a cow bone. We used to watch Maggie eat that shit in one bite, like snap it. A cow bone, which is the size, thicker than your femur. You know those bones that we found? She'd eat that. She did. She used to drop deer and shit. That's why I taught her what I was saying, but also why I was saying like what happened with our doors, because she used to break them. She'd step up and smack that shit. As a cat showed her that. When she was a kitten, because the cat used to get up when he can learn to push the door, because the door latch, the screen door. But then she started doing that to the normal door. And that time that my mom smacked me, she heard, she came through the back door, it literally broke the fucking door. And had my mom, she was like, yeah, put your dog in. She did her job. So I wish to do the same. Be that it's just us, talk to it like a homeless person. You dog whisper, but you teach it. It's the same as a child. A dog will listen to you and also teach you. But working animal, because we're at here, you need something that, as you just seen, that male bear over there, we need something that's like the quarter size of the female bear. You understand? A couple of them. And also deal with the two-legged folks. Because they're going to be able to run freely. Something like this. Make you run freely on their property when I have to worry about her getting ate by nothing. You understand? Mountain lion and shit like that came around. She did come in because she didn't really fuck with that. But bears and so forth, she messed with it, which was stupid. Only if we were outside in the yard with it. Otherwise, she stayed on the porch and shit. And let us know there was something over there. We come outside, she was off. I had to call her back. They had shot callers back then. So, teaching something till we got our fencing up. But again, we didn't have our property fenced off. She knew where our boundaries were. But we do the same. These are the ones that are used in the mines and so forth that are bred a little bit different. I would love to get a hold of one of them, but the ones that are used in Africa in the mines, they're a little bit different. And check your ass through the desert. And some folks want to do some stupid shit. And it says that they got this right here. We're going to do that. And start the family. Or start the family. And the other thing is, they don't mind the cold.
Oh, good.
You know what I'm saying?
You just gotta be on them on the tips.
Yes. Neem oil and other things like that. They get in here. They get in here like this. And on them because they got the long jowls. They call it jowls, that like massive, that extra skin that hangs down. You gotta watch in there. And in between their toes. Maggie used to get them in her back toes a lot. And in her jowls.
Probably to feed them when you make like my mom did big pots of rice and put like fruit in it, you know. My mom used to make like food for my dogs. Every dog, because at one point we had like 11 dogs.
See. You do that and I ain't gotta worry about nothing. You being up here by yourself or nothing like that, or walking. Or the kids walking around. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's good to have a couple of dogs because it's just extra ears and eyes. And
Oh, I ain't trying to have no damn neighbor dog. How it was, yapping and shit. You know what I'm saying? Romeo serves his purpose in what she does. I'm not getting it for something like pet and fucking have a dopamine release. But, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I was talking with you about it a bit. I've been looking at them and thinking, trying to find something close to the line of what Maggie was. These American breed dogs, I just, unless Allah blesses us with a straight, like, fucking mix, like, Romeo. It's like, okay, I'll accept you. I'll feed you. Pull your weight, dude. Or he or she, whatever you are. I don't just sit there and fucking bark at everything. And, you know what I'm saying? That was a big difference between Maggie and Shanghai. Oh my goodness, it was so hard to, like, keep her from learning from the older animal to, like, just bark at the fucking wind.
I like you nice and quiet.
Cause that's my stepdad. I was like, what are you fucking paranoid about? And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, cause you got like one of the emperor watchdog type fucking, you know, the Pomeranians and the pugs. They're used to watch the fucking the royalty and all that shit.
No,
That's why you always just seen the neighbors' dogs. Just that's why you just seen the neighbors' dogs just bark. I mean, that's their job. That's what they do.
Yeah, be bitchy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm cool with that.
And keep your feet warm or your hands if you spoil them to death, where they like allow you to keep them in your clothing, as the old robes and so forth were made for. I need me something that, yeah.
I like silence.
Yeah. And then if the wind blows, I don't want to like worry if the thing's gonna have a heart attack because it's fucking barking so bad with the shit. stop barking. And I was like, dude, he hasn't stopped yet, bro. He's literally like barking at himself. Does he realize he's awake? That was when he was younger, dude. When he got older, like fucking Mama Shar's dog.
Yeah.
And it was just like ridiculous. Oh my goodness.
No,
It was like
fair enough with other shit in my life. I don't want to learn about bullshit.
It was ridiculous.
I'm pretty cool. Like, super cool. No, thank you.
It was ridiculous. Please don't get another one of those kind of dogs. Yeah. You're welcome. Otherwise, yeah, what do you think? That's it. What do you think?
Yeah, sounds
Yeah.
good. I'm down for having a companion.
We'll have to act fast otherwise. Go. But then wish not to act fast in a sense, but again, this would be another time of asking. Do you feel ready? And spoken upon a couple times over the years, but be that we're here full time. So yet again, all those things incurred so that something that you care about does not die. This is different than Molo.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to go get something and it's not coming
You're
to you.
bringing these into your life, yeah.
Different than a plant and all that shit. And you're just like, ah. So that's why I'm asking you.
In regards to the space, we're able to provide the stability of us permanently being here.
That's the craziness from hot to cold. And in between and snow and shit.
Can we do like an outdoor pen for them or something? Fucking like,
Yeah.
I don't know. To keep their butts out of the snow.
That's fine.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, we haven't been traveling, which it would be like a concern. We would like to travel, but in our reality of 365 days,
That's what I'm
That
saying,
would be
of being
scary.
able to take off somewhere, be it that it would be no way feasible for us to find somewhere unless we had the animals with us, camping while we're camping, which wouldn't be that hard. In some places, if we're just to self, but yet still, it's better to have something that can defend itself while you're away. Not just from 2 legs, but from the 4 legs, as you see that's here. Especially because of the fires and so forth that have gotten more and more roommates about active.
so we get them, and it's
Henceforth.
not one, and we get them used to being no separation anxiety where, yeah, we spend time together, but at the same time, they're okay with us leaving, you know?
Cause that was the horrible thing was when my parents moved Maggie into town after her living on 40 acres. Free range. To a half acre fucking backyard. Since then. I haven't owned a dog since because of that. But there's only specific animals that I like.
To where they're okay where, worst case scenario, 20 hours go by, and we come back home like, I don't know, 12 hours later or something, you know. Like, I had a dog one time.
Maggie never chewed my shit up except for when she was on her first mints. Her first mints.
Well, yeah, I guess because
My dumbass parents.
they're not adopted, and so because of that,
No.
they won't have any trauma on the.
Maggie was adopted. I got her at 6 months old.
I got an adopted dog once, and it was just I couldn't go to work. I couldn't do anything.
The only time she chewed something up in the bedroom was when she got her first mints.
No, this dog wouldn't chew. It would cry.
And she chewed up
It
all
wouldn't
my
stop
power
crying.
cords for my Sega that I bought. And hella sucked in my comic books.
So that's good, but we'll have to get them used to
Other than that,
being independent. Like Ramya is. It's cool, you know.
Maggie wasn't sucking my ass. She wasn't sucking anybody. She just had a couple of defaults that from being beaten. If you did something or she thought that you were going to do something, she was interesting. She didn't defend herself, but she would defend other things.
Mm.
But in the sense of defending herself, she would get away from whatever was attached to her, whatnot, or run through or run over. And because of her size and so forth, there was no those big ass hook things that you scream to the ground that you see most dogs get like held by. And she pulled that shit out of the ground like it was nothing. Trying to give her a bath one time. It was funny. The poor thing. That's when I realized something had happened to her. When I tried to give her a first bath. And the water hose was keep, the pressure would make it like sound. And she took off. I had 2 of them things where she had a harness on. I had 2 of those things all over the ground. Right cleared like here. Fucking raw as fuck to get the ground, shit in the ground.
Yeah.
With me holding on to it, man, no. It was the funniest shit. She pulled me so quick. I couldn't let go of the water hose to like make it stop. Getting drunk, dude. I'm 14 years old. Getting drugged by this fucking dog across the yard. On my back, dude. You know, you see like those videos people trying to get away from the snake on the string. And the noise of the fucking drill thing, or the screw, clinking, freaked her out. And I was just like, yeah, something happened to you. I was like, dude, that's the craziest shit right there. I looked into the different types in the bloodlines, and there's working dogs, and then there's this like, there's dogs.
Does this be like a police dog or something if you train it?
Yeah. I like that
Like
elder
the
that,
mental capacity.
I like that elder that we met.
Well, so it's up to the owner to have it like optimum.
And put that attention.
Yeah, I like to have a dog to go hiking and swimming.
That's what my mom and my stepdad didn't realize, because they had a friend that had Mojo. He was 205 pounds. American long nose, long hair. Maggie, like these, was a German short nose, short hair.
Oh.
So ticks and fur hair, all that kind of shit like that. We wouldn't have it everywhere if the dogs were in the house.
Yeah. They still shed like
Or
little
if they-
hair, but it's short hair.
Yeah, but not like... We see more cat hair and so forth from the cats than we did for Maggie when she was in the house. That, because I brushed her also, as I was saying, for Mama, so to get a brush.
I haven't seen any. I guess we'll have to order it.
But, and she had no issue. Like I said, when we got her, it still snowed in Rackery. She had any issues with that or the rain. She kept me warm and Justin warm when we ripped the window out during the wintertime. I didn't tell my parents. They're so fucking big. But you gotta maintain their diet. I mean, they won't be in here, but I'm just saying.
They fart like crazy.
No, if you maintain their diet.
Yeah.
I had to try to change Maggie's diet because my stepfather fed his fucking dog pedigree. And pedigree smells like shit when you open a can. It smells like worse when it comes out the dog. When you have something that weighs the same amount as you, you know, you've been at people's houses with pickles and stuff like that that give them that kind of food. And like, it sounds like a person farting right next to you. I mean, it is. It's human off-gassing, showing that their
Can
diet.
I take it, Mom, please?
Showing that their diet is off.
Go.
So
It's gross, and they're so big that it's as big and potent as a person's fart.
even not more.
Yeah, it's
Because
gross.
it's like, well, it clears out here.
I'm good.
Yeah, I don't have much experience with Rottweilers.
Super gentle dogs. Maggie was cool with Michaela and Ezekiel.
Nice.
No issues. All the other babies that came over. Michaela fucking took Maggie to the max. Like I said, she was uneasy around Ezekiel because of the 4 and her being older. Way older when he was born.
Yeah.
Well, she was like a year and a half when Michaela was born. And
How old are these puppies?
8 weeks. They're 2 months old.
That's little.
See?
They're like probably as big as bone. Just plain.
And they turn into this by a year, depending on how much love you give them and so forth. And a really good temperament. That mimics and mirrors you.
They need to go to have something or swimming or hiking.
Mama's enough with peeing all over the place. You know, is it Mama's enough with peeing all over the place? You don't need nothing else doing that.
It'll be cool to see how Romeo, like, look at them, if he cares or
You
not.
gotta do it now while they're young and he's still young, otherwise we'll have an issue.
Oh yeah, they'll eat him up, or fucking keep him out, or he will be bitchy, or
He'll just be bitchy at them. Because they're still young, they'll have to be used to them.
yeah.
They just won't tolerate other cats as new ones come in. And it'd be a funny hierarchy as I've seen in my parents' house. Where Vader beat up on Maggie. He was an old ass Japanese fighting cat that my stepdad had. He beat up on Maggie. So it made her,
Kevin put a fucking square in their ass.
it made her timid.
They can GPS and we'll be like, where's that? Alright, it's good.
Mohican and
It's from, you know, we cares. He told us here all the time.
Mohican chilled with her, or Dodson chilled with her. The silly dog used to bite on her and nurse off her when she first got her.
Oh.
Along like the apple Dodsons. Miniatures. The little miniature Dodsons. They're like this. Those little things are vicious, dude. They're good dogs too. I wouldn't mind getting a couple of them. Like the big ones, the actual German ones. They're like fucking.
What are they
They're
again?
big. Fighting badgers and shit like that.
What do you call them?
Dotsons. D-A-T-S. U-N or S-O-N.
D-A-T-S?
Oh yeah.
Datsun.
The thing that Mom had. Lori.
No, it's D-A-T?
The dogs that Lori had.
Oh, hell no. No. The sausage dogs?
Yeah.
No, hell no. You
Those
really
are
say?
those are
No.
those are
You
American.
go from a Rottweiler to fucking sausage dog.
No. Again.
Big sausage
No.
dog. We call them sausage. It's perro
No, honey.
salchicha.
No, honey. They have working versions of those.
Yeah, how working can it be?
See, they're not the little...
No, hell no. I'm not getting no fucking sausage dog. No, I can't stand their look. Like, I can't stand their appearance. I seriously can't stand their appearance. No, it's really, like, hurts my eyes.
My mom had a couple of
I
miniatures.
give no fucks.
But I was stating
No,
not
hell
the miniature
no.
ones, not a yapper dog. I would if I ever did.
Oh, that's Dutch. It's not.
The big
T-
ones.
It's Dachshund.
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 The wire-haired. Oh, that's the other one. DACHSHUND.
Dachshund.
Like that. I like that. I don't.
The big ones, though.
No, I don't care.
Just hear me. Marie, stop.
There's a lot of kinds.
Marie, stop. They have big ones.
Yeah, I see them.
They're almost as big as long as this couch. The Rottweiler is part of that.
Yeah, like the black little ones of those sausage sound. The face looks like a Rottweiler.
It's like the masses,
Totally.
which make Rottweiler.
The other ones have it longer, and then they're the family of those that have long hair and long thing that they're longer and bigger.
See.
The one that are like, just they use like also for royal, I think, like walking those. I don't know. I fucking walk the dogs. I don't know.
See, but they have those you use for foxes.
Full size, standard. Oh, there you go. Giant.
I mean, imagine those. You use those for fox hunting and other things. Imagine that going in and getting your fox. So on and so forth. They have, again, working versions of those. Not the the yappers that you're used to.
I think that's still cool. Oh God! Somebody did a pitbull Dachshund. It's like. Yeah, they're funny. They're funny. I can't.
I'm just saying. Fearless dog. If you wanted
Yeah.
one to go with you, a working version of that, where it'd fight and so forth, not just bark at shit and get ate by it, but actually fight with it and have the ability to fight with it. And something ran up on him. Small eyes, I'm just saying.
Rottweilers. Yeah, they look exactly the same now. The Rottweilers are cute though, cause they look silly. The Rottweiler looks like silly. Look, when they grow.
Let's see, but I'll show you these. I'll send you that link of what I'm talking about, the difference between a German working, and if you can see the difference between what you're looking at.
Dogs were known in German as Rottweiler, Max,
Like Mojo, the American long-haired long hair. He was 205 pounds, but he had an interesting temperament that I asked my parents not to breed him with Maggie with because he had an issue with my mom with her wheelchair. A couple other times I seen him bark at a colored person. Never did it to me. But he was so big, he was a dog that I was fucking scared of. Maggie was 2.5 hands across. Her chest. His was 3.
Yeah.
My mom could sit on that dog. Right?
Yeah.
My mom could literally, we have pictures of her Polaroid. Her sitting on Mojo. She could sit on Maggie. Kaylee just right her. It was funny. That's why I used to make a joke about fucking making Puss in Boots at Romeo.
Oh, I see. The ones that the Rottweiler German, they're not funny looking.
Yeah.
They don't have like droopy face.
No.
They're like, oh, because they have the face of a Sherman Shepherd, kinda like the slickness of it.
No, massive. War dog. Again, back to something being able to bite you on your femur and break it in one bite. The pit bull, it is latch on and lock his jaw and move your leg around. That will bite you and keep going through your leg. Besides, you have to go higher than a 9mm to shoot it. kill it point blank on its head, which you don't wish to do. This is the way their skulls are made. The working dogs. They have extra capacity here from it being bred for war. You can hit them with an axe and so forth. And it will hurt it, but it will still get its job done in its mission.
You say it's a designer breed? Because it's like...
But you notice that's the difference between the elder real estate gentleman that we met, his German Shepherd, and your German Shepherd.
Ours look like that. Like that.
This
Sherman.
one,
Yeah, on the left. That's what my dogs look like.
you seen what color and what size that elder that had his working German Shepherd? Real estate gentleman tall. You see the difference? Ooh, Dorsey's throwaway. Akita. If you look that up, I don't know why you're looking at me all strange. And obviously you don't know what it is. So Akita is my other selection for
Akata.
Akita.
Akita. I have no idea what Akita. What? Yeah, I like that. Yeah, it's like a chocho kind of. Yeah, I like that.
They get about 100 pounds.
I think we got like one of those.
The males get about 100 pounds over and over.
That's hella cute.
A buddy of mine who was in high school had two of them in town. His parents did. An interesting part of the neighborhood. Never had any issue with people jumping over the fence, I'll just say that. And those that did, they never had anybody going.
No, I never heard of them.
I have a tan one and a full jet black one.
What color?
And they said they had a tan and white one. And they had a full jet black one.
But what color would you like?
I don't know. It don't matter to me. You have to ask yourself, do you want a Japanese one or an American one?
And what do you want?
You know what I'm saying? Or a working one. You'll see the difference. Again, always the show dogs and so forth look different than the working dogs. They're bigger.
Cute. In Japan, there's still 1600 legends on the prey to hunt the Iso bear, which overrun a small island. This stinking working breed
They're bear hunters.
originated from the province of Akita in Japan and dates to the 1600s, when legend says they were bred to hunt the Yiso. It's Yezo bear, which overrun a small island there. Later given to the emperor, the breed became a symbol of good luck throughout Japanese culture. This strong and delicate breed not only protected the royalty but also was used to hunt large game such as deer and wild boar and bear. Today, it's still considered a symbol of good luck in Japan to own an Akita. These dogs make popular companion dogs and are known for being alert loyal, and fearless, which makes them excellent watchdogs. That's awesome because they're also cute. They look like a sausage. I love it. Okay. Oh, dude, they're cute.
So 2 of those and 1 Rottweiler, or 1
No,
Rottweiler?
2 Rottweilers and 1
one
of
of
those.
those.
I think. I would say. I mean, this shit would take down a bear. Ezekiel, like, this be our bear. You know what I'm saying? It would be our bear. A bear. They look like a bear, too. They really look like a bear. You think they got something to do with a fucking bear?
Okay.
Their butt looks like a bear. They, at high grooming level, you have to be on it. So, they're large size, prey drive high, very alert, adaptability moderate, trainability moderate, activity level high, kid pet friendly sometimes. That's what it says
Depending on how much time you give them.
here. Yeah. They're hella cute. I would like it to be white.
My buddy plants it. His parents have 2.
I don't want it brown because y'all confuse it like a bear.
They never had any issue
What about the huskies?
with it messing with us.
Remember when there were puppy huskies here?
Yeah. What kind of a working husky do you got?
Let's see.
And what kind of heat and cold and so forth do you wish to deal with? Excuse me. Let's think of, say, the tool that you're wishing to get. And again, for me, I haven't gotten an animal since I was a teenager. Because we moved from the mountains into town. And it was torture for me to see something go from open space down into there. And then see somebody take, say, again, what's the difference between Romeo and them kids that took their cat to Luther Pass and you seen what happened with their cat? You know what I'm saying?
Have you ever heard of Shiba Inu? It says that Shiba Inu is one of just a few ancient dog breeds that still exist today. Recent DNA testing confirms that the Shiba Inu and other Asian Spitz breeds date back to the 3rd century BC, making them one of the oldest dog breeds in existence. Although somewhat small in stature, they're agile and strong canines that were originally bred for hunting in the mountains of Japan. Imported by a military family to the United States in 1954, the AKC finally recognized the Shiba Inu in 1992, 50 years later, and added the breed to the non-sporting group in 1993. It's still the #1 companion dog in Japan. They have become a popular breed for United States dog owners looking for a small version of the Akita. Oh. Due to distemper and wartime bombings in Japan, the Shiba Inu was brought to the brink of extinction by the end of the World War II.
Hose, honey, hose.
Huh?
I said hose, honey, hose. Thank you for the information.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, I've never heard of Akita myself, so it's really interesting to know. So the Akita and Rottweiler.
Look at biting force of the Akita and look at biting force of the Rottweiler. In a sense to a pit bull and so forth that everyone get.
Akita, you know, 350 to 400 psi.
Again, my knowledge is before Google. That dumb shit in my head from one for breeders' books and so forth that I studied. Because before I could get a dog like I wanted, my parents told me I had to study everything about it because it was my dog. They weren't feeding it.
It is their jaw, the Rottweiler jaw, are stronger than German Shepherds and Pitbull with a bite force of 328 pounds. That's about half of a shark's bite force, 669 pounds.
Do you understand the collarbone, your femur being bitten? And it's snapping, and it's biting, and it keeps munching on you. Crazy when you see a deer get his leg snapped and the motherfucker keep going.
They both have pretty,
Yeah.
pretty strong. The other one too, for looking so cute.
The only way that you can take down a bear and survive.
Shit.
You understand?
Yeah.
Did you see how big a bear is?
Kind of looks like a fox.
You see how big a bear is?
These animals look all very interesting. Yeah, the bear is huge. And he's fast and jumps. Super aware.
So you need something that is able to, say, be a drone or an adaptation of yourself to facilitate yourself so you can get into those points that you witnessed. So you, again, modify something so you can do such. Be it my understanding and knowledge and what my family background is, I give specific tools to do specific things. Henceforth, me asking you, would you like to get these tools, since it's not the female bear that keeps coming over here, it's the male bear. It's a whole different animal than the female bear. She just runs off. That one, I'm not trying to mess with her. You understand?
Let me see a video of a Akita and a bear.
There's two other breeds I'd like to get, but it cost quite a bit. Let me make sure that it's AKC'd because I don't want no innocence defaults. But yet by such, we have to have hip and elbow x-rays done. Something that was Maggie's issue because of purebreds. You get hip dysplasia and so forth. It's not like never turns that out. I ain't trying to go to Tahoe City House again like I had that big ass black bear stand up. I almost knocked my motherfucking head off. And chased me into the fucking thing. And your dumb ass come out to where I gotta confront this bear with a fucking flashlight and a fucking fishing boat deboning knife. You know what I'm saying? I don't do it again, but it'd be nice if I had some drone zeros. Just get them, girls. Back them up. Don't attack, just back them up. Ain't no reason for no violence. Otherwise, when mom and dad come up, they bring a puppy. I want a couple of your cattle dogs from dinner. CJ sparked my interest. like that, we can go away for a couple of days. Might have to worry about the dog getting ate up, you know? Or something breaking into the trailers or something. Yeah. Let's be smart about it. I can't stand when people let their dogs out and run after cars and shit. Man, Maggie never did that shit. Gretchen did one time, she got hit. She never went out there ever again. That's probably one fucking dog with. I don't know how that dog with. All she got was a little scar right here. A little dozen. People come down the Rackerty Hill and we live at the bottom. That was like fucking murder central. The neighbors' animals. And a couple ones that came up from town that didn't understand. And these cars ain't gonna like stop for you like the cars in town. They're like aiming for you. The one on Rackerty Hill. And the car fucking smacked her. She rolls underneath that shit and flew out like 5 feet. Hit the ground. Looking like a cartoon character. And we held her like a little baby. She ain't gonna do that shit again. Yeah. Good gopher hunting dogs. She was good for the garden.
Oh, nice.
And she only go after badgers and shit like that, you know? The bigger one. I mean, something that'll fight a badger, I mean, shit. You domesticate them too much like Mom did Lori. Lori's dogs, fucking, you can have 3 of them motherfuckers and you can have gophers in your yard and they won't do nothing with them. I'm like, what the hell? They just sit and talk with their dogs when I do. Letting the guard get like, well, the guard get fucked up. Hey, you guys are bred for this. Like, what are you doing? You're just barking at the front. And the gophers over here fucking up the guard. Like, the Gretchen would bring us mice and shit and rats from out of the covert and everything. It was a little trip, dude. Fought with a possum.
Mama, come here. Mommy, no. Is it the fox running away? Hey, Mama.
I ain't scared of you, motherfucker. Push forward on your ass, and I don't know what the fuck you is. That shit ain't scared nothing. But it is keeping me worried. I'm understanding that if it don't sound like you, I know it's the other cat. It's the real cat. I don't know how you doing that mimicking shit, but you got me for a couple of years. But the female fox. Yeah, barking and so forth and so forth. That's all. And I was on the porch. I was all tripped out. pictures, but really count them. Get you some friends, momos. Some sisters to play with. Keep each other safe and company. Get the grandbabies and babies up here to play with you. Get this all set up. Longitudinal wave guide fit for the seeds to grow. And the other is a boar bell. BOER BOEL.
That's sexy. It's pronounced boar bull, large guardian dog, South African mastiff. An impressive breed that are one of the most powerful dogs in the world, exerting more than 450 pounds of pressure per square inch when they bite. Oh my god.
And if you look in my
sad.
and if you
look sad.
And if you look, I haven't looked it up. It's off my top of my frontal lobe.
It's so cute, but it looks so sad. Like it has a French here. Like it's concerned all the time. You see the face?
That's weird. Let's see. Husky, Chow Chow.
Holy shit, they look like a shark.
Huskies, Chow Chows, so forth.
Damn. They're like on steroids. Kango? Have you heard of that one? It's very similar.
It's the dog that was mixed with Comanche's puppy that he got, that black one. Do you remember? That he was all happy about?
Mm. I like it. That's interesting.
Only in the sense of because of what we have as a roommate running around. That's what they're used for. I'm not saying I'm gonna to hunt bear, but if we have bears running around in our front yard, yeah, the issue of walking through the forest and so forth and something like that, unfortunately you don't know. It's always nice to have something besides a nada or whatnot that will confront something and not die during the confrontation if you sick it on it, not it running after it. Big difference.
Yeah, that would be great. It'd be a huge peace of mind.
Besides a man or something. Having something that somebody better shoots a fucking dog several times because the dog's gonna eat your motherfucking ass up. Because the first two bites, if you put your hands up, your arm's broken or your leg's broken. You know what I'm saying? That was why I got me. Because of living in the house that I did. You know what I'm saying? Why my mom made her be put outside. Everybody ain't no stupid ass pit bulls, but them things used to get ate up in our house and all of ours. Why I had to put Maggie away. People complaining that would purposely fucking do our fence fucked up to where their dog could get in there. means what their pit bull is trying to do best. And like I said, when those people tried to rob us, they drugged my dog. That was the last straw. That's the only got them fools on the roof, and my stepdad beat the shit out of him with a baseball bat, and I held him. I called the police. Almost got in trouble, but stupid motherfucker said why he was on the roof was to steal the bike. And my bike was literally linked against the fucking garage door on the front of the garage facing the street. If you're robbing the bike, how the fuck is the bike still in the front of the house, facing the street with no bike light on it? You could just walk and took it. What you doing? Where'd you at? Why isn't my dog barking at you, trying to get you? I'm fucking putting bullshit in the thing. From her getting used to living with my parents, she got table scraps that people put drugs in the fucking hot dogs. Otherwise, that was not on her palate. She didn't get that. That's the whole thing. Is teaching them stuff. Why I say what you when it comes to Momo. One has to be mindful if we do go, and we do go this route. You have something as such. One has to be careful with the power. They're beautiful creatures. I can't wait. I have to help doing some things. And by doing such, then we can start putting some fenced area off. You can have your chickens. And a goat. Or goats. So on and so forth that you like. Without have to worry about a chicken and eaten by the predators. Otherwise, you put those out there without something like that. You see, we got the panther, the fox, the bear. We got all the apex predators, like literally, like just 10 feet from us.
I feel so.
So do I, but not for them, because it's like
Not for the chickens that can.
that would
They can fly.
it would be the same as the garden. You know what I'm saying? You know. Once that gets going, we're gonna need more than Momo just fucking with the mice, because it's gonna be on and cracking. Everything their mom's gonna be wanting to eat everything that's there. So here's your stuff. Here's your stuff to eat. Stay over there. Literally just show you, stay over there. You know what I'm saying? Stay over there. GoPro cameras on them. We made national news. IMC has taken over today or earlier. I shared that to a bullet. I don't know if she's seen it. I could make a fire right now in the fireplace. one. It's interesting coolness. A complete change in atmospherics of this day. It is not good for this fire. Why it's gotten so big. It's actually been really interesting. It's an interesting statistical number, 27 states, 66,000 plus breakthroughs, but they're only counted if they're hospitalizations, which means you probably have 100,000 plus breakthrough cases. And by that, you have a new variant that will inoculate and go out, which is the driving force of the deaths and the people that are unvaccinated. By those thinking that their vaccination protects them from spreading it. 2 parts per million silver, shown in the report from last year. That was a lot of good. There's the Dixie Fire. There's that train they're talking about. 100,000 gallons of water. Shoot 75 feet up. Made national news. Godspeed, men and women. The scale wars. And burning up the minerals and seeing where the stuff is. Using satellites and such. And see what the numbers are for today. Are they running backwards or going forward or going backwards? Or going forward? Looks like they're going forward. Whoa.
First time ever.
17.6 hours. 239 views. There's a Peach Festival. Looked at. Looked at 8 times. There's a Peach Festival. Just looked at.
This is wicked too. Big hot button right now.
Let's share that on the wall. Excuse me. Subscribe, not subscribe, 50%. India's 20%. 0.8 on English subtitles. Everybody disappeared. Except for India. The other son of a bitch.
Down to the highway in Division Alpha, and that extends up towards the important train trestle and all the PG&E infrastructure. So we've been very successful in there. We've had no impacts to any of the infrastructure, not the train trestle, or any of the structures in there. The fire's not very active, but it is still slowly backing down in places. Coming around into Foxtrot, and that Division F section is the piece that we really wanted to get closed off, and that was done last night. So we have direct line on the fire, and they are laying hose in there right now. The one challenge we have is so steep that as they're pumping water downhill, it's blowing all of our hoses from the pressure that's being built up from the water going downhill. So we're establishing some pumping platforms to push water uphill as well and meet in the middle, and they'll be mopping all that up. Our infrared flight from last night showed no heat in here or in Division Mike. So that means we're probably 150 feet of mop up from where our line is interior within the fire. So we're very comfortable with that. And the nice thing with that is that really almost eliminates any threat right now to the communities of Concow, Paradise, and Sterling City and Magalia. So we are very happy with the work that's been done in there and really closing that door off to those threats, including Polga. As we come up into Division Papa, to about here, we're looking really good. We've got the fire on our dozer line and everything's held. We're able to use the lines that we put in as a contingency last year during the North Complex fires, so we're able to rapidly open those up. Late in the day yesterday, you saw that big column of smoke stand up, and that was the rest of Rock Creek itself burning out, and then the backside of the Tobin Ridge towards Chambers Peak. So the fire is well established in there. It's burning in a couple different fire scars for the last 15 years, so we have a lot of dead and down timber, and that's what's causing that column of smoke. But again, if you look at that color of the smoke, it's more white and light brown than that dark gray. And that symbolizes that fuel type that's burning. A little more light brush, younger fuels with a little more moisture in them, and that dead timber that's on the ground. So we see that different color smoke. There's not the tannins and all the pitch that's in the live timber. As we get farther out towards Morris Lake, there is still some standing dead timber, but then also some live timber. So we could see some fire intensity pick up there today. With that, we are putting some additional line in out ahead of Chips Creek to try and keep the fire from getting into that drainage. And all that work's going on up in here. We are working a lot of aircraft to control some spot fires that happen out ahead of the main fire. With today's southwest flow, we do expect the fire to keep continuing to the east and keep pushing us that way, but it's doing us a favor. It's not letting the fire spread very much laterally towards the Lake Philbrook area at all. We're actually steering it back into that rock, a lot of granite up above the Feather River Canyon. As we come around, the Rogers Flat is that PG&E area along Highway 70. There is a couple ridges that we've been looking at, and we're hoping that by holding that up yesterday with our air tankers, that we're going to be able to come in and do some direct line and get up and try and pinch this thing off from this spread. Coming back down the Feather River, the Jarbo winds have been very light at night, which has been very helpful for us, and the fire's continuing to slowly flank down towards the highway, and we've got a lot of engines in there doing mop-up and holding all that infrastructure. So Story and Tobin and Rockcrest Camp have fire engines at them right now. That's the end of the report and our morning update.
Remember we were talking about the Huskies in Brownsville? They just posted it 2 days ago. They have again. They had 4 city boys and 1 girl.
Caterpillar. Nice and healthy. 720 watts.
Shit's just been started. CME, coronal mass ejection. It's about to strike at midnight. Maybe a little bit sooner, but I already feel the difference. Be careful, my friends. I love you all.
Trip, I got you. And insanity and psychosis all over me. Actually unable to help people. Or at least people tell me. Outside of my
Keeping up with energies. 7 minutes. 0.7 kilowatts. don't have that sickness feeling in my body anymore as it was earlier. Definitely can feel that CME ejection. The next few days, be careful everybody outside. Feel like the sun was harder than it should be.
It was. I had a mass ejection. I shared this shit in my thing. So let's see. It should allow me to do it to the wall, group. That's interesting. It's not letting me put it to the business page. Sure. Thank you. You removed it from my memory. This is crazy.
I like my mom necklace. She looks cute.
Why isn't this showing the thing? Interesting. That makes no sense. Why is there no preview coming? Every other thing got a preview. Everything else got a preview. This is not giving it a preview. Interesting. You understand what I'm saying? That's annoying, dude. Let's see if it does it that way. Still no thing. Right? See how they do that? Where's the little thing like they do on my other shit? Where's the preview? Right? Where's the preview? Not doing the preview. I don't know why this isn't being able to be shared or open to share my business page when I have my stuff open. All this stuff gets preview. But that's what I'm trying to create. Where's the YouTube preview? There we go. transfer over the video recording with Samina and listen to it so she can hear it since she ain't done it. Goofball. That's crazy. Somehow they've corrupted my fucking USB where this damn phone is saying we're having issues and foreign my live videos. That's crazy. They took so many down. Anyhow. Crazy, dude. My USB is corrupted. So, I'll have to grab this off of here and download it. Play it for a boil as we sit here. So she just looks at me like I'm retarded when I say, why don't you listen to that shit? And I find it quite interesting that she says that to me this morning. I go to get it to listen to it, and the phone won't accept it. Keeps saying that the USB drive is corrupted. So ever since that day, she comes and says hello. Maybe. Your sister. 11 hours and 53 minutes. What the fuck, dude? There's no sound to this shit? Are you serious? That's hilarious. Wow. Well, never mind, Marie. It's there. There's no audio. So, little conversation and talk is there. You can read her lips. You know what I'm talking about. It's hilarious. The whole fucking conversation. No audio. There's audio to the other part. Each one of them came with a dream. Crazy. Fucking 3-hour talk with her. This one, which they state is harassment and so. Hour talk with her. Get your lighter with you. That's bullshit. There's a whole conversation with her. You can read lips. You can see both of us. You can tell what you're talking about. You can tell what I'm talking about. Right there. Let's fuck that dude. I don't speak Spanish. That was when you were telling her about fucking the goofballness of mom and dad. And my goofballness. That's fucking... That's bullshit, dude.
Yeah, how does this one do you post? Don't have no audio either.
But there's audio here. I just don't get that, dude. That's bullshit. That's crazy. The downloader that I use, I'm downloading my own shit. And it got the asterisk next to it. Watch. Look, look. That. I didn't do that, or it can't do that. It's like with Facebook not allowing me to share my own stuff or post it on the business page when I have mine open to the public, shareable to everyone to see. I don't even know how to make it to where it's just not, that's not what's supposed. Huh. That's a big uptick right there, boy. All peach festivals. Peach festivals going on right now. That's some bitches. Had 8 views of the Peach Festival in the last hour. I said I had 8 views from of the Peach Festival in the last hour. I can say to you is when you watch it, because I made it a point for her to see my face when I was talking, and to be in the thing, and you did also, you'll be able to read your lips. You get recollection of what the hell you're talking about and what she's saying. And when you see her holding the baby and you see me do a facial expression of, it hurts. See my face when I say, that hurts? When you see me do that, that's when I'm talking with her about what? Negro. And what she perceived as, I don't want our son we share together and our son that we share together that I'm accepting as my own. And our daughter that we share together, I don't want learning this. She said out of her own mouth, your brother doesn't wish to move forward. Because we asked her. We were all juiced up and everything when told they were going the route of holistic way of the chateau. We figure out it's her. He said no. You specifically asked her that. Your brother don't want to do that.
Well, my brother wanted to do it. He said in the modality of the healing that she wants to start getting in, the program that she's doing in her own healing, he said, no, you can do it.
See, but she said she wants to do it together.
Indeed. And
Be it
he
that.
said at this time, no, you do it on your own.
See, but she's not doing it on her own. She's encompassing the children. Because to her, the point she's bringing up is we have to do this as a family. It's not just me, husband. The ideologies that you're putting out are non-comforting and conducive to what I feel our family should move forward with. What's the first words out of my mouth like your sister? Samina's not saying this shit? Doesn't have a voice? That's what she said the other day. Samina's not saying this, why? Well, sister, because I wonder, again, coming from her, coming from you, seeing how you are, sister, if it's not grown in the house, Here, let me give you some information because your sister's being retarded in the sense of thinking that my household was any different than yours of the man rules the house. That was still instilled in me. My mom and my stepfather still played the role where she stuck his ass in of, well, you're the man, so all the bills and all that shit's on your head. Make this shit work. You understand? But not, because she made all the money. But she gave it, in a sense, it was in his wallet. I'll just say in that manner. Otherwise, it got squandered. You know, Steve had nothing up in the house except for like the collectibles. Once that stuff stopped doing and so forth, my mom wanted the TV right there, or the couch, or a new couch, or whatever she wanted right there. I never heard any rebuttal back from the dude. You understand? What are you talking about? He went from having his own place to moving in with someone and having no say of where his shit went. Only a couple times that I see you like I've done with you, or rest in peace to his mother and the other person, which made when my grandma figured out that there was an urn in the house, my grandma stopped coming over. Peace be upon her. You understand? There were certain things that the man asked my mother, fucking leave it alone, like I've done with you. There was only a couple spats that I seen happen between them where the urn or other shit that was personal to him, like I've had with my stuff, where I say, please don't mess with it. My mom never got rid of anything that was given to him, or sold or anything else. She just moved the stuff. And that was several times he ever opened up his throat chakra stating, please don't do such. Henceforth me asking the same, hey man, do you have the ability to do that in your house? Because in my household, we've come to this agreement where I've had to do like my stepdad, as I was just illustrating. There's certain things in the house, you can have the house decorated all you want, Bonnie. All you want, Maria. But just leave this stuff over here alone. This right here is mine. My space. Please just let it be. The things over here I'd like to set right there. If I go to use them, or they're, be it they're a tool or sentimental to me. Let them be there. Please. Do you have an instant like that in your house, sister? Yeah, no, I'm not able to do any of that. Okay? That comes from growing up seeing it in the household, and then trying not to have that same incident happen to me, or become that person of the household. Do you understand? Or it's just my stuff out. Do you understand? That's why looking at Mickey and going, why does your room look like, your house look like your fucking closet? How did it expand out? You understand? What of this is Caleb's and what of this is yours? And what are you guys doing with it? You understand? Hey, I don't mind you filling our house up with your things because, just hear what I'm saying without thinking I'm attacking you. I don't mind you putting out the things that you do and doing all this stuff because, again, you're in a whole different country. You understand? That's why one of the things that mom brings that you put out and then it gets fucked up or whatnot, or it gets used and it gets burned or trashed, who's the one that tries to save it and keep it from getting thrown away or fucking keep it from getting messed up? You or me? Okay, that's cool, but henceforth you acknowledge what you just stated. Just acknowledge that. Me keeping your stuff cool and me rebuttaling, going, why am I me being this person, but yet when I ask, do not mess with my things or destroy my things, it is not reciprocal, is what I'm pointing out. That's what I was asking. It doesn't matter in the sense of what one perceives as what destruction is. It doesn't matter what one outside of me who puts the value on something, who states do not mess with it, do not touch it, by using things or moving it from where I have it at, depreciates it in the sense of someone stating that they acknowledge the instant. Maria, I'm not attacking you, honey. And I'm not
asking you, so
stating
I
it that it's
can-
right now,
Oh,
and you're taking it as
okay.
such. Oh my god.
So it's
I'm
being,
having
you're
a
talking
fucking
about-
adult conversation with you, and
No,
you're
you're
still
not.
in
Please don't
emotional
talk
fucking
like that.
child ways,
Not
thinking
at
right
all.
now, as you just acknowledged, as I'm portraying out an illustration.
You don't need to
In
talk
no
like
point in
that.
this conversation have I said, honey, you're doing it right now.
Not right
You always
now. You're
revert
saying
back
shit.
to,
There's no
oh my god,
reversing.
oh, what am I doing right now? I'm saying,
There's no
dude, in the
reversing.
context of what we were talking about, how and where did I say you're doing it right now? For you to get defensive and shut down.
I'm not shutting
You're not
down.
shutting
I'm trying
down.
to understand.
You're not fucking. How are you understanding if, as
asking
I'm
you.
talking, you keep fucking talking and keeping a conversation in your mind and only being able to perceive a certain way in a manner to where, again, one is asking, how in the fuck did you get that when I've not said anything about that at all, or in the context of that you're doing it right motherfucking now. Be that it is, it means that you are not involved in the conversation. You're involved in a sub-conversation in your mind. Okay, again, you're answering me. And I have to answer your answer, and I don't get to the point of what I was saying as I'm stating, and I keep stating, so I'm gonna shut the fuck up, because it's just the same.
Yeah, it is the same. It's ununderstandable. How the fuck?
It's only understandable if someone doesn't fucking choose to shut the fuck up in your mind, or stop seeing it as someone's attacking them, or somehow when someone's talking to you in an adult fucking manner about something,
There's no attacking you.
somehow someone fucking sees when somehow I'm asking for clarification of how in the fuck did someone, when no one's ever fucking said this time or the other times, that you always fucking come to the context of, I'm doing it right now, oh fucking prove it to me, what am I doing to you right now? And I'm going, when the fuck did that come out of my mouth? I wasn't even fucking talking about us. We always go fucking off on some shit. Because again, somebody's mind, I'm talking in the pretense of what the fuck we're just saying in the sense of fucking talking about the stuff.
What you're saying, you even understand the statements that you're doing?
Okay, I do understand the statements that I'm doing. You either what, honey? What?
So it's in my records. Let's put it that way. Meaning it's being done.
I don't want words put in my mouth, so please tell me what my words are.
What it's being said is, it's in my records, meaning that I've done it. I'm not saying I'm doing it. You have not said that I'm doing it right now.
So why did you just fucking 5 minutes ago state, why are you not proving to me how I'm doing it right now? And I'm going, why are you fucking fixated on me stating, which I haven't said anything to you, that you've done it fucking right now?
I'm saying
Where we get back to this always to, oh honey, when am I doing it right now? You can hear it in all the videos. When am I doing it right now? And I'm going, when the fuck did I say that you're doing it right now?
No. There's, okay.
God damn. What is it? You're doing it right now. Other than you're doing this right now. I give up. Fuck it. I give a fuck no more. You win, kid. I give the fuck up. I give up, dude. I give up. You win.
You're making an impression. I'm asking you your impression.
I give up.
Because I'm asking you.
I give up, dude. I give up.
You keep making these statements under your own reality.
Right, yeah. And those realities that I give, is this why your family's all together and all hunky-dory? So yeah, I'm gonna keep my shit to myself. Fuck you, I give up. I'm done.
What shit have I destroyed?
I give the fuck up. Again, like I said right now, there you go back as a child.
Now,
So what shit of mine have you destroyed? I don't know, Maria. Wake the fuck up. Do you want to go back to fucking opening the back of the van, or before fucking throwing my fucking shit away in the van in the garbage, to fucking up to the point of me having to illustrate, flip the fuck out on the client in the shop and go, dude, that's my shit. Why the fuck do you got my stuff in your hand? You know what? I can't do that. Go ahead and walk out with my shit that my mom gave to me, that I've illustrated to my wife. That's something personal to me. And you bought it.
So there was two
And you
instances.
bought it.
One, the
There's
one
more
that
than
you
two
reveal
instances.
where
There's
you
more
say,
than
"I
fucking.
sell
There's
your
more than
shit,"
two instances.
in plural.
How in the fuck does
Which
somebody?
that was it.
How does somebody
The
buy my
incense.
shit? How does somebody buy my shit?
It was the incense.
How does somebody, not an instant, is an instant fucking holder?
Exactly. The
That was
film
presented
holder.
to you as that is mine.
Okay, so
That is
yeah.
mine. That was
I'll
something
take
from
that
my
guilt.
childhood, from when I had a good time and my mom fucking
I'll
me
take
had a
that
good time
guilt.
in my life.
What else
How
have
many
I
times do
sold?
I gotta say it to you? How many times has my shit been given out or touched or fuck with? To where I get like this. To where I don't know, honey. Tell me.
Because that
How
one
many
incident,
times I
you
have
wanna
to
make
ask
it
you about the
plural
citrine? It's just
because
like the
of that
fucking
incident.
citrine.
Get
So
yourself
is it like
straight.
now?
Look at
Did
your
I say
fucking self.
now? Did I say now? No, I did not
Nobody's
say
talking
fucking
about
now.
We're talking about the repertoire. Nobody's talking about now. We're talking about the repertoire.
Nobody's talking about
Now
now.
you bring the
But
citrine
you were
in.
talking about
Bring
now.
all kinds
Yes,
of
I bring the
shit.
citrine in and going
Interesting.
in an
Very
example
fucking
of
interesting.
how does somebody go from asking nicely, pointing something out, to being like this, being a dick.
So once
It's
that
like the
incense had
citrine.
been
It's
sold
taking 3 years.
6 years ago, what
It's
else had
taken
it
3
been
years.
sold of yours?
Several other fucking things,
What
yo.
several other
Several
things?
other
I would
fucking
love
things
to
of my
hear, 'cause
shit
none of your
in the
shit.
fucking shop has been fucked with or touched or brung out, honey, and
No,
you know.
we're talking about
and I've
selling. Now we're
illustrated.
gonna pass to distracting.
No,
Yes,
it's the
'cause
same
you
thing.
No, it's not the same.
Yes, it is. It's called disrespecting
Sure.
somebody's stuff that they give out, and I don't do that to your
What
things.
else? So tell me.
What
I'm
else?
acknowledging the fact that I sold the incense holder. Now you're
I
saying
just illustrated
that
what
I
I said to you.
destroy, disrespect, move the shit. So
Yeah.
please refer
Yes, honey.
to those instances.
Why would
so I
somebody
can
in this time
acknowledge
right
them.
now here recent have
So
to tell
I can
you,
acknowledge them.
don't touch my shit? Why the fuck is the side of the house right there, the little corner right there, been told to you in such a manner? With my tools in the area. Why would that be?
Because I put the
Because,
Ryobi tools in the fucking stand?
no,
And the
it's
things
not.
at the
No,
bench?
that's how the retardedness of your fucking mind works. It's somebody telling you.
What things?
The Roby tools have nothing to do with the fuck I'm talking about, Maria.
I haven't touched none of what it is. Your plasma, your bottles.
None of my
they're
fucking
exactly
shit
where
that
the
I'm
fuck they've
talking
been
about,
put
you
at.
keep hitting on. That's
Even
why I
when
say
swim,
toss a
I don't
on
fucking
me.
move them.
Toss a on me, because it's pointless.
No, it's not. Because your existence is so fucking oppressed
Really?
by the shit that I do, apparently,
Really?
that I would like to understand it. Yeah,
Really?
so we're
There
gonna
you
keep
go
going on
again.
these
Your
fucking
childish
throwing
mind
bombing
goes on this dumb
statements.
shit of, I'm so fucking oppressed, so on and so forth. I was just speaking on fucking something, and yet your mind goes there. So yes, honey,
Where
I'm so
else would my
oppressed,
mind go
and all
other
this
than
shit,
trying-
and all
trying
this
to
stuff,
get
and all this bullshit that's
clarification?
in your fucking mind
I
in a
wanna
childish
get
manner,
clarification
as you
so
hear
we
in
have
your
a
mind.
plateau
Here,
to talk, and
we
it's not
don't.
just
We
you
never fucking will.
saying
We were
shit.
trying to have one, honey, by
Are
talking
we?
with other people, and you can't fucking discern that. You just think I'm attacking you. So it's
Not
over.
at all, but
It's
you make
over on my
statements.
side. Keep going on with your dumb
There's
shit.
no attacking. You're making
Going on with your
statements.
dumb shit.
So-
I'm not
I
making
am.
statements.
If you're done,
They're
be
facts.
done.
They're
I'm gonna
facts.
keep talking 'cause I
They're
like to
facts.
stay
I know
telling.
you wish to state some
So
more
if you
dumb
got
shit,
facts-
some more hose shit. Bring up reality. Again,
So talk about
I
the
brung up the
facts.
reality,
Please,
and
other
I
than the
asked you,
incense
how do we
holder
go
that it
from
got
something from an
sold?
instant holder
Explain more.
to, if it fucking ended,
Explain more.
why the fuck do I react in the manner that I do with my things inside of there, where you just illustrated what you said? I didn't even touch your stuff. How would we have to get to that fucking point?
What has
Your
it
childish
been
ass fucking
this
ego
term?
right
Not
now
at all.
talking with
Please
me
point out
can't
to
even
me.
comprehend
Please point
what
out
just
to
was
me.
just said.
Please point
How
out
do
to
we get
me.
to that point,
What
honey?
is it there
If you
that
stop
it's being
doing
moved?
what the fuck
Other
you
than moving the
stated you ain't
jackets,
been doing.
other than
If
fucking
you
moving
ain't
the
been doing what you
jackets.
been doing, how the fuck we
So
get to where we
please.
dance like that groove? How did the dance and the song get to that? If you stop
I don't see
doing
the constant.
all the
That's what I'm
shit,
asking
if
you.
there's not been
I
a
see
constant,
separate
then how in the
instances
fuck do we
that you're
get to
wanting to
this?
bring in.
How did this conversation get like this? There ain't been a
I'm
constant.
asking you.
I don't
You're
know,
the one
honey.
that brought
It's
it.
called a
You're the one
blind
talking about
motherfucker
it.
that don't listen, watch, or learn.
Sure then.
Still, somebody's having to fucking say something to him. Still, somebody's having to fucking talk like this because it is scanning herself. When somebody's being passive and shit as I've been doing, You don't fucking listen, you comprehend, or fucking associate, have empathy, or even in the conversation.
Oh, please.
That's what you're fucking.
That's not
That
what
is up to
it's-
date. That's your last scan.
No, not at all.
That's your scan,
I
kid.
scanned myself
That's
again,
your
and
scan.
something
Your
else is
scan
suggested.
again. What? What fucking what?
So
That's
you
your
wanna-
scan.
Wow.
That's your fucking shit. Leave me the fuck alone, dude. That's what I want right now. Leave me alone. This is fucking bullshit. I started what? Talking with you in an adult manner. This is not a conversation. Fucking adult conversation. This is not a fucking conversation. So fucking go somewhere with that shit. Crazy. Trying to download this shit again. Like he's blocking it. Never done that before. That's crazy. It keeps kicking me out of the app that I use to download stuff. It doesn't ever do that. That's my own video. That's what's crazy. And blocking it, it fully downloaded it again. And it's not letting me download my own stuff. Like, literally not letting me download my own stuff. Blocking and making my phone restart. Dude, that's crazy. I've never done that before. Yeah, now the stuff on the USB doesn't work on this phone, but it's still on the USB and works on Obola's phone and tablets and everything. Very interesting enough. Sickly, to say the least. So, Obela doesn't have any room on her tablet. I want to try to put it on her tablet so she can listen to it. Yeah, that there's no audio for the first hour the whole time we're talking to a sister. But the answer talk. And also being able to see herself talk and so forth. But anyhow. Very interesting. Stuff is not blocked, it's not copyright. But yet they have it as copyright. A little asterisk thing. But even more so, like I'm saying, they're blocking me from downloading my own stuff that I put up. I've never seen that before. Okay. Usually when you see that mark, it states, videos marked as such or copyright, da 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 da. I've never seen that. And again, I'm not understanding why my stuff would have that. Because I've downloaded other videos of my stuff, and it's never done it before. Interesting. And it keeps blocking. That's crazy. So I'll let Big Head listen this way. Sitting here listening, attentively, trimming the video right here at the speaker on, so you can hear herself and her responses. My responses. Since the first part of the video is messed up, but you can read our lips. And our breakdown of it afterward. Of non-afterglow. But we got the afterglow flights now. But it's her own words. Being construed as attack. Interesting. It's like, it's not done as an attack. It's perceived as one, as somebody stated. As someone said, what the fuck is being pointed out as you doing it right now, homie? So, be it that you're perceiving it as it's been said to you as it's being done right now, is the fact that you're perceiving it as a fucking attack, and it was never fucking punctuated or done as an attack. Just like this shit. If you say the retarded shit you just said, then why the fuck do you go and state, give me some illustration of example right now. Give me the example right now. Give me the example right now. Give me the example of me doing it right now. Because someone perceives it as a fucking attack. So if I want to talk about facts, then if I'm talking about a fact, then the facts that are being laid down was, when the fuck is somebody fucking said right now, motherfucker? When did somebody say it was right now? When did somebody say it was right now? So be it means that somebody was perceiving it as an attack. When it wasn't even presented as an attack, because it's recorded, so you can listen to this conversation too. Like you happen to right now. Like this. Crazy, I still have a scar and so forth. Still not even healed. And the scab on my arm. My arm took the same damage as my head. Not at 100%. And still one wants to go as such. Had the opportunity to listen to the video without me. You'd rather watch make-believe stuff. I just don't get it. And throughout make-believe stuff. In the context of it, fact-based. Wow. It's been an interesting month. Interesting month and 5 days. Love and life. I'll be on it. Just know that. There's a mind chatter, yeah. Just know I love you. I love you, children. myself. I love you all. I have a tremendous amount of work to do on myself. Still to go. Hidden true, no hidden true. A lot of work to do. Hard when you're trying to do it, and there's always water hoses. Went down and got the other pump. Water the plants, do some trimming more today. See what these white jaws have done to my channel. The numbers gone up or have they gone down? Huh. 18 hours now. 2:57. 22 times Peach Festival. Times that video, that's a private's been watched, huh? Number 3. Huh. People sharing the video in Messenger. India's jumped up a whole bunch. That's what's sickening is my wife used this in a fight the other day. Ashley. Still get that guy. Spoke out against that. We ran the Yuba County Compassionate Use Co-op. The motherfuckers wouldn't do that for us. Because we're a non-profit. This place is for-profit. It's disgusting. Tavo's a teacher now. Fuck yeah. He's teaching babies. Love you, Tavo. Fuck yeah. Good shit, my brother. That's what it's about right there. That's a good-hearted man. Met him 7 years ago, trimming up from his home. He was way bigger. He slimmed down. Now black belt sensei. Allahu Akbar. Give him back to the community. They're still getting away with sharing this bullshit. Killing people. Wow. It started in France, the first democratic country forcing vaccines on people. It's begun. It's forcing it on nurses, in their bars, restaurants, just normal shit, stores. People protesting, over 100,000 people protested on Saturday. Wow. Indeed, Saudi Arabia is doing the first Hajj. First prayer has been done, but yet all the people are vaccinated. They're all with the Chinese vaccine and Sputnik. That's a test, human trials to see what happens. Talk beer. Last year when they had it, no people had a vaccine. There was no outbreaks recorded at all of COVID, of anything. Or Zumzum water. All those mercies. Whoa, Vienna, Austria, our diplomats are getting whacked with the sonic cricket bullshit, like what happened in Cuba, Havana, Cuba, and what happened in Singapore before Trump went there to meet Kim Jong-un, North Korea, and came back and had all of our people come into a room which never been done before. And now, since Biden's been in office, Vienna, our diplomats are getting whacked. Our diplomats are getting whacked again. Let's prove to show you. Their minds are getting wiped. Information's getting took from them. People are getting messed with. And this geostorm shit that's going on. Wow. The stuff that's happening to people everywhere around. Seeing that over there. With this mess in the air is the smoke. Combining with that from the rice fields. The static and so forth. The way your grandma's acting still today. They gonna make thunderstorms today. Oh, inshallah, there's no fires. On the physical plane. Or on the human plane. Thunderstorms. Geostorming at their finest. Turn this into a weapon. Thunderstorms. Fucking fires heading towards Bucks Lake.
What he was saying.
There's more and more. Other water tankers.
Being more receptive when somebody is being docile.
Fire can come back down around it.
Sort of like trying to override them or trying
Taught
to
my brother
get
Cole
response
since I was a little kid.
for like a
Need
situation
some
of a
work on
response that I'm projecting. That's
some
what I
work.
want to get because that's what I'm doing.
Let's teach some kids to get working on the property and get this done. Start here.
And a lot of us women, we
Wall
just
up or they
run.
boss up on you, dude.
All of us women, we just run on the most masculine side of ourselves, and we haven't cultivated like the feminine side of ourselves. And if you guys are docile and are feminine, it's like things that we abuse. Like we know how to manipulate or
to. I was there with my parents.
Garrett man fucking worked there. I never did. The neighbors that live across the street from me.
Alright. Do they got, what do they got in that store? Do they got any deli? No.
They got American Spirit rolls.
No, they don't. It's the one that has a gas station, right? Yeah. No, they don't have pouches. Rolling pouches. Tobacco, no. Bugler, but we smoke American Spirit. I stopped there last week. They didn't have American Spirit, but I didn't look to see if they had like any deli, like cakes or anything like that. It's too bad that the Mexican sister got and make the post office and keep the next one I got. It's too bad that it's not running. You think so? Oh, the lady was saying that the lady from the post office, Julie, she said that the Mexican sister that got it, that she was running it last summer, she got sick, so she got cancer, so she's not running it. It's been like a week. $8 for a gallon of milk, yeah. That's where the money's at. Okay, well, we'll probably just see you at the store too, because I might stop there. Alright. Is the gate open?
Yes, sir.
Look at my face. I look like I haven't slept. I look like shit. You're introducing me to people like that. It's alright. I'll get back. So ZJ sent Cole. CJ said, I can't help you. You're too much of a case. I can't fuck with you. I'm just gonna send somebody. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I went on that long ass ramble that I should have recorded for a reason. It wasn't to make you look bad or anything else like that, honey. It was just put something in your forefront as well as stating. As you fucking viciously attacked me with a statement the other day in a sense of, well, if you can dowse, then you should know this and this, and I'm just like, I'm still blown away that you went that way, even in the sense of stating factually the question about my mom and your family help and all that, and I'm just like, wow, I'm lost in that shit. Like, wow, how can you even say that statement and ask for a fact on it when there's no factuality to put to that statement? That's what's insane to me. But yeah, I sent Brother a message asking, saying about the deer. And Cole said, Sheila said you might need some clones. Something to replace that. I said, yeah. I said, I got my chainsaw with me if you want to do some cutting right now for the wood stuff. And I was like, let me talk to Maria. He had his buddy with him. I was like, Cole, you know, I don't like people coming over I don't know. Tracy is a good brother, or I wouldn't. So I'm going through something right now. I was like, alright, man. Just like jokes, I asked him, where's Joe at? And I was like, why? I was like, well, just fucking just talking to him about trying to help him out. Every person, every man right now that I've gone to school with, he's going through some shit. Like, literally. Every class year that graduated, every dude. Because we're all past it. We all got the fuck beat out of this and shit by our moms. And we codependently got with beautiful wind that like to play on that shit.
I wanted to have your space.
And then play on that shit. So, if we can help each other fix the codependent bonds of how we've gone in and such and so forth, as I was stating, they're sending some kind of weird ass wave that got everybody fucked up. There's too much of a fucking, it's the 13th brother out of my class year, graduated with me, that I've spoken to. Recent, during our spats that we're having, that's going through the same shit. Where they've gotten themselves with someone, but yet, I was like, this is interesting. This is scary interesting. What are they sending over here? In the sense of fucking with people's heads and shit. Why? Since lockdown of last year, you got people fucking just eating each other alive. And it's taken almost 2 years into this shit for these relationships to get shaky. And you had those people that just got married, stab fucking each other and shoot each other. What the fuck?
Amor, would you close the door, please? here yesterday? I did something in it. Did you see the bird tail?
Yeah.
It's cute.
Baby bear. We got 3 bears. We got that female.
Yeah, I know. One takes a route, one takes a route. That's maybe and the dogs for sure, so the dogs will keep the chickens in place and fox out and the whole ecosystem.
You get what you want. No, please don't stutter step. Maria. You got somebody that's gonna bring over people that clear this whole shit out. We'll have it done this year if you have mine set it in your head. You understand? Because we gotta make landings. We're gonna be logging. Make landings, cut them out, so on and so forth, in a sense not to waste the landing energetics of building it, so it has to be torn down and put into something else that we wish. You understand what I'm saying? That's what he was asking me. He was like, where are we going to branch this shit and mill and other things like that? So we get the chipper going, blah, 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 and
Use all that chip for fucking laying it out as we go, so there's no...
So we got a bigger truck now that we can pull the stuff. We get the backhoe going, we got a snatch box. That's what I told him my idea why I left that big oak right there that's taking up our light, was I wanted to do a tram system. His idea was fuck the tram, just stick it in the crotch of the tree, pull it up through that right there, and pull it up off the ground where you can just grab it and put it over that way. Get it done.
Yeah, I'm down for it. Not what typically people would get paid for.
It's not that way. You can't do it like that. That's what you don't comprehend. Did you understand what the man said he was doing?
Yes, yes. So my question was, what's your need? Like, what's your, like, besides money, like, you need wood, like, what do you need? How can we, like, work it
That's
out?
why he told me I'll get what you want out the way done. That's why I'm on your ass asking you what do you want built, so it helps me figure out what I want cut and moved, or if there's going to be a landing road, or if it's going to be stepped. Hello? You understand? So we have to understand the work. Lay out a plan to get some people, because we're going to be doing heavy equipment, the truck pulling as heavy equipment, and dangerous ass shit, cutting and pulling things like that. But as he gave you a promise, no one will be showing up here without him, and if they do, and even talk to Cole about that shit, about that dude and the goddamn thing. You understand? That's just how we are. That's why I went to Carl going, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Why didn't you bring this dude over?
Yeah, it was overstood that you don't send somebody, and then
That's
you
how
were
it is on the hill.
Because I'm asking you,
I
why?
was never taught that in the valley, but up here I was shown that and taught that. That's why out of his mouth
It's
is.
because he had something on it. Like, that's because Carl he wanted to start something. He wanted us to go there. You understand? He brought that onto himself.
Yeah.
We stupidly fucking bite on it because we didn't see it coming. That Carl would fucking accuse me of
Like
fucking
Cole
some
said,
bullshit
your
like
friend
that.
Carl. I said, hold on a minute,
But
man.
Carl did it to himself.
Carl is not my friend, bro. Let me explain to you something. That motherfucker thinks my wife fucking claim jumping. He's trying to claim jump me. Let me tell you about that, bro. Here, come on into the property. Come on into the property, booba. talk to Marie. Fucking. Maybe she'll open up. She'll see.
Yeah, I'm super down too. He helps us and we help him. It looks like he needs like a little bit of like space for his head and whatnot.
That's why I was trying to point out to him, going, look, who hangs out with me, honey? I reached out to those supposed people that were my friends, and what did they do? And you see with him. That's why I said, how can you say that, such, brother? I'd never do nothing like that. So the first thing out of my mouth was showing your woman respect and asking her, since you're here talking, take some tea back to her. Well, I see you got that look, so tell me about it. What's going on? Well, shit, brother, I ain't gonna lie. First time me and Maria talking. We ain't even talking, we talking to each other through your motherfucking ass, so. Everybody going through some shit right now. But he said, don't worry about the payment because the people owe me. You understand? You just pay me what I feel like asking for. I got these kids that I wish. I got these kids that I wish to teach them how to do some good things. That owe me stuff, and I'd rather teach them something how to do good, proper work, and do something for people. And I said, shit, man. That's why I brought him over to where you could hear. Or I said, that's the same guidelines I was saying to the kids. Why I had you in that part where you heard me say, telling the kids, take 5 of my crystals home. You can have them motherfuckers. Come back. Don't sell it to me. Show me how it affected your life. So. You understand? Because you're paying yourself.
Yeah.
I can relate and empathize with you. That empathization. The issue since the shop being closed, my wife's issue. Being able to emphasize, because she's been doing this teletype shit for so long, she's not able to emphasize.
I should ask Cole about this guy that is up here because, I don't know, it kind of creeps me out. There's a guy that the last 4 times that I came to the post office, he looks hella innocent. But I don't know if he leaves around or whatnot, but just like his body language or whatnot, and that I noticed that he had made it a point to like come in the post office.
You ain't said this, but the first time you saying some shit like this.
Well, it was the last time only that he made it a point. The previous times, like he just waves. When he's like the guy just seems to walk here. He looks hella nerd.
Is this a person walking down the street? Or somebody that's walking into the post office every time you're at the post office? What are you saying?
It's a guy that his circuit seems to be to the store and then to the post office and then back to the store. I don't know, every time I've gone to the post office, I had seen that only that stretch of the person. What I say is, like, one time, this is the only experiences that I had, but I don't know, I'm just like, what? I just want to ask him about if he knows the person. One time, I had stopped in the back store to see if they had pouches. That's why I told you they got buglers, but they got pouches, they got buglers, but they don't have American Spirit. But I hadn't walked to see if they had anything else. I had only gone to the counter. And, that's that guy. I was just at home. And the guy like waved, and I was like, okay, I'll wave at you. And then I saw him in the post office, and so he had walked back, and I saw him in the post office, and I was like, waved, and I just waved. But then the other day, he walked in and talked to Julie, and I was packing a package, and I was just doing what I was doing, and he looks at me, and he's like, hi, ma'am. And I was like, hi. And I got in the car, and he sort of like walked to, one-eye jack and whatnot, and I got in the car, and he like waved again, and I'm like, okay, I'll wave at you, And when I got in the car, I looked in the rear mirror, and the guy's like standing looking at the car when his body was heading the other way, like more towards past one-eye jack. And he had stand there, and he just like this, like put his hands up in there, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know what you expect. It kind of like, I don't really know what you expect from me. That feeling, just like that. That's all I'm getting. Is like, why would you be standing there, You know, you already picked your mail. Like he was across the street from One Eye Jack where the apples are at and heading past that way, but he has stopped. And my car was going backwards and coming in back in this road, and the guy had stopped and did that. You know, I'm like, I don't know, I'm getting just like an odd feeling. He looks like our age, but like, or a little younger, maybe in his 20s, but like he don't leave the mountains, you know, kind of like a nerdy look, not much social life.
I don't know anybody with that description.
Blonde kid. It's a blonde, white looking
I
kid.
haven't seen anybody with that person with that description, huh?
Anyhow, well, just put it out there, letting you know.
Yeah.
It just gives me an odd feeling like, what are you? I don't know. I don't understand what you expect. We don't know each other.
It's the first time you saying anything. That's why I say you withhold stuff and have the conversation in your head like you said it before.
No, well, that was this.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever I went to this one.
But you just made it sound like it's happened several times, my love.
I said it was like 3 times that I crossed the person. I hadn't seen the person too much. The person seems to want to engage in something like waving and things like that, and I'm like, I don't know the person. That's the sequence of events and how it's been.
See.
Would you like anything if there's anything?
No, thank you.
Chocolate milk, something like that.
Sure.
But apply that in your life, like
So in the sense of
relationships in life.
My kidneys are bad. I'm not bad relationship.
my kidney issues that I had, I got over. I ended up almost getting the same issue as my mom with my lungs. I was diagnosed with stage 4 sarcoma back when I was 26. A couple years past my turn.
What is that?
I don't have it anymore. It's cancer of the lungs. I don't have them anymore. My breathing issues that I had, the heart chakra, when one has like self-love issues. Like you remember my shirts I used to wear, Cannibal Corpse and shit, back in life. When you look in our yearbook, I get best dressed, but my mom's wearing, buying me my clothes at fucking, what the fuck is those red ladies she's wearing? It was Miss Janet or something like that? She was in office?
Yeah, in the office, Judy or
Judy,
yeah.
Miss Judy. Miss Judy called my mom and tell my mom fucking, you know your boy got this shit on.
No, like that.
But yeah, my mom bought it for me.
Yeah.
Where I'm getting at with it though, is everyone up here, which I thought was interesting, listened to rap. I didn't listen to rap, I listened to Morbid Angel and Beatles. I listened to death metal.
Rock and roll.
No, death metal. The difference between rock and roll and death metal. Death metal. Like literally that. Fuck shit. That's how me and Autumn got together because she played the drums and I played the drums. I went out that girl for a year, dude. Never kissed her once. Only held her hand. She used to ride my bike and fucking ragger me up and down Birdland too. Drove it.
Yeah, in the house. I'm looking at that RV right there. Inside the door, there's some drill.
From the bullshit in my head, I never did nothing
Yeah. Y'all want to come inside?
What do you think?
I never got to play spin the bottle. I was just stuck in the closet.
That one.
Stepdad had
Fucking molested her.
four girls, never went to school until Child Protective Service went and got them. Dude, this guy had tucked in the woods, living in a trailer, five women, and molesting them non-stop. She didn't know anything else, had never gone to school until she was like in
my wife
teenager
could lead the
years.
house and help her bring this stuff out.
Crazy shit. This is happening in people's backyards.
So you just stayed home with his daughters and kept them.
Stepdaughters, yeah.
Stepdaughters. Molested them.
Stepdaughters and molested them. And then,
What's his name?
oh, I don't know. He went to prison and shit. But it's like until, and then this now are women in the world that have had kids, and women that are super fractured. They don't.
Because of that stuff that happened to her as a child,
Mm-hmm.
she prostituted herself for money for a little bit. She doesn't no more. Cleaned herself up. But children came from such. And all daughters.
That's all bastard child.
I wouldn't say bastard. There's
Well, they
nothing.
would be out of wedlock or just not
Yeah.
a solid structured family, then it's bad.
If you wish to say in that
But
constraint.
In all reality, it's just.
In that
You know what I
constraint.
mean? It doesn't matter if you're playing or not, but
No.
I'm just saying, somebody that grows up or fucking lives that way, and then it's almost like genetically it fucking will happen again. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like on and on and on.
She
and on
had
and on
3
and on.
girls. Each one of her children in a difference of the time of her life. As you notice, as you look back at your children and you see when you were blessed with them and what was going on in your life, in the sense of when you were adult and a parent, of what was supposedly wrong or not wrong, in their sense of their gift of what they bring to you.
Yeah.
Her oldest daughter going through some things, her middle child, because her youngest is only like 9 or 10, her middle child, because she was around the time of her breaking away from doing that work, because she had her youngest daughter from that work. You understand? There was people that I pointed out to her, like I'm asking you, if you have brothers or sisters that are around you, that state your friends, honey, you better look and be smart, as my mom's not being to Sarah, saying, those men that knew you when you was doing what you was doing and said they was your bodyguards, I bet they have found you and know who your daughter is. I spoke that to her. She opens up and goes, it's kind of interesting that a gentleman that was my go-to if I felt unsafe and somebody was being whatever, he was my enforcer.
Protector.
Different.
I mean, like listen and does what you're told.
No, enforcer in the sense of like, say I have a John, and the John put his hands on me.
Yeah.
You understand? A pimp, but not a pimp. But it's her bodyguard, but non-bodyguard in a sense. Because a bodyguard will do stuff for you in work, or it's out of friendship, not in the sense of, what the fuck are you doing, as I pointed out to you. What would these people get out of talking to your kids? It's like, what sister? What are these people that know your background talking with her about something that if that's not your walk right now, why in the fuck is somebody speaking on somebody actions that were in the past and not what is going on now?
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Exactly. Yeah. If they
So-
don't, if they're not the best mirror reflection of yourself now, why have somebody around that would want to reflect something
But what
different?
she opened up was that person. I didn't get a hold of them, so how did they get a hold of your kid? And why are they talking to your kid and your kid not you? And how come you didn't get to introduce your child to this person? This person introduced your child to you, and is again, hey, did you open to this person about your background to where you opened yourself up and now they're pulling the strings? Well, be careful, because if they're doing that, then again,
You got you figured out.
this child
Mm-hmm.
doesn't know how to respond, because the child was around you and doesn't know how to respond when this person says it, because they're street fightering, but this person's feeding them what they wish to, and the fight is not a fight. They're giving in and going, give me more.
Mm-hmm.
To you, it's a fight because you're going to react in this manner, but to them, where they can put it to your child, because your child is the after effect, and consciously didn't understand, because it was a child seeing this manipulation on you,
Yeah.
and your responses does not know in your mindset why
Because
you
they don't-
responded in such, so when it emulates you, it doesn't know what to do when it responds as such. Comprehend what I'm saying? Eric?
Somebody already knows, got you figured out. You're gonna act different, and react different in front of the kid, or the kid's gonna look at it in a manner that guy's okay, or fucking we could talk to this guy because he's got my
But the
mom
kid
figured
don't
out,
have the
you know what I mean?
tools. But the kid don't have the tools to play in the game
Or
of
even
that
know what-
adult, and the kid is being predatory.
So this was
You
said.
know,
Information.
yes.
This was said within that week of acknowledgement. Daughter acknowledges young girls about turn of age, sitting in the back seat of some fucking wannabe booger fliggers, and sees an associate get fucking stabbed in the neck. Well, honey, what are you doing putting yourself in that position? Emulating mom, the thrill, so on and so forth. Blah, 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 blah. I
People put
douse and I
things that
tell
you-
the mom, look at these things because she's emulating as such, but you have to do it in a manner that will not reflect back on the self because she doesn't have the tools as you do now to respond in a manner, so when you say something on it, she's going to reject it. Mom presented the things, the young lady almost died like twice now. Since such, from mother doing work and acknowledging that that's not what she wished to have, the past. But again, when we're blessed with children that don't understand our fingernail biting or whatnot, why we do certain things or traits or mannerisms and blah 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 blah.
Reactions and actions and all that shit they don't know.
And they meme and mime and wall themselves off into this thing.
Or most kids now they just stare at their phone, they don't care what's going on.
Yes. This
They
is
just
what
want
has
everything on
me
their phone.
aggravated because Michaela was raised up here in the hills where there's no telephone. There was no fucking TV. My mom hated it in the wintertime. She went into town when we couldn't get reception. My grandson doesn't talk or influence or do the things he did when he was a year old. He's about to turn 3 years old this year. His first year birthday was this shit. He had this phone thing and I took it from him and I got it. His mom was like, "What the hell is his birthday about this Shark Tale shit? Everything in this stuff. Why does this baby know how to recite this whole shit? Is he just watching? Is the phone watching the baby? Because Michaela, you didn't watch on that. I had to watch Teletubbies with you, honey, and get high as fuck to try to understand what the hell.
What is going on?
What is going on with this shit? To where I feel it's not imprinting some shit on you. You understand what I'm saying? Because remember when we were kids.
Nowadays, it could be a 3-year-old kid flip open an iPad, start their own movie. And I'm like, how do you do that? I
Yeah.
can't even do that shit. Show me how you do that.
Exactly. But because they can turn those on, Cole, they've done a study. Those kids, this generational gap between us who can talk long-winded with each other and understand cues, because there's more being said in between not being said.
Right.
Henceforth, the Zoom fatigue, people are calling it, because motherfuckers are exhausted because they don't have the signals.
Overstimulation.
They don't have the signals. They don't have the...
They don't know what's going on
Understand?
around them.
No.
So it's like eye contact, like we already talked about, or just smirks and fucking you're
Body language.
figuring somebody out. Profiling or whatever it's called.
We can't talk to the younger groups because they're so immersed in this overstimulation or something. Talking to them.
You're not entertaining enough for in real life, in real time. You're not fast enough for the kid to keep its concentration.
You're trying to talk to these new kids, and then when you bring them out into the forest and shit like that, man, the man that brought the cargo container for us was blown away how his grandson, we thought it was so beautiful, he brought his grandson. Man showed up at 5 something, started his day at 5 something. He had our shit at the gate at 6:30. He didn't leave our house till almost 6 at night. He's talked with us.
The grandkid said, I play virtual reality games and I would trade any of these games to spend the day here in
He
the
was
woods.
all over the crystals and everything. I'm like, what the fuck?
The kid was so,
Sir,
and
you
the
worked
kid
how
was
much to do
smart.
Your baby's saying this. This is your lineage saying, Grandpa, I want this. Literally.
Yeah.
Grandpa was blown away and was like, dude, I've been working my ass. I work all this. My wife is always online buying these cargo containers, doing all that stuff so we can live this. And I said, well, do you know your wife? Like, we had a discussion like this. Do you know your wife? Do you know this? Because they were having a hard spot. And now they were working through it, doing this. But it was like, but you got your grandbaby watching this. And you got this child over here, and you got this one. And lo and behold, hey, I say, hey, sir, You got an issue where you got a jealousy where you see between your kids how you treat your grandbabies and you? And he says, fucking crazy you say that. And I said, well, dude, because I went through it. When my alcoholism, I was jealous to my mother with her relationship with my daughter. Because the way she was trying to show her something, and I was jealous in the sense of, no, honey, your grandma's not that way.
She's doing that because you're grandbaby. She never did that shit for me. Sit down.
You know
Yeah,
what
I'm going to teach you to do it now. But that's cool.
But in the sense of seeing it, I feel like shit now.
It is beautiful because the person is
seeing
growing.
It as an
You were
adult,
like,
I wish I
jealous of
would have
it.
portrayed it in a different manner to her, in a sense of it's beautiful. Now that this person is
Grown.
sees this is how you're supposed to be with a fucking person,
Yeah.
not what I went
Too
through.
bad you didn't get it, but at least somebody's getting it, right?
Yes.
Yes, that's beautiful.
Instead of what you have now, where it's like, Michaela doesn't talk with her grandmother. Grandma asked me, why doesn't your kid talk to me? And I'm like, but you raised her, but the fighting where
the key is that it's been a lot of guilt,
or my
Ezekiel.
mom, whatever was bought for my side of the family, for my daughter, it was taken from me.
There's been a lot of guilt built upon
And I've been trying to share that with my
relationships.
wife of, you asked me when I told her, hey, dude, hopefully both of us are adult enough to where we don't go to this issue. And she said, I take hurt offense of that. And I said, why would you take offense of me rudely illustrating again as an adult? I pray you or I do not do as you've seen with my first and my second, to where the lie for 24 fucking years of this young lady's life has been to where my daughter told me last year, it's only just been me and mom. And I asked her, how the fuck did you get born then? Here's some pictures of me and your mom up until your age of 6. How the hell has it been just you and your mother?
But you could tell that shit, like with my daughter.
But understand, when your child tells you it's just been she and her mother, and all the friends of mom that have been around the kid for the whole time, like with my mom and my Aunt Heidi, who's been my mom's friend since she was 6, and they all know all their inner secrets, and I ask, who the fuck is my dad? Nobody knows who my dad is? You understand? So where I'm calling up my daughter, because me and Michaela share birthdays. To wish her happy birthday from prison, and my daughter asked me, when am I coming home from work? What the fuck are they putting in your head, child? Because the only time I was out of her life was when I was in prison. And I'm asking her this as an adult. Here, honey, here's pictures of me and you, and your mom. How come none of this shit's up on your house with your mom? You're your mother's, you're a woman's first child, little girl. Where are pictures of you and your mom at? Here's pictures of me and you. There's pictures of me, you, and mom. Where's this on your side of the family? I mean, you were living in a trailer in front of your mom's house. And the boys got whatever they wanted. Like I said, I fucked up. I thought it'd be different because you had all girls in the house. Michelle, Crystal, and fucking Erica. I thought it would not be as what it turned out, where my daughter gets with an alcoholic because her stepfather's an alcoholic. You understand?
Yeah.
And she runs to what she did not like at home and gets pregnant by. I literally had to ask my daughter the other day when we popped up their house. Boop. I ain't seen a motherfucker in years.
We just show up. You show up
That's
because
what I
even
showed
though
her.
these are the
You
kids
gotta
of
be like
the
Dad does. These
Z
motherfuckers don't answer
generation
the
and they
phone,
got the
wanna do
phone
this,
touched
wanna
to
do
their
this shit.
ass, she won't
Last
answer the
known
fucking phone
address,
call.
I know where you live at.
Right.
We knock at the door. We're like, how you doing?
Guess who's here?
Fucking answer.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, I want to see my grandkid. Fuck you.
Yeah.
You don't want to talk to me? I don't know what I did to you, but if you don't talk to me, you call me grandpa, you call her grandma. For a motherfucker to be called that means I need a relationship built. Work on what you got on in your head when you see the baby.
Let's stop with the
But yet, what I
night
first asked
family.
you was, when you call me those names in babysitter, you gotta fucking know me first. If you say you got issues with your family, Caleb, you got issues with your family, Caleb, what do you think is being put in the baby's head?
Chaos.
You asked me to walk you down the aisle, and I said, I have not earned that respect yet from you, honey.
Gotta better know me.
Hey, she takes off for 3 motherfucking years, don't talk to us. I tell my wife, the man that she gets with, which wasn't the man she was with, because she was with somebody, but cheated on him, he comes home to her cheating on him and gets pregnant with her grandson. And I asked her, would you reach out to our daughter, because I don't know what the fuck is going on in a young girl's head, to have done what she done supposedly, allegedly, but it comes fact because I asked my daughter the other day, is this fact what has been told to your dad in his head on how his grandchild has come, which I have full respect for if you own up to it.
Your
She
daughter,
says yes.
your daughter, like one-on-one, you guys talk?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you see characteristics?
I said, you did what the fuck I did to mom. Right? Cheated on your mother and other
But I'm
things.
saying you guys were
What are
separated
you
for 3
going
years.
on?
Or when you went to prison?
Brother, I've been out of from underneath the house since 6.
So like more
She's
than
20.
half her life or something?
Yes, she's 24 now. She's
It's
24.
kind of like me and my daughter. Like no matter, I could have went and seen her all the time. I could see her whenever I wanted, but I had her when I was like 19. You know what I mean? And I just continue with my life, and they continue with theirs. But to this day, I look her in the eye. She smiles like me. She looks like me. She talks like me. You know what I mean? There's a big spread of like, we weren't kicking it, bumping elbows for a long time. But she'll crack jokes like me, or you know what I mean? Just like the genes that I have definitely will make her who she is. Like qualities and respect and shit like that.
So cool.
I was wondering.
They mirror our codependent issues also.
So know that she's gonna go with somebody. You know, the man that she would attract
I
is
see what
gonna
you're
have a
saying.
lot to do with yourself, your personality, what she's seen at home, what she didn't see,
Also.
and that's gonna help you understand
That's why
yourself.
we have to, as men, become a man, as grandparents, and actually become a man.
Right.
So that we can.
So
feel
she
our
goes
babies.
for a real man and not somebody that
For
it's
our
like
babies.
half-ass of
How
whatever.
we wake up
Yeah.
and
Like the
stop
way
the
that we were
cycle.
half-assed it, or in her eyes, we were half-assing it. She's gonna settle for a half-asser.
Yes.
Instead of.
But you didn't really half-ass it, because if you come full circle, you've shown that you have come full circle in understanding of yourself, and so
just like
yes.
your mother did to your granddaughter or your granddaughter. You know what I mean?
Show growth,
And then you
yeah.
got jealous over it.
Yeah.
But right there is your mom being a real mom. Or you know what I'm saying?
Being a mother in a sense, but what I had
Looking out for the better interest of it.
what I had pointed out to my daughter, because my mom was putting into my daughter predatorial ways. She was instilling predatorialness. That I had to put a stop to.
He liked the relationship built, but not in the tone of the conversation of wasn't the best skills to be passed to a kid.
Right.
It was.
But one can't really control
Sexual connotation and predatorialness. And I did not like what she was
not passing tools of self-love and self-worth and
presenting. That's
building
why
one
when
up.
this had happened, I said, Mom, your granddaughter did like you. And she got super pissed. And I told her this is what she did.
Ezekiel's mom was promiscuous and Michaela is
The
promiscuous.
miasmic flow, I'll just say this, hear this. The miasmic flow, there's miasmas that flow through families.
Some people call it survival.
There's miasmic flows that flow through families. A miasma, you can look it up if you'd like on Google. M-I-A-S-M. Miasma. Syphilis miasma runs through my family on the Metcalf side. It causes, say, root chakra issues. Me being a Scorpio, from being molested, but I'm actually a Virgo. If we go by true constellational shit. But just by Western, simple Scorpio. For that, my sexual organs are supposed to be my lead. So I'm supposed to be promiscuous.
Sexually driven.
But yet, my downfall is also my sex organs. In a sense, for someone that's promiscuous, that does not help or repair the root chakra. Because that's our sex organ. So you go through knee issues, lower back, kidney, all kind of things that degrade into such if one doesn't, say, help oneself. Get simple gonorrhea or syphilis, or it can exacerbate into worse things. Or children, or not saying children are worse things, but just saying children, which can be construed into a worse thing if one does not, in a sense, grow up, as I'm stating. And just have children all over the place and not heal oneself as one just goes as a predatory person and victim of
No, because one is just using it as a fix. So some
I
people,
I know exactly what you're saying.
some people have sex as a fix.
Guru, like vibration, all that shit that you're talking about. I sat down with Sarah when we were watching it, but I never heard it like you said. Like you got to better yourself before you could make it better.
Or try to share
Power,
yourself,
whatever,
yeah. Like a lot of people call a lot of people, it's like your fix. A lot of people get more steam when they share themselves because they're getting the approval right. So you can get it from a conversation, but a lot of people most likely get it sexually or eating, compulsively eating because you're getting in that fixation of the moment of the satisfaction, or drugs or anything like that. Anything that is prioritizing that substance before yourself because it gets to a point that you're not gonna have it no more and you still have the void. You understand?
Yeah.
But there's that fixation through things, through sex, through food, through alcohol, can be passed.
Passed on to.
Yeah, through your lineage.
Offspring.
Through the children in a sense of, say, again, fingernail biting.
Because he's observed.
But that miasmic flow. Say, we just scanned our inshallah, our granddaughter, but we don't mind if it's a grandson also. Just scanned our granddaughter in the womb. And when we scanned Mason when he was in the womb, because she had a miscarriage. She almost had a miscarriage with Mason and we kept it from happening. You have the same miasmal blocks and flows that are found in me to my mom, because we're able to scan my mom from working with my mother and seeing a trace from the Metcalf side to mom, but also from talking with grandparents, because she's friends with Ted and Donna. Her and Erica have spoken. I'm trying to get her and Michaela to speak and so forth. There's an interesting, again, correlation of the codependent way that we go into each other and how things can come out, but yet, because alcoholism is not in my family, for her to mimic what she's seen in her household, as I told her, honey, if me and mom would have stayed together, instead of it being bunky, it would have been me drunk. How fucked up would you be now? At least you have one parent that's semi-fucking conscious and trying to speak with you as a parent, but you keep going to the other side. Like, literally, she keeps running that way. The other day, if we hadn't have fucking showed up at her house, it's been 4 years of sending messages and nothing. Like, the last fire that happened, I sent her our address and audio going, me and mom are heading to the fire, nigga. With gas and chainsaws we're cutting down. We need some help. If you don't hear from us and the shop store is still closed, it means we're dead on our property and you've inherited it.
Right.
She didn't even fucking look at it, bro. You know how you
No,
see
I
on
thought
things?
she didn't know how to use the phone. I kept telling myself that this kid didn't know how to operate the phone until out of her
But as
mouth
we're
she
talking to
says,
him in
I call
Oklahoma,
mom. And I'm like, bitch, you know how to use
After
the phone?
several
Like, are you
$1,000s
kidding me?
are sent,
We've been calling you and you
the only
ignore
thing
us.
that dad is called for, like what mom was, fucking money. And I said, this is the sixth
Yeah, and then
cycle.
her boyfriend just
had
calls
this
for money
issue.
and he's like, we want to have a relationship,
I had
not
this
just
issue
money.
with your mother, and this is not going to work out. You need to work on your relationship with me. You need to work on your relationship with your mother. The other day when we doused, it popped up an issue that she had of sexomania and all this kind of stuff. So that was the first thing I asked her was, are you okay with yourself with your first pregnancy now that you're pregnant again?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you going through, honey? Because what we've doused in it showing that you have, in a sense, psychosis, mania, insanity, being scared,
Fixation
confusion.
with sex.
It's the same shit that I've
That's my
seen in
problem.
your grandmother dousing her, and she's on pharmacopoeia, honey. You're 20, about to be 24 years old this year. What the fuck's going on?
Because of lack of self-love and worth.
Because if this spirals, you're going to lose your family. So I asked her, did you and Caleb meet and this Mason come about this way? Be honest with me, honey.
Yeah.
Because you need to heal. The baby is still feeling that energetics. When we douse the child, it's mimicking you, but yet it has its own stuff. The child, I asked the baby, do you wish to live? Because certain things are being shown. The response was hyssop, flower essence. If you wish to look it up, That was the thing that was recommended for the baby, but then when I asked that specific question in a sense of like, are you going to abort that shit that's that fucked up in the home? Because again, everyone's been on a rough spot.
Yeah.
We've been on a super rough spot, and I'm asking her, please, honey, if this is going on in our home, then I know what's going on over there. It's going on your side. Your side, we've made it to where everything is not a rough spot. Everyone's fucking in la la land, homie. Because I don't take the time, as she put it, I wish to wait for the nice time of passing the tea and biscuit. And I'm straight fucking.
So when you gonna?
We just got off the airplane and we're talking, and the parents are right here, and I'm like, let's translate this forward. Hey, Mom and Dad, I'm glad you guys worked on whatever you said that you worked on, but your daughter, for the first time in her life, I've known you motherfucker for 10 years, has just recognized that Dad's touching Mom. I've seen for 10 years now almost that you're affectionate to your wife. Your kid, hour drive from Chico to our place, because her parents came out, just told me it's the first time she acknowledged her fucking father touching. So that's the first thing I say. The next day we go to have dinner with her parents was, boom, you think I'm gonna fucking sit on that? And let some stupid shit go on in my life? In my house? Fuck no. First thing I do, she talks about it and tells me all the things we're talking about, and the first time we get an argument, she throws that shit up to me, and I go, what the fuck was the point of throwing that up to me when you said your parents and you acknowledge where I came from? In the sense of, I don't mean to scratch or pull a scab or anything like that, but Mom, when you cheated on Dad, and you're 18 years old, as an adult, it fucked my wife up. That's why she's done all the stuff she's done. You guys asked her for a fucking psychiatrist, she said no, but she's just now, at 32 years old, acknowledging that fucked her up 14 years ago. And I confronted her and said, you got issues like me, kid, that you need to work on. You're in your 20s. You're gonna fucking turn into my mom if you don't work on this shit. Because it's gonna come up, I'm gonna push the button that I didn't even know was fucking there, and you're gonna fucking nuke my ass. What just happened? Literally at the same time, her mom telling her dad, get the fuck out of the car. We had the best day, the day to go get the goddamn fucking dome for her. She freaks out on me and says, I'm yelling at her all day. We got the day recorded.
GPS stresses me out, alright?
Dude, she got 3 phones telling her a place to go, a direction to go. I don't know where the fuck we're going. I put my headphones in because I get tired of her yelling at me.
Because I don't understand the fucking GPS. There's a moment that I got 2 GPS talking at me. No, you don't understand. I get crazy. I told him to get out. We were in Wheatland. I'm telling him to get off the car. I'm dropping him off in the fucking.
We're in the middle of nowhere, dude.
Rice
Out by
fields over
fucking
there.
district, Nice Landing.
Just because I didn't want to make a U-turn. I got the road exit.
We're almost running out of gas. Because I'm asking her, because we passed 3 gas stations. I'm like, hey, do you might want to get some gas?
Then I'm cussing at him because I'm running out of gas.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm talking shit at him because then I'm running out of gas. It's hilarious.
So I bring it up to her mother. Just for the nonchalant. Guess what Mom does? Mom, because Dad's 70-something years old. Mom's already in her 60s.
She said we just had an instance
She
like
just
that.
abused this motherfucker.
My
She
mom
takes
said
him
the same shit.
to her friend's house.
Cole, the same week that we were having the episode when I told him get the fuck out of the car, my mom was having an episode with my dad. Imagine like how connected we all are, and how much of your kid had to absorb, and how much she's putting out. You understand?
So the way you are,
Whew.
is gonna be the way your kids are gonna be, and their kids are gonna be.
And even
until
right
you get
now,
fixed,
you work on yourself right now, your kid is gonna feel it.
Yes.
And they're gonna understand.
Oh
and
yeah,
see it and
oh
absorb
yeah,
it.
dude. My mom is in Argentina, right? Like we didn't even know about
We
that.
just had a video. It's on my YouTube channel.
But I do understand.
We asked sister-in-law because this whole thing was been about our story. I was beaten to death, put in a coma today, 7 years ago. The day Eric Garner got killed in New York, South Lake Tahoe Police Department in front of her beat me the fucking death and took
They
me away.
arrested me too.
And
they
then
put
tried to
me
kill
in a
me
coma.
in the hospital ride in the ambulance. You saw it on my paperwork where the cop stated I fronted my cuffs, so it gave him the excuse to fucking put the pillow on my face and ride me like this and call for CHP backup, and they pulled over and fucking beat the fuck out of me some more. And put me in a coma, dog. I see it. I pop up out of that shit, asked where she was at. The officer stated what punk ass shit he said. I said what I said. Anyhow, I got attempted murder charge on police officer and some more shit now. But
Yeah, do your work. Your kids
Do your
gonna
work.
feel it. Seriously.
I told her when we get to this point where we're dowsing, I teach her everything I know. I said I'm gonna get put to sleep, and today I was put to sleep 7 years ago. and woke back up.
He
Not
was
being
in
serious.
4 days in a coma. 4 days in a coma. I didn't know he was going to wake up.
Talking with her family. Talking with her sister on that day, because I asked her mom and dad, has your daughter actually told you our story, honey? And they were like, no, really, we don't kind of know. So I was talking with them, because they were offended, because, you know, at the time they came out in March, there was that stuff that had happened to that brother that was killed by the knee being on his neck and so forth. And I said, that happened to me also. And worse, I was screaming in front of your daughter, that's why they arrested your daughter, and it's not illegal to take pictures of cops in the state of California. But they arrested her. She was my co-defendant. I fought for 6 months. Fucking went from trespassing charges to 20 charges, brother, plus attempted murder on a police officer that I'm now charged with because they tried to violate my probation for a dirty piss test I never took. I took it to a different courtroom. The court dropped and dismissed my probation, but my deal in Tahoe is that I had to pass probation satisfactory, not unsatisfactory. So the judge was like, oh yeah, I'm helping you. I was like, no, bitch, you just signed my death sentence. As the DA told her, your husband is now stuck to where.
You know what I want to do? I want to sit down and just explain a little bit to you
We can do whatever we
about my
can.
thoughts and shit. And like my past, then you could, what is it called?
Analyze it.
Analyze it and then do it. Whatever the word is. I got turned up from smoke, so
Huh?
can't talk that. Yeah. I want you to.
So if
Figure out
the shit
where
that
I'm
I'm rambling at, and again, it's my wife is seeing the association of codependent bonds with brothers.
Yeah, but I want
How's
you
it
to,
all the gentlemen
do
that I
analogy on
know
me so I can
are the
better
same?
understand where I'm at.
What do you
'Cause
mean?
I can't see.
He won't be the one doing it. Probably be me doing
It'd
it.
be she.
I'm the one that doubts.
She
what I'm
dows it
saying
and
is-
I'm dowsing right now, but here what I'm saying is,
Yeah,
But yeah,
with the
you don't
kids
see
and-
it. Yeah, like you're saying.
excuse me,
But you know it.
I can feel it,
this
I know.
was my senior project, Bubba. Fully autonomous self-organizing systems. This is what I tried to present to the school board, because remember I had a daughter at 17.
Right, and this is what I was arguing with my lady about. Like, she was
I've
telling me I
asked-
need to level myself, or what it is I need to, not level, but,
Ground.
not ground, it's more like make everything fucking even. Like leveling, it's
Balance.
balance.
Find
Balance
balance.
me.
Find balance.
I need to find balance because I'm too much this way or too much that way or not enough. Like I'm pulling myself every which way direction and I'm not
You may
balanced.
be neglecting something. I'm putting too much focus on something else.
Focus on everybody else, not what I should be focused on.
Well, that's why I asked what happened
My balance is off.
a month ago for you to take notice.
Two
that
people that are hard-headed
you
that
have-
will say anything to hurt each other.
Same
That's
here.
what happened.
So she, when we first got together, I used to try to tell her, please get away from me. I won't ever put my hands on you. In that sense, I'm sober. But yet, the verbal lashing, if you don't get away from me, if you accept what I'm saying,
Yeah,
when I'm even talking out into my mouth, if you accept it, then it's on you. I'm just blurting out and I'm trying to get this shit out. Otherwise,
That's what happened.
skinny mouth or skinny people and heavyset people, you got a speeding up of the throat or the thyroid, or you got a choking of the thyroid. You understand what I'm saying, Cole? My mom didn't like what I said.
Skinny people, they.
So how much did I talk when I was a kid? You understand? Think back to me younger. You understand? I look like,
Skinny people don't talk.
you see it male and female. You get the turkey neck. It's somebody that codependently got together with someone that maybe unfortunately, in no way I'm talking derogatory about you. This is an example. If my mom didn't let me speak, my issue where my throat gets blown out is my wife's inability to understand sometimes what I'm talking about, so we'll get on our hamster wheel. And I have to keep from mind chattering myself in the mind and turning my throat chakra on myself in my mind, stating what I'm talking about just has no meaning, in a sense, like what I felt when I was a kid or at home. Why, again, think back when I was a kid. How much did I talk and what I talked about back then? You understand? to now changing because
You're always soft spoken, quiet.
when we first got together,
Yeah, like, can you speak louder?
my 113 wasn't because I didn't eat. It was because I had such a hyperthyroid from choking myself and having the most fucked up shit going through my mind about myself.
It has to do with self-esteem too, Cole, because you're talking about your kidneys and
Yeah.
you're talking about not prioritizing yourself. So if I come to you with a major shit and you had shit you have already planned that you gotta take care of for yourself for the day, and I come and vomit all this diarrhea into your plate.
And
you
you
most
came and you
likely-
pulled our backhoe out.
You most likely.
Nigga, what the fuck are you supposed to be doing, man? You
Stop
supposed
what
to
I
be
do
doing
to
your
help my
goddamn
friends
septic.
because,
You supposed to be
you
doing
know.
your septic because what time was it?
You
I
know my
appreciate
septic and
I
everything.
appreciate the fuck out of it, but why I
Prioritize
point that
yourself.
out is what she was pointing to might hit home, but me stating such might hit a little bit better. In the sense of you came when you had your septic messed up. I greatly appreciate such, but yet if I keep doing such to you, it's like being Muslim and allowing you because you understand giving me a gift I might perceive and take pork as it. But if you keep giving me pork, then what the fuck are you doing?
If I keep taking you off your priorities and keep prioritizing myself, what kind of friend am I?
Yeah, you're taking.
From your plate
Yeah.
and taking advantage of it. So it can happen once, but you don't want to surround yourself with people that keep fucking taking advantage of it.
Actually, I was getting tired of shit, so I had to get out of here for a minute.
No, but you know, it's like, but you have
I don't
to, you have, the filter comes with being able to say no. Today I'm
To be balanced
prioritizing
and
myself.
focused on what I need to do, making myself happy and everybody that deserves to be happy with me.
Yeah.
Instead of going out of my way to
Yes.
cut myself short, per
Yeah.
se.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Instead of, no, I can't, or no, I don't want to help you today, get the fuck out of here.
But
that's so hard for me
it's
to do,
only
you know
if-
what I mean?
but
People
it's-
come in and need tires done. I'm like, fuck, I'll be over here working. Stop, go do tires. When I can tell them, I don't give a fuck if you broke down. You know, don't have nothing for me. You came over here last week, you had a tire for me, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, I'll get you. Alright. Those are fuckers you don't ever see. This is what somebody told me. Give somebody $20, tell them that, here, you owe me, you won't see him again. You know what I mean? But if you fucking let
Even
them,
family.
you know what I'm saying? If you don't want three people around, let them fucking know you. They don't come back.
As I pointed out to her, even my blood cousins are supposed to be blah blah blah.
But that's a
Hey,
filter.
honey, you've
Those are
seen
your
his
kidneys.
wife, you've seen his kids,
That's
but
why
have
I'm
you
getting killed all the
seen
time.
my cousin Cece in 4 years?
And it's like you need somebody that
Did you
tells.
loan money or something?
we had Thanksgiving with him. The last time I drank alcohol was at his house.
He's like, he put the money in the mailbox.
Told me some bullshit that my kid took it.
I'm
and I ain't seen the
thankful because
motherfucker
I'd
since
rather
he said
take the
that
loss
bullshit.
than fucking have you around. Like, I'll take the loss.
Yeah, just accept it.
I was like, okay.
But yeah, Cole, it's that filtration system where you're prioritizing yourself, but it's hard for one to prioritize oneself because parents have not prioritized you, right?
'Cause they
Or they
didn't
haven't
themselves.
prioritized themselves.
They didn't
My
themselves.
parents died when they were 50, so it's like my dad was always gone. My mom was everything. She was a plumber, carpenter. She kept everybody fed and happy, you know what I mean? My dad, I barely seen him. And if I did, he'd drive all the way up to town, spank my ass because my mouth was doing this. And then he'd turn around and leave.
And that was the attention that you get, like only the kind of attention that you get from
Yeah,
dad.
he'd pull in and have a bunch of shit in his truck and on the trailer. It was like Christmas when he showed up, you know what I mean? All right, cool. And then he's gone again.
May I ask you a question? It might help with this. What was going through your head when you were cutting Gumby's fucking shoelaces? Because I did it. Hear me.
I'm listening.
My best friend, Joseph Presswood. His father was Rodney Presswood was the head of the Cherokee Nation when we were kids. Families have been with each other for several generations, literally. I stopped talking with Joseph when my mom started being really fucked up to me before we moved up to the hill. Where I abused him, like physically, not sexually, but physically, like fought him and shit. And because of his dad, I took advantage of it because his dad taught us bear paw and so forth. In a sense, where is I know you got brothers up here that you've bathed with them in the bathtub, where the family seen you as such. There's pictures of you with him and his brothers and so forth.
family friends.
Yet, they didn't pick up what was going on in my house enough to ask me what was wrong. To where if I picked on Corley too much, then I just got handcuffed because I was older than Corley to the bed, and Corley got a fucking stick to fight back because that's the way their dad was. If me and Joseph picked on Corley or little David, then we got handcuffed to the fucking bed, and so the younger brothers got fucking shit to even out the fight. You understand?
Yeah, put you in the same
I
like
took
league.
advantage of that and went too extreme. Henceforth, you seen me reach out to Joseph and explain to him, "Well, I'm sorry for what the fuck I did." I started crying. Something happened. He showed a picture of something, man, that took me back to that time on Facebook.
Well, because you understand what scar it had left in the person too.
I thought, dude, what the fuck? I was invited to this man's first wedding, didn't go to it, and other things, not because he didn't want me to go, but because I harbored bullshit in my heart for over 20 years, brother. That I missed 8th grade through high school talking to this man, all the way up to only a couple times seeing him every once in a while in Walmart and saying what's up. Until this time, I'm telling him, dude, you know when Mrs. Butler's class, 3rd grade, up through high school, how I started fighting you? I mean, shit. Doing what you're doing to Sean, to when we had the caterpillars or butterflies or silkworm shit and mealworm fucking shit in class, I got him motherfuckers and stuffed them in his shoes, stuffed them in his hair. I mean, I could fuck that kid up. I felt bad. I put hands on him, but he would never fucking tell on me. His parents never did nothing, and I thought, what the fuck's going on? I stepped away once I got up here because fighting with Levi and everybody was a whole different genre.
So why I was cutting somebody's shoelaces?
You understand? Because when I used to look down, and I thought, man, I better make friends with this kid, otherwise we going into fighting, because I ain't like Sean. Sean like, yeah. I mean, no, Cole, you trying to think, cut this nigga's shoes all the way up like this.
You did?
I would pick on people, but it was, again, when I didn't have a way of facilitating, my mom would whoop the fuck out of me.
Yeah, it was like I need to
So
get it
sure,
out
we'll
with
play
somebody
Schmear to
else.
Queer. You want to get rough? All right, Cody. You think you're cool? Come on, Levi. You think you're rough and shit? You like over to my house? Well, we fight. Me, Justin, Levi. When Levi see me shoot Justin in the side of the head with my 22, he was like, "You're fucking crazy." As Justin told you. As my brother and other people. That's why people tell you this. Why I'm trying to work on shit. Is that nigga will flip the fuck out and not mean to.
Yeah.
Because of, as you heard, the twins were set in front of each other and fucking till first one to fucking cry after getting bled by a Marine. Done. You getting your ass whipped. One went in the Marines, the other one had kids. Raised the same. My mom moved me up here, that's why I get up from my mom going, how come I can live on the streets and in the forest as a mountain man, as a Marine, but you and Uncle David, rest in peace, fucking, you live in your four corner houses. And you were raised by a Marine, you both went in the military. I would rather be this way, but because you guys raised me this way, everyone that I know were either Hill kids, but out of the Hill kids, they're Marines or dead, not saying, say military, or dead, or there is ourselves, waking up to what the fuck we went through, trying to acknowledge it, and just trying to just coast, but yet we keep, shouldn't say we keep, for some reason from such we'll lock and key with someone that we open up to our most, not even our most secretive shit. This stuff that's fucking on the surface. And in the most mundane way, you think the argument couldn't go in that direction, the person uses it against you.
You know what?
And it just spirals into this craziness to where you have this awkwardness, and depending on where you're at in that relationship, if you can recover from it, sometimes you don't recover from that hurdle and it just spirals into, well, I'm divorced twice now because of such. I was saying to you, hopefully, we would grow up, there wouldn't be a coal around our babies, teaching our kids that mom was what dad's projecting and not give her side of the story. You understand what I'm saying? Well, I'm saying hopefully it would be adults.
Raising adults. healthy ones.
But fucking perpetuating some whackness, dude. I can't stand that shit. I really think that shit's child abuse more than fucking physical abuse. Not liking part of the family because the family don't like this person. It's like, dude, you're an adult. I'm not that person. Hi, Mama.
A couple of these. Mergable pump.
Oh, the front.
I gotta get water flowing first, bro.
Yeah, I got all these different size bars and chains.
Mm.
Like if you need some shit, I got shit. I got these.
Do you have any good weed whacker that works like for like sort of small oaks and blackberries?
What is it?
A
Weed
weed
whacker?
whacker for blackberries?
Yeah, petrified wood.
That is petrified wood, yes.
Petrified and agatized.
Just a couple of days ago.
What's up with the sirens? You guys think they're getting ready for the fire?
Yeah, I think it's, they do like a certain tone, like when there's a fire close. Like, do like a warning and then they'll do another tone and then it's like...
Huh?
They do that.
But that dude at bookstore said the shit was going the other way.
Yeah, but there's, that one's going that way, then there's one up there, Quincy should be coming this way. Because Quincy sits back here. And the way that bomber just went over,
Yeah.
that level.
It's gotten smokier since we've been here.
Oh yeah, look at that.
It's blowing that way, but there is a fire up above us too.
Craig.
Right? There's that one down there.
Yeah, and then the one that is on the 70 on 395.
Yeah.
From Reno.
Afraid of that shit.
It's going that way, but this way, there's one up above us like last time. It took a month for it to get all the way down here.
I'm so fucking mad that shit started at the goddamn dam. And you don't fucking tell nobody.
Okay. But I'm saying, it's at the dam, there's not very much to fucking burn there. It's all fucking...
Oh, there's a whole lot to burn there.
There's a whole lot to burn there on...
A whole lot of patented land, brother.
Okay, Cole, what's with that little cart thing?
Side by? Side by side?
Yeah, what's with that?
Old frame goes anyway. That's way fine.
So you're gonna sell it?
Damn,
I'm in
there
love
goes
with
the
that.
fucking,
I love that.
honey, there goes the airliner jet right there.
There's one just before it.
Yeah.
The second one. Rough.
Hey, if you pick up the flight radar app on your phone,
Yeah.
Yeah, you
show
can
you
see.
the airplane.
Cole, I like that Jeep. Why isn't it running?
Peter, my brother's been working on that.
Really?
Yeah,
It runs?
yeah, he just had it hooked up to his truck. Wanted to see how it's gonna roll behind the truck. He's gonna be pulling it behind his
I
truck.
love it. It's sexy. I like it.
That's pretty cool.
I think it's really sexy.
It's a little village. Like one of the...
Do you see that Jeep? I really like it.
There's one like that for sale over by where those people got that Bronco.
I like it.
You know anybody? You got a scanner? We need to get a scanner, dude. Fuck the dumb shit. We need a police scanner at the property.
What I do is I just go out to my neighbors. They got their son works at the fire department and shit like that. They got all the codes.
Yeah.
I had a handheld one
We
for
had
a
no
while.
fucking idea what the fuck was going on the last fire, dude. There was chips. Chips like this big of bark falling down on our property, dude. I don't know how the fuck my shit didn't catch on fire.
I know, it was all here too. Pretty bad.
I was sitting there, I was like, what the fuck is that? I thought it was hail. I looked up and was like,
Hail?
goddamn. This fucking, it's on fire, honey. They never talked about our property and told us there was a fire or nothing, dude. No. I didn't get no text message, nothing.
I was told about the fucking sirens, like different tones and all that stuff.
We were on the property. The only reason why we knew it was a fire, they was telling people down below us to evacuate. And I was like, it sounded like sheriff. Fucking with police most of my life.
I don't think they knew we were
I
there.
was like, it sounded like motherfuckers coming over it sounded like a loudspeaker on a cop car, honey.
I just go for a ride.
thought their stuff didn't stink, so because of such, it was like, you can't play with those kids. That's why I always said it was hard playing with them. Because people would act all funny and shit. Him and Wyatt and them.
Cole has a Confederate flag in his house.
Huh?
What does he think of immigrants?
What?
What does he think of immigrants? Like,
Why don't you ask him?
There might have not been a whole lot of immigrants.
Why don't you ask him, be the only black kid that fucking wrote? I don't think he had a problem with immigrants. If I rode my bike from Rackerby Hill, bottom of Rackerby Hill to right here, honey, how well of a person, good feeling would I get from hanging out with him if he didn't like immigrants or a colored person? Why would I ride my bike? How long did it take in a car? How long do you think it'd take me to ride from there to here? You understand?
Did you spend nights over, or you were turning around? You guys did that? Sleep over?
Yeah. You understand?
No. So that his brother still dates Dikr?
Yeah. That's what I said. Hold on a minute. Yeah, man.
We also met at Carl's.
Uh-huh.
That's why she
With her.
remembered, because she said you're the crystal lady or something.
Let's see. Is that Carl's first, and the second time was when they had the water issue with the radiator at the water pipe.
Yeah. But I'm like walking in the property and the guy's saying nothing, and I'm like, dude, like, you want to say hello? Like, who are you? I don't know you. Like, you don't know me. You don't care who I am.
No, because you're one of his brother's friends. Him and his brother were being funny to each other. If you understand what you're saying. He's like, oh, I walked and I found my spoon.
Well, yeah, because his brother was asking him about the key. But what does spoon means any different?
No, he was just fucking with his brother going, I'm looking for all this shit, and here I found the spoon. I've been asking for the shit, and you keep talking with him, and I'm trying to ask you get this stuff, I'm trying to leave, dude. You just keep talking with him. As Cole was stating, I'm trying to talk with you guys about something, and everyone just wants me to do all this stuff. So on and so forth.
I yelled at that blue car the other day. I was coming down from the post office, and that blue car that is parked there, now I see why it's parked there, why it did that, but the car stopped, like in the middle of the fucking turn, and I was like, move! I never really yell at anybody, but I was like, dude, you can't be doing that, you know? Like, it was coming downhill, there's no fucking turn, and you're stopped. I was like, move! But now I see why, because we didn't have parking there.
Burnt out,
I must have looked like a psychotic. Younger, it's like you can't be parked there, dude.
Because I'm like,
He has 4 kids?
I'm a grandbaby. So I said, hold on, Cole. This Maria keeps asking and thinking all this shit. Why don't you tell her how I was when I was a kid, bro? How was I? Is it not this person sitting right here? Like Ariel said when she heard me cuss. She went, what the fuck, you cuss? Yes, baby, I cuss now. A whole lot more shit. They done fucked me up, and I'm trying to get back to my original self.
You'll be bobbing with that little thing.
I'll kill myself, dude. That's why I'm like, call on, give her some shit, because I end up souping the thing up and some other shit.
Yeah, I know, it's like super fun. I want to have it, go to the canal, and be like,
like, just taking me back when we was kids flying around this shit. And here we go. This is the first thing out of Jason and them's house. Your wife don't know you run dirt bike and shoot guns and shit like that. Yeah, no, she doesn't heard from the dumbasses in town about my gang life or whatever fucking been
beautiful sight they seen or whatnot in my thug life. They understand I got a whole different underlaying underneath that that's worse than thug life. It's called survivalist, kill you, I don't fucking care about your life. But homeboys and homegirls that all ride out the same way and just want to be left alone. Something I always seen different than the homeboys in town. Because when I brung them up here, all that machismo and all that buff girl and buff boy fucking, ooh, I'll beat your ass off, goes out the window. There's a what? Man, you see that in there? There's a footprint of a what? Some shit in the zoo. Yeah, bear, nigga. That little fucking 30 ain't gonna do nothing against that shit, nigga. That's weird. Cole was showing me the stuff. He was like, would your wife be able to shoot this or shoot this? Shoot this, and you're gonna have to talk to her about that. Snobby as some chickens, you gotta have a gun.
Well, I trust myself after doing shooting with the rifle. Like, I think I trust myself. On the target, I just don't know about, like, the whole judgment of fucking when to use it and whatnot. But I think that I'll be good whenever it's needed to be.
That comes with time.
Like, I could be responsible.
Comes with time, and that's anyway, it come out the thing.
But I also know that, I don't know, I'm a little crazy, and it's like, it's one of those things that you don't fucking take it out unless you want to use it, and if you're gonna have it out, you're gonna fucking use it, you know? Like, I don't know. Ooh, is that an alarm?
6 hours later, love you, Cole.
Yeah, seriously. Did you show up like at 4?
3 something, yeah.
Do you think the bear went by?
Uh-huh.
It's bear time.
Something got spooked out. Came from over that way. And went that way. Be it that these lights aren't on, but those lights are on. They exited. Stayed left.
The bear? Oh. You sure? Yeah. Karmically tinted.